Savage Worlds, Savagery and Skills, Book 3, by Ciara Graves.
Chapter 1. Seneca. Coffee gurgled as it brewed on the counter. I tapped my nails on the countertop, looking out the back door, which was actually lacking a door. I'd have to get it replaced eventually. We'd been back from Otherworld for 5 days now, recovering mostly. Shell shock is what it seemed like, all of us trying to accept the final Phi kingdom falling to Rudarius and his army. All 3 kingdoms fell just like that. Nothing but rubble and ruin now, the dead among them. If there were survivors, they were trapped in Otherworld and surrounded by enemies. We'd done it to keep Rudarius in. How many did we sacrifice so we could escape? He'd find them eventually. Torture them, kill them. Turn who he wanted. Those with magic, he'd send to the totem Macron and Helena told us about. A fate worse than death. And here I stood in my freaking kitchen, brewing coffee like it was another normal evening in Madwich. That there wasn't some crazed vampire out to get me and the rest of my race. The coffee pot beeped. I jumped, then glared at it. Don't kill the maker of caffeine. Think you'd piss off most of the household. Draven appeared at my side and slid over 2 mugs. Thanks. Not sleep well again? What do you think? I poured 2 mugs and handed him one. Always the same dream too. You know, if I'm going to be plagued by nightmares, it'd be nice if they could change a bit now and again, you know? Love to be chased by some headless ghoul or something. I do, he agreed with a smile. Headless ghoul, huh? Best I can come up with on no coffee. I grunted, annoyed. There's only so many other choices, if I really think about it. Could be Rudarius chomping on my neck one night, then trying to kill me the next. I held the warm mug between my palms. Then it could be my parents turning their backs on me, slaughtering an entire hunting party of shifters. The list goes on. But no, my mind has to hit me with the same image every night. Like I haven't seen it enough times already. And which nightmare would this be? I opened my mouth to tell him, then clamped it shut again, drinking my coffee too fast. I winced when it burnt my tongue. Draven shook his head. What? You might want to let it cool off. You're so funny. You know that? I think nearly dying a couple times gave you a sense of humor. You didn't find me amusing before. Never said that. He sidled closer. We drank our coffee as the sun sank lower toward the horizon. This was how it had been between us every day since we returned. We never talked about what we should. Like Rudarius and his impending attack on the human realm. Or our plans. Or the fact that all the Phi rings were destroyed. There were no serious conversations. Draven went from being the cold-hearted killer when I first was face to face with him, to an optimistic vampire. It was getting to the point I wanted to smack him for it. I knew why he did it, but trying to get me to put a smile on my face would not change what I saw. Draven having to kill me to save those we cared for. So what nightmare is it? He prodded. You really have to ask. No, he whispered, looking deeply into my eyes. Because it's the same one I have. We need to talk about it, I suggested. He turned away from me and stalked to the back door. Don't burn your face off. He didn't reply. Instead, he ran his hand around the empty doorframe. I'll fix this tonight. Draven? What? You need a new door. I'll take care of it. I'll have Shane help me. I slammed my mug down on the counter as I said his name again. Look at me, would you? We're not going to sit around playing Betty Homemaker and her doting boyfriend, the vampire who runs around fixing the house up. Rudarius is going to be coming for us, and we need a plan. We need a way to stop him. I swallowed hard as his shoulders tensed. We need to talk about a plan in case I lose control in the end. No, we don't, because it's not going to happen. He hissed as he spoke. The coffee mug in his left hand shattered, pulling him out of his sudden anger. Sorry, I'll clean that up. Draven, stop. He crouched to pick up the broken bits of ceramic. I knelt and stilled his hands. Look at me, please. We can't hide away in this cottage forever, and pray he never finds me. You're not an idiot, so stop acting like one. I tilted his chin up, forcing him to meet my eyes. I know you've been sending Shane out every night. You want to tell me what for? Or are you going to keep that a secret for another few days? He sighed, then sat back against the wall. I wondered when you'd call me out on that. I hoped I wouldn't have to. What's he doing? Searching. For? He kept his mouth shut. Really? You're going to make me work for it. He's searching for any signs of my coven. They're out there somewhere, and if we face Rudarius, we need them. Need as many vampires willing to stand against him as we can find. And why didn't you just tell me? You needed your rest. So does Shane, I countered, to which he hissed. You can't keep me safe forever, I added quietly. I'll have to face him again, and when that happens. It's not going to. He jumped to his feet and stalked around the kitchen. You're being ridiculous. I picked up the broken mug and chucked it in the trash can. I could be helping find your coven. Why aren't we out there with Shane every night? It's not like I'm doing anything else around here, is it? It's not safe. I rolled my eyes as I picked up my coffee mug and traipsed through the broken door and into the garden. The last rays of the sun weren't enough to keep Draven away, but when the magical orbs of light floating through the air that often reflected my mood turned dark shades of red and orange, I figured that'd be warning enough for him to keep his distance. We'd been tiptoeing around each other, and I was tired of it. Tired of doing nothing day in and day out. Of waiting for Rudarius to break through the veil and kill Draven, and then take me back. Despite the warm evening, odd for this time of year, a strange cold gripped my body. A breath of icy air brushed across my neck, and my eyes slid closed as if forced by someone else. I couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stand there. Hands aiming to cause pain squeezed my arms. Sharp pinpricks found my neck. My head was shoved to the side, and just when those fangs were going to pierce my skin, someone else spun me around and drew me into his arms. In relief, I sagged against Draven's chest, not having to say a word for him to know what just happened. Damn it. I didn't think he could reach you here. Draven held me in his arms as I clung to him, shaking and shivering. Do you still hear him? The words were stuck in my throat. How did I tell him I didn't hear Rudarius? I felt him as though he stood in the garden, just as Draven did now. If I admitted the truth, Draven wouldn't let me out of his sight from now until forever. But he had to go with Shane and find the survivors from his coven. I knew it, and deep down so did he. The only reason he hadn't yet was his fear of what he might come back to. He never said it, but as optimistic as he tried to pretend to be, the truth was clear in his midnight blue eyes. The dark power brewing inside me was strange. To both of us. After seeing firsthand what I could do, even I was apprehensive about using it in the upcoming fights. Not that was even sure I could use it without any rings. Never tried. Draven cupped my cheeks as he kissed my forehead. You're freezing. Let's get you inside, get a fire going in the hearth. I'll be all right. Just give me a minute. He scowled, but we stayed put in the garden. His gaze shifted around as if Rudarius was going to appear at the fence and ask to borrow a cup of sugar, then drain us all dry. Seneca, what are they doing? What are what doing? I muttered, annoyed, my face pressed against his chest. I winced as the pain in my head increased, like someone attacked my skull with a jackhammer. I pressed my forehead harder into Draven, but he tilted my face up and turned it. What? I've never seen that, I whispered, confused. The orbs usually reflected my mood with their bright colors. But now they were dull and gray. They hardly moved around the garden, which badly needed tending. The harder I looked at my rose bushes and lilies, the more weeds I noticed sticking out of the ground. Twisting vines with massive thorns. I'd never seen those here. I need to take care of my garden. I pulled away to find my trowel and small garden rake. Draven caught my hand. I'm fine. Those orbs say otherwise. One hovered close by. As we watched, the grayish hue gave way to a calm blue and green. See? Nothing to worry about. He let me go, and I picked up my gardening tools from exactly where I left them, as though we hadn't been taken into otherworld and chased by Rudarius's army of vampires and shifters. As if we hadn't watched the 3 Phi kingdoms fall. As if nothing bad at all happened. I took my trowel and rake, then set to work at the first bed near the back fence. The vines were thick and the thorns damned sharp. Their roots were set deep into the ground, but doing the work pulled my mind from thoughts of Rudarius and my never-ending nightmare. Draven might say he wouldn't kill me, but I needed him to admit there was a chance it could end up that way. That there was a chance, he would have to be the one to end it. I sensed Draven nearby while I worked, but he didn't stop me, and after a while I found myself alone in the garden. My shoulders sagged as I tossed away another vine, bearing my blood on its thorns. I'd scratched up both arms, but that wasn't what had me sitting back, looking up at the twilight sky. The stars peeked into view one at a time, pretty as always. Mind if I join you? I jumped, then smiled to find Helena standing close by, in jeans and a green flannel shirt. Nice to see my clothes fit. Her white hair was drawn back in a long ponytail. If I were an outsider looking in, she'd appear as nothing more than a normal grandmother in a garden. Not a Phi Queen seer. Not at all. Hand me that trowel, would you? These beds are certainly in need of love. Haven't really been home to take care of them. I handed my grandmother the trowel, and watched as she dug into the earth without concern about getting dirty. I smiled, unable to picture my mother doing this by my side. We tore out the vines, not saying a word, not needing to. Having her here, someone who was my flesh and blood, filled a hole I'd had for too long. We raked, dug and tugged, then laughed each time one of us landed on our asses. The pile behind us grew larger as the evening wore on. It had to be getting late, though the full moon, stars and floating orbs gave us enough light to see by. Dirt smudged our faces and was embedded under my nails. Knowing Draven was inside, along with my brother and Macron, gave me a sense of home I'd never had before. It was strange and made me pause. Would it last? Rudarius was out there somewhere in Otherworld, building up his army and preparing to make his next move. He could take all of this away from me. Or I could, if I gave into the darkness. Helena brushed the dirt from her hands after sticking the trowel in the ground. I have missed this. Getting dirty? Working with the earth. So I suppose in a sense, yes. She laughed, the sound musical and light. I never dreamt of seeing the moon or the stars again. Nor did I think to find you, my granddaughter. Alive and well after all that monster put you through. She cupped my cheek and I leaned into her touch. I will never forgive your parents for what they did to you. Not ever. You might not have to worry about them, depending on what Rudarius did. Something tells me he'll keep them alive. I scooted nearer, and we leaned close, looking up at the heavens. I wish we could stay here and enjoy this life, I whispered. The cottage and the garden, the town. I wish I had no knowledge of Rudarius or the war he's bringing. But we do, and therefore we must act. I know. But what are we supposed to do? Draven is too scared to let me leave this cottage. He's a good man despite being a vampire, she said with a wink. He cares for you deeply. Every time he looks your way, there is nothing but love burning in his eyes. It's love that might kill him in the end, I said it on a breath, barely audible, but I could tell she heard me all the same. Gently she swiped her thumb across my cheek, catching the single tear that fell without my noticing. I sniffed. I saw what's to come, and it's not good. Not even close. The vision Briar shared with you? Yeah, that'd be the one. You know what it is. I don't, but you can't take those visions as definite outcomes. The future is constantly changing, depending on what you do in the present. But what if that is the truth? I gulped as I squeezed her hand. What if I give in, and the only way to stop me is for Draven to kill me? I can't ask him to do that. I won't. You would what, push him away? How well do you think that'll work? I shrugged. Better than being in love with me and killing me. She pulled me around so we sat face to face. You worry about the evil claiming you, but Seneca, the best defense against such evil is love. Kindness. If you push Draven away, if you bury the love both of you share, you'll have nothing to hold on to. You cannot let anything come between you. Even if I can keep him safe by pushing him away? Would you be? Or are you doing it to save yourself? I hung my head, and she wrapped a warm arm around my shoulders. A maternal and nurturing arm. I thought I had love before, I told her quietly, but that was nothing compared to what I feel with Draven. It's like my soul feels his. A true love, a strong one. That's what you must hold on to. Understand? I hugged her back in reply, and we lay on the grass, talking about the garden and flowers, planting anything that did not have to do with Rudarius or Draven or what my future might hold. Lark joined us later, and when I sat up he was frowning. Something wrong? As long as you're not going to run off. Why would I do that? I rose, helping Helena to her feet, then brushed the grass and dirt from my jeans. Lark? Draven went with Shane tonight. He won't be back till morning. Marley went with them. I hissed quietly, and the orbs shifted from a calming blue to a dark shade of red. And he left me behind to keep me safe. Lark shifted on his feet, looking like he wanted to duck back inside. Lark, you have something else you want to say? I crossed my arms and stared the large Phi down. Well? It was more to keep everyone else safe. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry, but that's what he said, and the others agreed with him. As do I. Your connection to Rudarius, we don't know if he can see us or not, and Draven doesn't want to risk Rudarius knowing what he's up to. That was what he told Lark, but it wasn't the truth, since Draven told me to my face what he was doing. After my episode in the garden earlier, after seeing me use my dark power during the fights in Otherworld, it worried him what I'd do if pushed too far. He didn't trust me. Seneca. Helena took a firm hold of my hands and forced me to look at her. Don't be angry with him. Why not? He's not going to stop doing this. When he returns, you need to talk to him. Actually talk to him. He has a habit of avoiding the conversation we need to have, I muttered with a hiss. Then don't let him. Whatever you're thinking, I guarantee you that's not the whole story. Give the man a chance. He took a chance on you. That he did. A big one, considering I tried to kill him at our first meeting. I promised him I wouldn't hold it against Draven, then said I was going to get cleaned up. The night was young, and Draven wouldn't be back until the sun became too much of a threat to him. That gave me plenty of time to figure out what I was going to say to him. I wasn't truly and completely angry at him. Aggravated, maybe. I blamed it on his age. He was 200 years old. He thought he knew better than me. He was stuck in that protective state of mind. But I could take care of myself. I was not going to go off and slaughter another group of shifters or anyone else. Unless they attacked me first. He was the one taking a risk tonight. We had no way to know how long Rudarius would be trapped in Otherworld. After my shower, I threw on my sleep shorts and a tank top, then sat in bed and looked out the window, waiting for him to come home. The conversation we had to have would not be easy. I'd have to tell him the truth of what I'd been seeing. Tonight wasn't the first time it seemed as though Rudarius was standing next to me. My eyes drooped, and I rested my head against the wall. I shouldn't have been tired, but not sleeping well was catching up with me. As my body slumped and turned heavy with impending sleep, the temperature dropped in my room. I screamed at myself to open my eyes, as the temperature plummeted and my teeth chattered. The sound of dripping water was around me. Torches flickered in the harsh draft that gusted through stone corridors. The softness of the bed beneath me turned hard and grimy. Chains rattled when I shifted. Something, maybe me, begged my mind to slip back to reality. A hand closed around my throat. My eyes shot open. Hello, pet. Rudarius's red eyes filled my vision. His hand cut off the air I needed to scream. Nightmare, this had to be a nightmare. His hand was firm and real around my neck, as was the pain when he tightened his grip. Now then, you and I need to have a chat. I clawed at his hand, but he cackled my feeble attempts. I was weak as if torn between two places. What did you do? I gasped. You'd be amazed at what having so many mages under your control can do. I hissed and snarled, attempting to bite his hand. I realized too late that my hands were manacled. He grabbed the chain and tugged, so my arms were forced to his side. His other hand switched from holding on my throat to snarling and tangling his fingers in my hair. He yanked it back hard, exposing my neck. I struggled to pull away from those fangs shining in the torchlight. Sharp canines ran along my skin. I screamed for help, but there was no one here to save me. I couldn't really be here, not back in his dungeon. As I said, my pet, we need to have a chat. I screamed all the louder, but it did nothing to stop him from moving closer until red eyes were all I saw. His fangs pressed against my throat.
Chapter 2. Draven. She's going to kill you. And if you warn me one more time, I'm going to kill you. Sitting in the rear of the bar watching the crowd, I spun the beer bottle around and around. You're sure he's coming? He said he was still unsure of my motives, was figuring out if he could trust me. And if he doesn't show tonight? Shane shrugged, raising his hand to a passing waitress for another beer. Then we come back tomorrow night. Then the next, until he shows up with an answer. Like I said, you don't have to tag along until I have a solid lead. Not that hanging around the cottage would do me any good. Seneca was as restless as I was to get out and do something, anything, toward a plan to stop Rudarius. But that was just it. We had no plan, no real idea of where to turn. Macron was of no help. He and Minnie had been going out every day searching. What for, they kept to themselves. Not sure I enjoyed having two seers around Seneca, not after what Briar shared with her. She was so close to pushing me away for my own good. I could not let that happen, which was the only reason I came out tonight. She needed space, so I gave it to her. The orbs in the garden changing to grey and black had me on edge. Was it a sign she was closer to giving in to the evil taint rushing through her veins, or was it because Rudarius reached out to her? It wasn't the first time I saw her have a fit like that, but the first one that lasted so long and left her cold and pale. Like he sucked the life from her. But the veil was sealed. Rudarius would not be getting to us any time soon. I looked around the bar, searching for Marley. He'd separated from us once we got here, spotting a few Fae he wanted to speak with. I wasn't sure how many knew the kingdoms had fallen. Most of the Fae here weren't exactly visiting. Most had been exiled, or came here to get away from the ruling monarchies. I hadn't had the heart to tell Marley a Fae prince was probably the last person they wanted to see. They had a right to know about Otherworld. He caught my eye from across the room, giving me a wave. "I'll be back," I muttered to Shane. "Our dear prince calls to me." Shane smiled and said he'd keep an eye out for the vampire. As the hour was turning late, I sensed we wouldn't be seeing him tonight. Marley sat with 3 other Fae at a round table. All were male with long blonde hair and light blue eyes. They had to be related. "Draven, I'd like you to meet Ash, Ember and Finch." My brow arched at their names. "Pleasure to meet you." "It's all right," Ash, the one who appeared the oldest, assured me. "Our parents weren't the best with names." "No, I think they're great." "Really?" "Marley just told us about the Fae Kingdoms," Ash said, lowering his voice as he glanced around the bar. "It's true you are fighting against Rudarius?" "It is, along with Marley's sister Seneca. A few of us made it out, and Rudarius is currently trapped. We're not sure how long it will last." "The brothers came here of their own choice," Marley explained. "They're part of a larger community of Fae who all did the same." "And you're willing to help us?" Ash, Ember and Finch nodded as one. "We never had much care for vampires." "No offense." "I understand." I find myself disliking my kind more and more. When my coven fell, I hoped the others would join together and stand against him. All they did was come here. They ran from him. The ones too scared to do that joined his ranks. His army is vast. And you think he'll come here next? Finch asked, eyes shining eagerly. Are you looking for a fight? He sniffed derisively. Vampires killed our parents. I never pass up a chance for revenge. You and me both, friend. Marley and I spoke with the three brothers for a while longer. We filled them in on what knew of Rudarius, and how our only plan now was to gather lost surviving members of the coven. Once I had them back, I would approach the rest of the vampire covens who turned away from Rudarius once, and see if I could get them to stand against him this time around. Would others be willing to join you? Ash, Ember and Finch exchanged a quick glance, then looked to Marley. If Marley comes with us, I think we can convince many to join the cause. Rudarius is an evil that should have been destroyed a long time ago. Agreed. We hadn't told them about the rings yet, and as soon as I did, the brothers flinched. They're gone, all of them. How's that possible? The Major's. He's channeling their powers and is feeding off them somehow, I hissed as sharp stabbing pain exploded in my chest. I clutched at my heart as it came again. I snarled. It was as if someone dug around in my chest with a stake. Draven? Marley rose with me, keeping me from falling over as a third stab blurred my vision. What's wrong? Seneca, I breathed, blurring out of the bar. Another stab sent me careening into a stone wall on my way out of town. I paused long enough to stop my vision from spinning, then blurred the rest of the way to the cottage. I burst through the front door, glancing around wildly. Draven? Helena and Lark were on their feet in a shot. What's wrong? Seneca, where is she? Her room. Why? I ignored Helena and blurred into Seneca's room. The light was off, but I saw her easily enough. She was lying in bed. I thought she was merely sleeping and wondering what the hell drove me to think she was in trouble, until she whimpered. The sound was so quiet I waited to hear it a second time, then turned on the light. Helena. By the time she entered the room, with Lark behind her, I was on the edge of the bed holding Seneca in my lap, shaking her gently to try and wake her up. By the gods, is that blood? No one's been here, Helena exclaimed. Seneca. I shook her shoulders harder as she whimpered. Warm blood covered her neck and my hands as I moved my fingers around, searching for the source of it. I found a puncture, followed by a second. I pressed down to stop the steady flowing stream of blood. Helena, I need bandaging, quickly. What happened? Lark stood at the foot of the bed as Helena went to find what I needed. She's been bitten. What? By who? I don't know. I pressed my hand harder, smoothing her hair back with my other hand. Come on, Seneca, come back to me. Wake up. Helena returned, and we wrapped Seneca's neck the best we could. She shifted in my arms, baring her fangs and hissing. I held her close, whispering her name repeatedly, calling her back to me, but nothing I said seemed to get through. Rudarius, she breathed. Her body shuddered, then went completely still. No. Seneca. I shook her harder, laying her back on the bed as her eyes danced wildly behind closed lids. She gasped for air, her back arching off the bed, and flailed against my hold. You let her go, I shouted to Rudarius. I'll kill you. Do you hear me, you bastard? I'll rip your heart out. Let her go. Seneca's mouth fell open, and Rudarius's cackle spilled out. She choked and thrashed, the harsh laughter cutting off. Her eyes shot open, completely black. Shadows poured from her fingertips, wrapping around me. Helena yelled at me to get back, but I wasn't leaving her side. Not a chance. I planted my feet as those shadows wrapped around my legs, my arms, my stomach, and higher. I had no idea how her magic was manifesting without rings, but I also didn't have time to question it. Footsteps stomped into the house. Marley and Shane were there, asking what I was doing. I ignored them as Seneca's black gaze shifted to me. You come back to me right now, Seneca, I demanded as those shadows constricted around my body. You are not his. You are mine. You belong to me and you. To us. Come back to me. Brow furrowing in anger, she fought against the evil inside her that was striving to get free. She slammed her hands into the bed and screamed. The shadows shattered like glass, releasing me as she sat up, her eyes lightening. Draven? She blinked furiously, then collapsed into my arms. She was ice cold to the touch, and I quickly tucked her beneath the blankets as she held onto me with shaking hands. You're all right. You're with me. You're safe. I said it over and over, amazed my voice sounded as steady as it did, when inside I was shaking with rage. Rudarius had dug his claws in deep enough to cause her physical harm, all the way from Otherworld. It shouldn't have been possible, but with the captured mages it seemed his power was only going to keep growing. Her hand reached up to her neck. I tried to stop her but too late. Blood covered her fingers and she scrambled back from me into the wall, shaking her head. I thought it was a nightmare. She held up her blood-covered hand as her fear-filled eyes found mine. Draven. You were bitten, I told her, not about to lie. No. That wasn't real. Where were you? I took her hands and held them loosely in mine, sensing the others watching her from the doorway. Seneca, what did you see? She shook her head, sending her messy red hair flying. Seneca, you can't keep lying to me. I haven't been. That's bullshit. What happened tonight in the garden? It's not the first time. I've sensed it each time you're afraid, sensed it as if it were me facing Rudarius down. What did you see? She bit her lip so hard it bled, and I brushed the drops of blood away with my thumb. I can't keep you safe if you don't tell me what you saw. I scooted closer, then she fell into my arms as I held her. You are everything to me. You know that, right? I am not about to lose you to that monster. What if you don't have a choice? The words were quiet, but I heard them all the same. There's always a choice. No, there's not. She sat up suddenly, wiping hastily at her face, a wild look in her eyes. A look I hadn't seen since she learned it was Rudarius who turned her. He can get to me anywhere. She covered her wounded neck with her hand. Proof that's what he said when he… She gulped and dug her nails into the bandaging until I pulled them away. I was back in his dungeon, chained up, trapped. He can get to me any time he wants to. He'll turn me, Draven. He will. So what do you expect me to do, huh? Just turn my back on you? Walk away? The second she diverted her gaze, a fist closed around my heart. I stood and closed the door, giving us privacy. She didn't need anyone looking at her now. Resting my hands against the door, I took a second to get hold of my emotions, but it was too much. With a hiss, I slammed my fist into the door over and over, denting the solid, thick wood. Seneca's hand closed around mine as she spun me around. What are you doing, you moron? What do you want from me? I shouted, unable to keep myself calm. What? Just tell me so I can tell you how wrong you are. Why is it wrong for me to try and keep you safe? And what am I doing? Standing here twiddling my thumbs? If I could get to Rudarius, I would tear his heart from his chest and set him on fire. I'd take his head and put it on a pike. I would rip him apart with my bare hands, but I can't. I stormed around the bedroom, fists clenching and unclenching at my sides. When my coven was taken over, I was sure I knew what helpless felt like. I had no idea. Now I did. Rudarius threatened the one thing I held dear in this life, the only person I ever loved, and I couldn't do a damn thing to protect her. Draven, I won't put you through unnecessary agony. Unnecessary agony, I repeated, then scoffed. That's what you're trying to save me from. And what do you think I'm feeling now, knowing you're trying to push me away? You're the one refusing to admit the truth, she shot back. What truth? That we might not win this fight. At least not both of us. Why do you do that? Do what? She raged, her eyes darkening. Turn everything around like there's no hope, like we're all going to die no matter what we do, so what's the point? Why? Do you truly have no faith in me or yourself at all? I'm broken, remember? You can't have faith in me. Seneca. She slashed her hand through the air, cutting me off. Don't. I told you what I saw, and as much as I want to believe there's a chance you won't end up driving a stake through my heart, that's the only future I see now. She tore the bandage from her neck and threw it at my feet, then tilted her head. The punctures were easy enough to see, red and angry. Blood dripped from the cuts my nails caused in my palms from clenching my fists so hard. This is a warning, don't you get it? He won't stay trapped forever, and as soon as he can, he'll come for me. If you get in the way again, he'll kill you. If you survive, you'll eventually have to kill me. I'm not strong enough to fight him, and the evil inside me. Her knees shook, then buckled as she sank to the floor. I can't keep fighting him off. I'm exhausted. I knelt in front of her, reaching toward her shoulder. My fingers had barely touched her bare skin when she threw herself into my arms. I hugged her to me. I know you are, but you can't give up. Not now. And you cannot push me away. I won't let you. Stubborn old man. I laughed quietly, running my fingers through her hair. The harder you try to push me away, the more I'm going to stay, and you know it. We need each other. Don't be afraid of what we have. How can I not be? It's going to destroy us. So what if it does? She sat up with a confused look on her face. I cupped her face in my hands and kissed her, trying to tell her everything I could never find words for with that gesture. I'd rather go out knowing I gave our love everything I had, than live my last few days on this earth miserable and away from you. Her arms wrapped around my neck as she situated herself better in my embrace. Your optimism is going to be the death of me before Rudarius ever gets here. I gave her another kiss in response. She ran her hands through my hair, pulling me as close to her as she could. She shoved at my leather jacket, and I shrugged out of it. My t-shirt came off next, and she tossed it across the room, tracing the scars on my chest and shoulders down to the brand left by Rudarius. Those dark green eyes smoldered with heat as her cheeks reddened. Her skin had warmed as she sat with me, but the wounds at her neck pissed me off all over again. Don't, she whispered against my lips. They'll heal. It shouldn't have happened. But it did. What happened to being optimistic? Good point. There was a quick knock at the door, then it opened. Seneca. Helena said there was, Macron muttered, quickly covering his face with his hand. Sorry, never mind. Well, we need to talk. Out here, he added, then shut the door in a hurry. Seneca and I burst out laughing. I kissed her one more time, willing the moment to last, but if Macron had something to tell us, it was probably important. I hugged her hard, breathing her in and telling myself she was alive. Gingerly, I ran my fingers over the wounds at her neck. They hurt? Not so much anymore. I kissed around them, then we stood, and she handed me my shirt. Her hand slipped from mine as she ducked into the closet. I pulled my t-shirt on and left the bedroom, to find every set of eyes giving me various looks. I need to speak with you both, Macron said. Good news? Very, Minnie's voice came from the kitchen. She sat down beside me, patting my leg hard as her blind eyes lingered on me. My, you really have stolen away our sweet Seneca's heart, and not a moment too soon. What's that supposed to mean? Once she's here, I'll tell you all we've learned. Patience, Lord Draven. Patience. Lord Draven? No one had called me that since our coven fell. The title was foreign to me, but it was mine by rights. Minnie continued to stare at me. Fun conversation indeed.
Chapter 3. Seneca. The puncture wounds on my neck stood out, fresh and red. I gripped the sink hard, as the sensation of Rudarius biting me rushed back. Proof that he told me of how easily he could always get to me. How no magic, not even my own, would keep him away from me forever. A warning that if Draven tried to protect me, Rudarius would ensure he suffered before he finally let him succumb to death. And I'd be there, forced to watch every second of it. Who knows, you might even enjoy it by that point, my dark fae princess. I hissed at my reflection as my eyes opened. They were nothing but black pits of onyx looking back at me. Draven, I just had to think of Draven. My nails left rivets in the ceramic, as I focused my thoughts on Draven's protective arms around me and nothing else. Rudarius's voice faded away. The shadows cleared from my eyes, and the punctures on my neck stopped hurting. I considered covering them up, but there was no point. They'd heal eventually. I dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and after ensuring there were no shadows in my eyes, I exited my room to find everyone gathered in the living room. Macron's face was blank, but I sensed his uneasiness when I sat on the other side of Draven, putting him between Minnie and me. You finally going to tell us what you two have been up to? Macron sniffed loudly, glancing from me to Draven, then folded his hands, resting his elbows on his knees as he studied me closely. Helena, can you place the ring you have on the table, please? She did as he asked, sliding the broken ring from her finger. She spun it around so it faced Macron. There's no magic in it, she said quietly. I'm not sure what you plan on doing, but nothing remains but a bit of old jewelry. That is true, Macron agreed. I sighed. And here I thought you found a way to fix it. His scowl of disapproval was one I was used to from my days of training, but it wasn't going to do him any good, not after all the shit I'd been through these last couple of weeks. I raised a brow. What's that look for? We need more than one mended ring to ever stand a chance against Rudarius. Yeah, I figured as much. And if you recall, he continued, louder now, shooting me a glare that did resonate with me, and I bit my cheek to curtail my sarcasm, these rings will not help you without hurting you. Then what do we do? Draven studied the ring on the table. Marley said we can't simply make more. Can't we? Macron countered. The silence that fell in the cottage was heavy enough to smother me. I'm sorry, I managed to whisper, what did you just say? The rings, we can make new ones. I stuck my finger in my ear and wiggled it hard, pushing my tongue against my cheek. Could you say that louder? I'm not sure I heard you the first time, Macron. Seneca, Draven said, trying to get me to sit back down. I shoved his hand aside. You're telling me we've been sitting on our asses for 5 days, thinking there's no way we'll be able to stand against Rudarius, and you pull this out of your ass just like that? Oh, don't worry guys, just kidding about that whole we can't forge new rings shit. What the hell, Macron? I was shouting by the time I finished talking, my chest rising and falling quickly with ragged breaths. How long were you going to keep this to yourself, huh? Another week? A month? Maybe let Rudarius gnaw on my neck a while longer. Don't worry. I handled it fine the first time. Good thing I don't have another set of wings for him to rip out. I kicked the coffee table on my last word and stormed away from his penetrating glare. Seneca, stop, he commanded, and as much as I didn't want to, my feet froze where they were. I whirled around to find him standing, but he kept his distance. What? We can't remake all the rings. I threw my head back with a groan. You're a very confusing old man. We can't forge rings, but then we can, but not all the rings. Make up your mind. I stomped toward him and realized the second my eyes turned black. A collective breath was sucked in. Shane merely frowned. Draven stood and slowly approached, as if making ready to restrain me if I tried to hurt Macron. Assuring him I wouldn't was a stupid idea, because at that moment, punching my old savior and mentor sounded like a brilliant plan. Minnie and I have been searching for any information we could on the forges. All but one has been destroyed. And where is this one? He hesitated. I looked behind him to Minnie when he took too long to answer. She smiled softly. Always so impatient, Seneca. The only forge remaining resides in the lost Phi kingdom of Saran. No, Marley snapped from the corner of the room. Yes it does, Minnie corrected, her tone gentle. It is there, though it has been dormant for many centuries. That's impossible, Marley said louder. That kingdom no longer exists. Hence the term lost, Minnie supplied happily. But in truth, it was never truly lost. Someone mind explaining to me what you're talking about? Marley? What is Saren? A kingdom that was banished from the rest of the Fae, Helena replied for my brother. I grew up under the impression that it was nothing more than a myth. There were only ever 4 forges, but stories told of a 5th that resided in Saren. Macron, are you certain? It's the reason we've been gone so much these last 5 days, he said, directing the words at me. We had to be certain our journey would not be in vain. But you said not all the rings could be remade, I said slowly. Why? You need rings that will channel your dark power. As for the others, I'm afraid, there's no way to remake them. Those forges no longer exist. I licked my lips, mind racing confused. What makes this one different? Saren was a dark Fae kingdom, he confessed. Dark, I said. He nodded at me. I wanted to grimace, but held it back. Dark as in evil. Dark as in their magic was like yours. There was a time when Fae were not always of the sunlight. Many were of the moonlight, and back then, such power was not seen as dangerous or evil. Something your parents did not seem to remember. Wait, you're saying there used to be more Fae like me? Macron nodded again. I cocked my head, studying him. What the hell? Why aren't they part of Otherworld anymore? Are they even in Otherworld? No, they were banished by the Soran Fae kingdom. I rubbed my face, a headache hitting me. The what? Long ago there were only 2 kingdoms, Macron explained in a hurry. When the Soran became too strong, they decided they no longer enjoyed sharing Otherworld with those of the night, and banded together to banish Saren, claiming their magic was actually evil. The entire kingdom disappeared overnight, as if it never existed. The leaders of the Soran kingdom split into 3. That is the deep dark secret that the Fae have hidden away for centuries. The mages are one of the few races who remember. You're saying that all this time, you knew there'd been a kingdom filled with Fae like me. And you just what? Thought I didn't need to know. What good would it have done? Macron moved as if to take my hand. I backed away. Seneca, I never imagined your power would be this strong, or that you would need rings such as they had to survive. I never imagined Rudarius would, that he would. He choked on the words. I reached up to feel my neck. Macron's eyes followed the movement, and the man I always believed to be so strong paled. That he would turn me and taint me with evil. Yeah, neither did I. The ruling family though, the lineage, Draven asked quietly, who does it lie with? No one. The Saren kingdom was made of those born as Seneca was, or those who were drawn to the moonlight instead of the sunlight. Then that makes Seneca what? The only surviving heir to a lost kingdom. If you want to get technical, yes, Macron answered Draven's question. She's not just a Fae princess anymore. No. I hissed as I glared at them all like they'd lost their minds. Or maybe I had. I wasn't sure anymore. No, I'm not some lost heir to some lost kingdom, that may or may not have a damned forge to make me rings. Plus, I'm assuming if this kingdom was banished, that means we have to go and find it, right? Macron pinched the bridge of his nose. Seneca, please, we don't have any other options if you are to use your power safely to the fullest extent. To ensure you do not turn. I doubted rings would silence the evil inside me, but didn't say so. Great, of course not. Why would we? So then, where is it? If it's where we think, the kingdom was sent to a realm that should not be entered lightly. A gray world of death and monsters, he was saying. I started laughing like an insane person. He shook his head. I find nothing amusing about this. Oh no. Just me then, great. That's great. If we find the forge, we can make rings that will work with your power, Macron insisted. You'll have a fighting chance. You'll be able to fight Rudarius. And what, maybe win? Who's to say these rings will work, Macron? I'm tainted, remember? And there it was, the harsh truth no one except me had the nerve to admit. Seneca, Macron called out, but I stormed through the kitchen and out into the garden. But that wasn't far enough away, so I walked away from the fence. Then even further. Draven yelled for me, but I had to get away from them all. Get away from everything. It was too damn much, always too much. Another mess we had to face. Another problem we had to solve. Rudarius was never going to let me be. There was no guarantee of victory, no foolproof way to know if these rings would save me from a terrible fate or not. I ran and ran, tearing through the tall grass of the fields that stretched out from Madwich. I ran until I slid on gravel, and I glanced down a long stretch of driveway. The farmhouse. I'd bolted toward it, not even sure what drew me to it. The house was dark when I walked up the front porch and pushed the door in. Empty and cold, a shell of what it used to be. This is how I was going to end up, if I wasn't careful. If I didn't stay in control. This house was the first time my life was turned upside down. At least, turned upside down after my time with Rudarius. The first time I started to realize how much had been kept from me. The first place I sensed a connection to Draven. If I'd known then the path we were going down, I would have stopped us both. I would have let him kill me and be done with it. Now, he was going to be dragged down with me, no matter what the outcome, because we weren't going to come out of this war unscathed. How could we? Warmth brushed across my back, and I turned to find the full moon shining down on me, bright and brilliant in the sky. My hands stretched out at my sides, and I found myself pulling on the dark power burning inside me. I always assumed I could never reach my power without rings, but that was turning out to be wrong. The power within me could have been great, until I was turned into a monster. I had to let it go, or it'd tear me apart. Seneca. My hands closed into fists, and I hunched my shoulders, fighting against the overflow of power wanting to explode outward and destroy everything in its path. You shouldn't be here. The words came out harsh. Draven's steps moved closer. His fingers brushed my shoulder. I flinched away. Don't. It's not safe for you to be out here alone. You've got that all wrong. Just go away, please. He grabbed hold of my shoulder and spun me around. The clench of his jaw told me exactly what he saw. I don't know if I can keep it under control. I don't want to hurt you. Your power? Since we've been back, I keep burying it deeper and deeper. I gasped as the darkness pushed to be set free, setting my teeth on edge as it clawed its way through me. No, not just the darkness. There was an evil side to the power flowing through me, making it unpredictable. Every time I hear Rudarius's voice or see him, I shook my head hard and tore myself away from him. Get out of here before I hurt you, I begged. But he didn't run away. The damned idiot planted his feet. I told you we're in this together. I'm not going anywhere. The power screamed inside me, wanting to lash out and attack in any way it could. With or without rings no longer seemed to matter. I can take it, Draven said. Was he insane? I could kill him. I winced when my hands cramped from being clenched so tightly. He took a step toward me, and I hissed in warning, but he ignored me. He took another, and another. My fist flew without my having a chance to realize what I was doing. It connected with his face. Shadows seeping from my skin added to the hit. Draven staggered backward, blood on his lip. He wiped it away with his thumb, and I waited for him to leave, to take off. For him to get angry. He raised his hand and motioned for me to come at him again. We're not doing this. I backed up. He followed, mirroring every step I tried to take to get away. Then you're going to have fun explaining the shiner you're about to get. He blurred to my right. I reacted on instinct, blocking the hit aimed at my face. He came at me again. I snarled, swiping my leg out for his feet. He dodged back in time to miss the attack and spun around me, coming in on my weak side. That's not all you've got. Come on, Seneca, show me who you are. I was about to tell him this wasn't going to do anything but get him hurt, except I mistimed a block and his fist collided with my nose. His kick hit me solidly in the chest. I flew backward into the wall, cracking the sheetrock. The monster inside me lunged forward as I snarled and fell into the offensive. The bit of rational thought I clung to disappeared. All that was left was the darkness that swirled with the evil Rudarius had planted inside me, the whispers inside my head. Draven's eyes glimmered as shadows surrounded me like a cloak, waiting for the right moment to attack. I saw him, saw the vampire who held my heart, but there was no pulling the power back. With a sound like a wild animal, I threw myself at him, clawing and punching at his face. He blocked most of the hits, but grunted in pain when I connected with his jaw, then spun around and kicked him in the back. He hissed viciously as I came at him again and again, the shadows breaking away from me and adding to the chaos. It was like it was when I drained that shifter all over again. I saw nothing but a target to be eliminated. We tore through the house, crashing through walls and doorframes as if they were tissue paper. The walls buckled. Ceilings and floors gave way, but the fight went on. Draven held his own against my wrath. He caught my wrist and twisted my arm back as I spewed curses. "Control it," he instructed sternly. "Don't let it consume you." I threw my head back into his. He released me. My fist found his stomach, and I slammed into him 3 times until he managed to block my attack and kick my leg out from under me. I rolled back to my feet and jumped high into the air, my fist crashing into his shoulder. He sank to the floor, then dove to the side as the shadows followed. There was no beginning or end to the power inside me. My anger drove it, my hatred of Rudarius, my fears and uncertainties. I sensed myself slipping further away, even though Draven's blue eyes never showed a single hint of fear at what I was. If I'd had rings, I might have already hurt him worse than I already had, but there was no sign he cared what happened to him. The power surged through my mind and said I shouldn't care either. He was nothing but another vampire. Just someone else who would betray me in the end. My musings distracted me, and he wrapped me up in his arms from behind, holding me to his chest. "You're not controlling it. This power is yours, Seneca, tainted or not, it's yours." I screamed as the power exploded outward, clearly disagreeing with his words. The force of the blast sent him through a wall. He rolled head over heels onto the gravel drive. I sprinted outside and stood over him. My breaths came quick, and the shadows swiftly shifted and reformed themselves into a stake in my hand. Draven made no move to save himself. He stayed there on his back, looking up at me, arms spread out by his sides. "If you can't control your power now, there's no point," he whispered. "Choice is yours, Seneca. Who are you going to choose to be? The monster Rudarius claims you to be? Or something so much greater? Choose." My hand shook as I held the stake over his chest. Whispers inside my head told me to kill him. The stake inched closer to his chest. His eyes never wavered from mine. The whispers turned deafening, but through the din I heard another sound. Laughter. Mine and Draven's. I shut my eyes and I saw us together, laughing and kissing. I saw us fighting side by side against vampires. Saw him risk his life to get me out of Otherworld when Rudarius attacked and nearly succeeded in getting to me. No, Rudarius had succeeded. The whispers inside my head changed instantly, and it was only Rudarius in my thoughts, pushing me to kill Draven. Buried deep was another voice, screaming to be heard through the din. My voice, my true power, desperate to reach me. I focused on it, and one by one the others fell away until they were nothing. I opened my eyes, flinching in horror to find myself holding a stake to Draven's chest. The shadows shattered, and I fell back to the ground, gasping for air like I was drowning. He sighed in relief, and then he was there, wrapping his arms around me, thanking the gods. I shoved at his chest hard and was ready to smack him. "What the hell were you thinking? I could have killed you. Had to prove a point." "What point?" "That I'm officially psychotic. That I'm dangerous?" He had the nerve to grin as he shoved my hair from my face, then kissed me. "That you're stronger than Rudarius, and what he did to you. That you can control what's inside you." I shoved him again, and he laughed. Then I grabbed his shirt and tugged him closer. I didn't stop kissing him until the house behind us collapsed in on itself with a loud crash. I cringed. Draven smiled at the sight. "Feel better at least?" "Yeah, actually. aside from the fact I nearly staked you. But you didn't. He took my hand and wove his fingers through mine. If there is a forge that can make the rings, that power will be formidable against Rudarius. Maybe it can help silence his influence for good. We have to find it, and you need to start believing in yourself. If you could stop yourself from killing me now, you won't turn later. How can you sound so certain? I'm not giving myself any other option. I looked at him blankly. That's the big secret? Yeah, and it's going to work. He groaned. Damn woman, I'm going to be feeling those hits for a week. That's what you get for being old, I teased. He leaned into my side as we limped away from the farmhouse and toward the field. The fight did let me release some pent-up anger. The heavy presence that had weighed on me dissipated, and it was only me inside my head. When we reached the cottage, we were laughing and talking about the fight. Macron and the others waited for us in the garden. What the hell happened to you two? Shane blurted out. Did you go beat the shit out of each other? Essentially, I admitted. Draven kissed the top of my head. We're both fine. I pulled away from him and stood in front of Macron. I owe you an apology. No, you don't, he said sternly. I should have told you the truth. You deserved as much. I thought to protect you. I'm sorry, Seneca. I hugged him. There was no point in holding on to grudges. I wished he'd told me years ago there were more Phi like me, or mostly like me. Told me the truth about my parents and everything else, but I knew now. That's what mattered because now was the time to fight. We're going with you to find the forge, I told him as I let him go. I'm afraid you can't. Or at least, not the two of you together. Macron gave Draven a reluctant frown. This is Seneca's quest. She and I must take it alone. No, I'm not letting her go to some realm filled with monsters, he argued. And what happens if we end up trapped? Or worse? Macron challenged. Draven, you need to stay here and continue finding your coven. You need to unite the vampires. Rudarius is going to come, whether Seneca has the rings or not. You have to be ready for him. I grabbed Draven's hand and squeezed. He's right. I don't like the idea of you going alone. I don't either, but we don't have a choice. Stay positive, remember? I'll come back with the rings, and you'll have an army ready and waiting. Right? His lips thinned until I kissed them. He winced. I grimaced. Sorry. Guess we should get cleaned up, Sun will be up soon anyway. Time to turn in for the night. Macron? Do you need anything else from me? No, you two should get some rest. We'll prepare and leave in 2 days. Draven and I were covered in scrapes and bruises, blood, dirt, and dust. He scooted me into the bathroom first, and after one more lingering kiss, he pulled the door shut to give me some privacy. I studied my reflection carefully as the water in the shower heated. The shadows were there, intermixed with the green, but this time there were no whispers in my head. Nothing from Rudarius. I wasn't sure how long this clarity would last. Just hoped it would be long enough for me to find this forge and make the rings that were starting to sound like my only saving grace.
Chapter 4. Draven. As soon as the water turned on in the shower, I exited the bedroom, only to come face to face with Macron. He didn't look very happy about how Seneca and I had returned to the house, or the condition we returned in, I fathomed. He opened his mouth, probably to lecture me. I beat him to the punch. She used her power without rings. Twice now, actually. Macron's frown deepened. How do you mean? I mean when she let off some pent-up anger caused by Rudarius, she manifested shadows and there was whispering in her mind to kill me. How is that possible? We've seen traces of them before. In her eyes and flickering around her fingertips. Not like this, I argued. Rudarius's taint is influencing her magic, making her dangerous. I paused to listen for her, but the water was still running, and I hadn't heard a door open. She had a stake to my chest, ready to off me because of the darkness inside her. Are you sure these rings will be enough to stop him from turning her against us? There's no other option. If the rings don't work, I'm not sure what else will. I moved further away from the bedroom and leaned against the kitchen counter. Helena and the others were outside in the garden, talking. Seneca had pushed Rudarius back this time. But it took nearly killing me to do so. Could she do it again? Macron might be strong, but if I sent him off alone with an unstable Seneca to whatever shadow realm they were about to venture into, what would happen if Rudarius reached her there? What if he made her kill Macron? She'd never forgive herself. These rings. How will they work? As normal Fae rings, I would assume. But she's not normal. Macron drummed his fingers on the countertop. No, she's not. The rings are meant to help channel a Fae's magic, help them use it, but if the shadows are presenting themselves without the rings. He trailed off, not needing to say whatever else was on his mind. If Seneca didn't need rings now, then when she did have them, she could become unstoppable. Which left the same question I'd been asking myself, as much as I hated to admit it. Would she be able to stay strong and listen only to herself, or would Rudarius shift her allegiances before this war was over? Would his taint win the internal fight she was constantly facing in her mind? You should get some rest, Macron suggested. No. Can't sleep now. There's not much of the night left. Afraid you can't take a walk to clear your head? He patted me on the shoulder, but I could tell it wasn't me he was so worried about. Seneca was my heart and soul, but she was like a daughter to Macron. That much was easy enough to see. If only he was her father, then maybe none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have been turned by the most vile vampire to ever walk the earth. One bent on destroying all those who stood against him, and ruling over whatever heap of rubble remained when the war ended. Macron left to speak with Helena as Shane stomped inside to crash on the couch. Don't forget to pull the shades, I said as he passed by. You sure you're all right? The two of you, I mean? The wounds Seneca inflicted against me were healing, and would be gone in another hour or so. We don't have a choice. No time to lose it. Thought that's what she just did. I pushed her. I had to. Rudarius is getting inside of her head. She has to figure out a way to fight back and stop letting him take control. At what cost? Any cost, I replied without hesitation. Shane hissed under his breath. I glared. What? I know you love her, but we need you to lead the vampires alongside Marley and the Fae. If you're not alive to do that, who do you think they're going to listen to? Not me. And not a freaking Fae prince, he muttered quietly as he glanced nervously at the bedroom door as if Seneca was suddenly going to walk out. Once we find the surviving members of your coven, you have to be alive to take them and unite the rest to stand against Rudarius, or we won't stand a chance. And you want me to what? Let Seneca die. I can't stand by while you put your life at risk, Shane explained. I like her, I do, but she's too much of a liability and you're too blind to see it. Not so long ago, I recall you encouraging us to be together. He shrugged. That was before we found out what she is. What if you can't save her? What if she turns on us and wipes out half our army for Rudarius? My hand was around Shane's throat in a blur, and I slammed him into the kitchen wall. He held my gaze steadily and didn't fight back as I hissed and snarled in his face. I will save her. Rudarius will not claim her, and she will not become our enemy. And you'll not lay a hand on her. Understand me? A shudder raced over his body as he gnashed his teeth but had to obey. I understand, Master. Ever since Rudarius took over my coven, I swore I would never have any vampires call me Master. That I wouldn't be like him. Yet, look at what I was doing. I released Shane and backed away in a hurry. Shane, I'm sorry. You are my friend, a good friend. I don't want that to change, but we can't defeat Rudarius without Seneca. How do you know? He already seemed to have put my outburst behind him, one of the many reasons I had turned him in the first place. His ability to adapt and forget. To focus only on what was important. I just do. We have no way to know if he destroyed his Fey rings or if he still has them. But he does have the mages and seers, and whoever else possesses magic that's connected to that bloody totem. How are we supposed to stand against an army of vampires bearing rings if we don't have something just as strong or stronger? I didn't see us defeating Rudarius without Seneca by our side. Not that I wanted to leave her somewhere or face her on the battlefield. I told Shane to get some sleep, and we'd talk about it later. Back in the bedroom, I took off my shoes and t-shirt, then lay down in bed waiting for Seneca to leave the bathroom. When she finally did, she smiled when she found me waiting for her. I held out my hand and she took it, sitting with her back to me so I could braid her wet hair. Once it was finished, she snuggled against my side as she had every night since we came back from Otherworld. I rested my cheek atop her head, breathing her in, the subtle scent of oranges teasing my nose. She was warm, and I drew her in as close as I could. "Draven? You need to sleep," I whispered. "I know, but I don't think I can." "Yes, you can." I kissed her temple, and listened to the steady beating of her heart. "I'm scared," she said on a breath. Her admission made my eyes open. I wondered if I should keep lying to her, or tell her the truth. But she would be heading out with Macron soon enough, and she needed to be clear-headed, not worrying about what I thought. "Everything will work out the way it's supposed to. You'll see. Sleep, Seneca. It's been a rough night." "It's always a rough night," she mumbled sadly. As she drifted off, I cursed fate for making me nothing except a lowly vampire. I had no power to take away the seed of evil Rudarius planted inside her, or make it easier for her to control her wayward power, or to simply snap my fingers and turn back time and make it so the Fey kingdoms never fell, so Rudarius never laid his hands on her, hurt her as he did. In the tank top she wore to bed, her scars were visible from where her wings used to be. My fingers hovered over the knotted skin. If only I had the power to bring her wings back too. All I could do was find the rest of the Bleeding Crown vampires and unite the covens. I hissed quietly. Shane was correct. No one else could lead the army against Rudarius except me. I had to have faith Seneca would remain strong. There were no other options, at least none I was willing to entertain. Seneca slept on after the sun had set low enough in the sky for me and Shane to leave the cottage and make the trek into Madwich again. We sat at the same table, waiting for the vampire Shane promised was going to show up at some point. The one who would take me to my missing coven members. All the while my mind was with Seneca. She hadn't awakened with nightmares and looked peaceful when I left her behind. But soon Macron and she would be leaving this realm for another, and I would be staying behind. I was letting her go without me. "He's here." Shane punched me in the arm. I righted in my chair. A blonde-haired vampire stood at the bar across the room, his back to us. He wore a brown leather jacket, jeans and muddy boots. "You're sure?" "Trust me. Let's go." As we stood and walked to the bar, I searched for Marley and the three Fey brothers. Only one was there tonight, Ash. He and Marley appeared to be having a heated discussion, but whatever they talked about would have to wait. If this vampire could give me a lead on my coven, I had to hear it. Decide if it was true. We stood behind the vampire and Shane cleared his throat. The vampire set his glass of blood down and turned to face us. From so far away I hadn't been able to see his full face. Now as we looked at each other, I was sure my heart gave a beat in my chest. "Nathaniel." "My lord," he whispered, then sank to one knee. Or tried to. I caught him and pulled him into an embrace instead. He hesitated for a split second, then hugged me back just as fiercely. "I never thought to see you again." "Or I you. How did you make it out of there?" "I nearly didn't. Ended up staked, but it missed my heart by a hair. I was pulled out of there by the others who survived and fled Otherworld." His smile faltered, and he lowered his head as he crossed his arms over his chest. "I failed you. Failed your father. He died. And as for you, I let the enemy take you from us. His face wore more than just guilt. Scars from that gruesome battle had been carved into his forehead and cheeks. His once handsome features were now marred. All I could ease was his guilt. No one could have saved my father that night. I squeezed his shoulders, not yet believing this was real. Come on, let's sit down and have a drink. We have much to talk about. And you've already met my friend, Shane. Nathaniel shook Shane's hand with a nod. The moment I heard someone asking about the bleeding crown, I feared it was Rudarius, ready to hunt the rest of us down. I'm thankful I decided to come back and discover I was wrong. Rudarius is currently trapped within Otherworld, I explained as we took our seats. How? Shane and I exchanged a glance. It came at a great cost, but that means we have time, a very limited amount of time to make ready for his next move. Nathaniel's eyes shimmered red in the dim lighting of the bar. I would very much like to get revenge. After we fell, I'd heard you turned into another one of his lackeys. That you became one of his most trusted men. I could have lied and said it was all false, but what was the point? I needed my coven to trust that I was me, and not Rudarius's puppet. Not anymore. I did what I had to survive. There are many days I regret the blood I spilled. I glared pointedly at the table, remembering those days in the dark dungeon. Remembering Rudarius's laughing, as he enjoyed seeing me suffer day after day. I convinced him he could trust me, and it gave me a chance to escape. As happy as I am that you have, we can't stand against Rudarius. Nathaniel leaned in closer, whispering, rumors are spreading the Fey kingdoms have fallen. They have. His army has grown, and he's found a way to use Fey magic along with the mages. Great. So not only is he going to outnumber us, but he has magic now. He and some of his army, Shane added, and I glowered at him. What? If you're going to give him the bad news, might as well do it all at once. Nathaniel was looking less and less pleased to have run into me. Any other bad news? No, I think that might cover it. I kicked Shane under the table to stop him from saying anything else, and he winced. Look, I know we're up against terrible odds, but if we don't stop Rudarius, he's going to destroy everything in his wake. He's already allying himself with pacts in Otherworld, and several witch covens. As soon as he's free to leave Otherworld, he'll either attack Valesk, or he'll come here. We have to stop him. The silence stretched on at our table, as the others in the bar carried on as if impending doom was not on their doorstep. Nathaniel finally shook his head, as he picked at a splinter at the edge of the table. When we escaped Otherworld after I healed, those who survived turned to me to keep them safe. To ensure they survived, the other covens turned us away. They feared Rudarius would hunt us down one by one, and they didn't want death knocking on their doors. Nathaniel, I started. He shook his head. You were dealing with your own troubles. Don't blame yourself for what we went through. But if you come with me to see the rest of your coven, and bring them messages of war, not all of them are going to be so eager to listen. And if we told them we have a secret weapon, shit. What was that one for? Shane held the leg I just kicked as Nathaniel frowned. What secret weapon? It's not a secret weapon. She's a person, and we're not sure if this plan of ours is even going to work, I explained, shaking my head at Shane. A person? How much did I want him to know? Nathaniel had grown harder and more serious since the coven fell, but looking in his eyes I could see he was the same vampire my father had trusted. The same one who stood by my side for decades. I had faith in him, but when it came to Seneca, telling him anything about her gave me pause. As much as I hate my time spent with that monster, I said slowly, choosing my words, it led me to meet someone who could turn the tide of this war in our favor. But we're not 100% certain of anything yet. And again, I'm asking you who this person is? She's a vampire, I replied. And a fae. Nathaniel said nothing, then burst out laughing. That's a good one. Nice to know you still have a sense of humor. I rubbed the back of my neck as Shane shook his head. Wait, Nathaniel muttered, his laughter cutting off instantly. You're serious? How is that possible? The vampire would die. There's never been a fae and a vampire. Years of torture at the hands of Rudarius made it possible. My hands curled into fists on my thighs, and when both vampires gave me a worried look, I realized I was hissing viciously. Sorry. Touchy subject. I can tell. This hybrid, she means a lot to you. You could say that, yes? Nathaniel's smile returned with a whole new meaning behind it. I see. Meaning what? I've known you a long time, Draven. Never seen that look on your face until now. You love this woman, don't you? Shane was nodding, without even giving me a chance to answer. He and I were going to have a very long talk when we returned to the cottage. I do, but the situation is complicated. There's much we need to talk about, but I'm not willing to do that unless you're going to take me to my coven. Like how she's your secret weapon. What can a hybrid do to help? When she's a dark fae and apparently a long-lost royal to a forgotten kingdom, she can do many things, I told him, giving in a little. Please, I'll tell you everything, but we're too exposed here. I rattled off the address for Seneca's cottage and told him to meet me there tomorrow night. I'll tell you everything I can, as long as you promise to take me to where my people are hiding. He held out his hand for mine, and I shook it. Deal. But like I said, your people might not be the willing army you're hoping to find. Leave the army to me. We're busy gathering the Fae to our cause too. The Fae? How? With me. Marley approached our table, Ash behind him. Meet you boys back at the cottage. Ash is joining his brothers, and I'll be heading out there tomorrow. He bowed his head to Nathaniel in greeting. Prince Marley at your service. He raised his one arm, then smiled at me and lowered it, saluting us with his other hand instead. One of these days, Draven, you and I are going to go a few rounds. He left the bar with Ash. Nathaniel turned his curious gaze to me. I take it you're responsible for his missing hand? I am. It's a long story. One I'll be happy to hear tomorrow night. It's good to see you alive, my lord, he said as he stood. I'll be there. I watched him leave. My optimism that had waned early this morning was coming back. This is a good sign, Shane said, as if reading my mind. I had no idea who he was. You must feel extremely hopeful now. Getting there. Then I told Shane I was going back to the cottage. He informed me he was going to stick around for a while longer. He mentioned something about it being cramped in the cabin, but I saw him eyeing a witch from across the room. Just make sure you get your ass back to the cottage before dawn. He waved me off, and I exited the bar. Madwitch wasn't terribly busy. The few people I passed paid no attention to me. As always, I kept a wary eye all the same. Rudarius might not be able to get through the veil, but he had plenty of vampires on this side to do his dirty work. If he could reach Seneca, he could reach them. He was probably giving them orders. For all we knew, there was an army making ready to attack Madwitch any second now. The sooner we left, the safer these people would be. When I reached the cottage, I walked around the side, drawn to a familiar presence in the back. Seneca was elbow deep in another flower bed, the orbs hovering close by to give her extra light. They were calm colors tonight, a good sign. I didn't say anything, just knelt in the grass beside her and worked on a bunch of thorny bushes cropping up amongst the rose bushes. It'd be cold soon enough, and her garden would look dead, just as every other garden in winter did. This wasn't about the garden though, and I knew it. This was about Seneca holding on to something real, doing something real. We worked in silence until she yanked a stubborn root out of the ground and flung dirt everywhere. I sputtered as some went in my mouth and quirked an eyebrow at her. She smiled as she tossed the weed aside, then scooted closer and kissed me. It didn't last long, and she pulled back laughing and wiping dirt from her mouth. I laughed with her, then pulled her into my arms and kissed her again. Holding her was enough to chase away my quickly darkening mood since meeting with Nathaniel. As happy as I was about finding an ally, his visit tomorrow would bring the stark reality of how dire our fight against Rudarius was. Seneca pushed me to the grass and looked at me intently. What's bothering you? She brushed my hair from my forehead as she asked, then worked at the worry lines there. Tonight with Shane not go well? Marley said everything with the Fae is going well. He's setting out tomorrow to join them. We're going to have a vampire swinging by tomorrow night. And? He's from my coven. She grinned. That's a good thing, right? She tilted her head, then let her full weight lay on me as she came as close as she could. Why are you acting like this is bad news? Is it? Did he say there's no one left? The opposite, actually. The vampire Nathaniel, is one of my most trusted men. He helped the others survive when the covens turned their backs on them. I'm still not seeing how this is bad news. He's coming here tomorrow night to get the full story, I told her as I wove our fingers together. Meaning what happened to me. And your part in all of it. He mentioned my people wouldn't be too keen on what I have to say, as far as making a stand against Rudarius. But he'll take you to the rest of your coven, if you tell him everything. Yes, I replied slowly. Are you sure you're all right with this? Not like you're going to tell him about me the way my father did. I think I'll live. I hissed in remembrance of that moment until Seneca kissed me soundly, and I all but forgot it. Wrapping her in my arms, I rolled us over in the grass, content to stay out here in the garden, lying in the grass until sunup. The orbs moved in closer as the night wind turned chilly. Colder weather was coming soon enough. Seneca shivered, and I helped her up, draping an arm around her shoulders as we walked to the cottage. Everything will work out, she said after we told everyone good night and were alone again in her room. Now look who's being all positive. You're a good influence. She yawned, stretching her arms over her head. I slept all freaking day. No idea why I'm tired. I was about to tease her, but when she spun around and faced me, the words died on my lips. Forcing my smile to remain in place, I watched her as she found her sleep clothes, then said she was going to take a quick shower to try and wake up. When the door clicked closed, I sank onto the bed, holding a hand to my face. The shadows were there, lingering in her eyes. She needed the rings for more than one reason, it seemed. Her magic, it had to be draining her somehow, making her weak. Vulnerable. And I was about to send her off with Macron into an unknown realm with who knew what kind of dangers. I was going to watch them leave just like that. If I tried to stop her, she'd be pissed. If I tried to go with her, she'd get suspicious, then get pissed anyway. Warning Macron was all I could do. Then I'd prepare for tomorrow night and Nathaniel's visit. I never thought I'd be nervous to see that vampire again, but damned if I wasn't terrified about his hearing my story and deciding it was in my coven's best interest not to be found.
Chapter 5. Seneca. I shut my eyes, soaking in the rays of the late afternoon sun. Though it was warm for a fall day, I had a heavy sweater on and was ready to grab another one to chase away the weird chill seeping into my bones. I hadn't told Draven about it. There was enough going on in his head now. He didn't need to worry more. I woke up tired after sleeping for way too long again. Draven had been snuggled close when I opened my eyes afternoon. Trying not to wake him, I quietly snuck out here. Helena and Minnie were preparing for Macron and me to leave first thing tomorrow evening. I asked them both what this lost kingdom was like, but they told me nothing. Said I had to see it for myself. Marley had set out already to join Ash. I told him to be careful as I hugged him goodbye, not something I expected to do to my brother anytime soon. But there was a high chance I wasn't coming back alive. He'd seemed as surprised as I was at my show of affection, and I told him not to get used to it. He'd laughed and left. Lark had gone with him. My crowded cottage was going to stand empty soon enough, all except for Helena and Minnie. I had a feeling those two should not be left alone, but someone needed to look after the place. Someone was watching me. I tensed, knowing immediately it wasn't Draven. This was a glare. The sun was out. I was going to rule out vampires, but with the amount of power Rudarius took from the 5 rings, I suppose there was a chance they were here. With no weapons, I summoned the shadows to my hand, ready to attack, when a voice I never thought I'd hear again called my name. Seneca, just want to talk. Owen. My ex-boyfriend. He stood on the other side of the fence, and as I turned to face him, his eyes widened and he stepped backward. What do you want? What is that? He demanded, ignoring my question. What is what? He pointed at my hands where the shadows wrapped around my palms and up my arms. What has he done to you? That damned vampire, I knew this would happen. He's corrupted you, hasn't he? I considered taking his legs out from under him and making him fall on his ass. As much fun as that would be, Owen and I had spent a good few years together. I shouldn't do that. I let the shadows fall away and held up my empty hands. You've missed a lot. Draven didn't do this to me. I hope he's dead then, he spat. I hissed and charged the fence, not crossing it. Don't you dare talk about him. Don't. His eyes searched my face as if trying to convince himself I was under some enchantment. His jaw clenched and his hands curled at his sides. What's happened to you? He whispered. As I said, you've missed a lot. What are you doing here? The debate whether to stay or leave was evident in his eyes. Then he threw his shoulders back and held my glare with one of his own. Someone said they saw you around Madwich. I wanted to come and see for myself if you were back, and if you could explain to me why no one is able to reach Otherworld. And why would I know anything about that? Because I saw you leave that night with the Fae and the vampires, he shot back furiously. Don't lie to me. I tilted my head as I studied him. How do you know where I went that night? His eyes flickered away for a second. I was so close to decking him. You stayed and spied on us. Really? Well, you're an asshole. I couldn't trust leaving you alone with them. Right. So instead you let my brother drag us all into Otherworld, where we were almost killed by Rudarius. Thanks, that's great, really great, I rambled on. He shook his head, looked horrified. Wait, Rudarius? What the hell happened? Now you're worried? That's nice, but it's a bit late. He came closer to the fence, but jerked himself away as if reminding himself how it ended between us. If only he knew the whole story. Shit, I couldn't wait to see his face when he realized I was with Draven. With. In the beginning, I might have felt guilty about shoving Owen aside, but not anymore. What we had wasn't real, and it only would have dragged him down in the end. Trying to save me. Fix me. My anger slipped away slightly, not to be replaced by guilt but sympathy. He could never understand what I went through or was still going through. I was damn certain he couldn't accept what I was about to become either, even if it meant sending Rudarius to a permanent grave. Look, I'm sorry for what I did to you, I said, not really wanting to be the bigger person, but we had larger issues than mine and Owen's past relationship. But I don't have time to stand here and argue with you. Not when Rudarius is on the warpath. He let out a heavy breath and crossed his arms, but some of the anger slipped from his face. All we're getting are rumors the 5 kingdoms fell. You were there. I was. Saw it all, including his army. He's using 5 magic, along with the mages he managed to capture. And he sealed himself in Otherworld? No, we did that when we escaped as the last kingdom fell, I explained. There was no other choice. We need time to build an army to fight back. And to find new 5 rings, but I wasn't in the mood to share every bit of information with Owen yet. Including the part about it being Rudarius who turned me. And that I was technically the heir to some lost 5 kingdom. My head throbbed, and I wished he could have waited another day to show up. I might have been gone by then. Valesk has been in an uproar for days. The demons we have in Otherworld can't get out. We've had minimal communication through magical means, but even those have cut off. And it's all because of you. He accused. Not like I had a choice. Rudarius was going to take me if we didn't force him to remain behind. Valesk. The demon realm in Otherworld. So my kin and all the other demons in Valesk were left as collateral? Do you have any idea how many Phi are already dead or captured now? I hissed as I said it, marching up to the fence now, putting him in hitting range. Don't you dare stand there and give me some guilt trip because your demons are trapped with that monster. Maybe it's time the other races see exactly what being a guest of Rudarius means. He snarled in reply. This isn't you talking. It can't be. His eyes narrowed then widened. You've changed. There's darkness in your eyes. There was always darkness there. You just couldn't see it. Didn't want to. Seneca, he whispered, but whatever he meant to say next was drowned out by a growl. You. The sun had set enough, and without turning, I knew who stood directly behind me. His presence was an instant comfort, and I leaned into Draven's chest as he placed a hand on my shoulder. Owen's eyes followed our actions, and he snarled even louder. You're with him now? Yes, she is. Problem? Draven moved to place himself between us, but I stopped him with a subtle shake of my head. Why are you here, demon? I came to see Seneca. Now I realize I'm too late. For what? To save her from your clutches. Owen and Draven stared each other down as I rolled my eyes. You've turned her. For the last time, I haven't been turned, you idiot, I snapped. Neither glanced my way. Her true nature has finally been revealed, nothing more, Draven explained. If you didn't have your head up your ass the whole time you were together, you might have noticed a few things about her. I know everything about her. Do you now? I highly doubt that. All right, I yelled, and this time shoved myself between them, pushing back on their chests. Enough. We don't have time for you two to have a pissing contest. Back off now, or I'll make you back off. Draven did as I asked, but Owen took longer. I can't believe you're with him. You and I weren't meant for each other, and you know it. I was growing tired of this argument. Get over it and move on. Rudarius isn't going to stay in Otherworld for long. We need an army to face him. You have to talk with the demons. Talk to your ambassador. We'll need their help. I will not fight beside this villain. Villain am I? Draven mused. This villain fought alongside the Phi when Rudarius unleashed the full might of his army. When he tried to steal away Seneca to stop him from making her his bride. This villain spilled blood and nearly died trying to bring that bastard down. You still want to call me a villain? Owen swallowed hard. Bride? Is he telling the truth? He is. I shifted on my feet. How bad would it look if I ran inside to hide? Why does Rudarius want you back this badly? Seneca? Because he's the one who turned me. The outburst made the pain in my head explode, but Owen had pushed as he always did and the dam burst. He turned me because of what I am, what I truly am. Something you wouldn't even think to question, because you assumed I was like every other Phi. Well, I'm not. So get over it and stuff your damn pride. Rudarius is coming. Are you and the demons going to help us fight him, or not? I was breathing heavy when I finished ranting. Draven looked ready to grab hold of me, as if I was going to throw myself at Owen. I wasn't, though the temptation to scare the piss out of him was still there. Owen lowered his gaze, and I waited for him to say he would help us. But then he lifted his head and frowned. No. Great, then when Rudarius kills everyone else, the demons can stand against him alone, I muttered darkly. Good luck with that. Seneca, wait. I need to know what's going on here. Why? Why should I tell you when you refuse to help us? He will help us, Macron yelled as he exited the cottage and marched to the fence. And I thought Owen's eyes couldn't get any bigger. Macron? Yes, I'm here and I'm alive. And you will take a message to the ambassador, Macron ordered. Understand? You're working with him? He pointed at Draven, who simply hissed. I am working with anyone who stands against Rudarius. As should you. He held out an envelope, magically sealed from the essence it emitted. You will hand this directly to him, and tell him time is of the essence. Rudarius will not be kept at bay for long. Prince Marley is gathering all the fi he can. Draven is seeking out those of his lost coven. Owen hesitated, but took the envelope. And what of you? He asked, looking at me. We have other plans that I cannot share with you, Macron answered for me. I suggest you get a move on. The ambassador cannot wait for that message. He nodded, then looked to me. Seneca. I walked away, not wanting to hear anything else he had to say. I should have asked him about Lexi. I hadn't seen her since being back, but it was for the best. I'd been trouble for her before. Now I'd be a death sentence if I got too close. She was a strong kid. She could take care of herself. I didn't go inside. Just wandered the far end of the garden, making note of the beds that needed to be taken care of before winter set in. Draven, Macron, and Owen continued talking for a couple more minutes, not that I was listening. I closed my eyes against the purplish rays of the setting sun, barely peeking above the horizon. The chill returned to my bones, and I shivered as if the temperature had dropped 50 degrees. He's gone. Draven reached for my hand. Good. You all right? Peachy. I squeezed his hand. Mind giving me a bit of time out here? He didn't reply immediately, then he said he'd be inside speaking with Macron about my trip if I needed him. His hand slipped from mine, and the cold set in even worse than before. I almost turned to follow, but my gut told me to stay where I was. Seeing Owen unsettled me. Or maybe it was his reaction at learning who turned me. Did Macron tell them only about Rudarius's plans in that letter, or go into detail of who I was? Possibly the only person who might be strong enough to stand against Rudarius. My master. Just thinking that word had my stomach twisting in knots. The cold worsened. A whisper brushed across my ears. Seneca, you cannot resist me forever. The hell I can't, I replied aloud. Watch me, asshole. Come now, perhaps we got off on the wrong foot, as they say. You think? You know, torturing me then turning me might have crossed the line. It was all necessary. You will see that in time. Now then, I would like to have a little chat and see your face, my pet. I was about to tell him exactly what he could do instead of our having a chat, but sudden dizziness had me falling to my knees. Only it wasn't grass I landed on. When I opened my eyes, I scrambled backward, looking wildly around. What the hell? Not quite, my pet, Rudarius replied as he entered my field of vision. Simply my home. The room was cozy in a weird medieval way. There were furs on the floor, a sitting area in front of a roaring fire, tapestries covering the walls, and a rather large four-poster bed in the far corner. Where the hell had he brought me? A nightmare, this had to be another nightmare. I pinched my arm, muttering at myself to wake up. I opened my eyes to find Rudarius watching me, a curious look on his face, an amused one even. Where am I? Somewhere you and I can have a nice, relaxing chat. What? You got tired of gnawing on my neck? I smacked the hand he held out to me, and found my feet on my own. He motioned me to one of the winged armchairs, but I ignored him and stormed to the door. I tugged, but it was locked. I was trapped. You can leave after we've had a chance to speak. I assure you that is all I wish to do. Drink? He picked up a decanter and poured a goblet full of blood. I shook my head, not about to drink blood that could have come from who knew who. What do you want? Taking his goblet, he sat in one of the chairs and sipped it casually. As I said, to speak with you. About what? The weather? Or how I'm going to kill you soon enough? Are you now? And how do you plan on doing so, my pet? I ground my teeth and stomped toward him. Stop calling me pet, or you're going to be missing your fangs. Such anger inside you. I must say, as much as it saddens me you were stolen from my clutches, our time apart has certainly changed you into a formidable woman. Full of fire and fight. full of such dark intent. His last words seemed to linger in the air as he raised his brow. Tell me that you truly believe Draven will stay with you once you realize your full potential. Yes, he will. Ah, I see. Love. I backed off, since it didn't seem he was going to try and kill me. Yet, he was inside my head, that's all this was. I was physically in the garden, and this was inside my head. It's the only truth I was willing to accept. I raised my brow. Right. Something you know nothing about. Don't I? What I feel for those I bring into my embrace, they are loved by me. If that's what you want to call it. But I do. What you feel for Draven, it will bring about your end, Seneca. You cannot stand against me and win. Aha. Then why do you look so worried? It was a bluff, but he readjusted his position ever so slightly. Good. He should be worried. I merely do not wish to see you fall, not when you could stand by my side instead and fully embrace who you are. I know who I am, thanks. Ah, so you have learned the truth of your heritage. I wondered when the mage would give in. He set his goblet down, the thud sounding louder than it should have in this room. Then you know you are the last of your kind. I was until you turned me. Now I'm an abomination. Are you? Or have you become stronger because of my impact? I have gifted you with power untapped yet, because Macron and the others hold you back. No, they don't. You're certain of this? If Macron knew the truth, then why did he give you rings that would not work? Why would he not have trained you properly in the ways of Phi magic? Why keep so many secrets if he was not trying to control you? As you are, I challenged. You want me to become your bride. I can think of worse offers. Can't you? His brow arched. I found myself looking at him as the vampire he was, instead of the monster who ruined my life. He appeared no older than Draven. The solid red of his eyes would have frightened normal people away, but not me. They didn't scare me anymore. His cheekbones were high, and his face was handsome in a sophisticated way. Figures. Why couldn't the bad guy look like shit? His blonde hair was loose around his shoulders, and he was dressed in a simple white shirt and black breeches. No fancy adornments or battle armor. No rings. He was simply an attractive man sitting in a chair, waiting for me to answer his question. He rose then and came toward me. I backed away, but there wasn't anywhere to go, so I stopped and let him approach. I know you better than you think, he whispered as he circled around me, picking up a strand of my hair and rubbing it between his fingers. Even before I found you, I knew you felt lost. Alone in this world. They wanted you to become something you never could be. Cast you out for simply being born. And your point is what? I waited for the uneasiness to slam into me, but it never came. What was wrong with me? I should be wanting to run for the door, punch him in the groin. Something. I turned slowly to face him. He had to be doing something to me, but what? Those red eyes held my gaze as he rested his hands on my shoulders. My point is your anger with me is misplaced. I barked a laugh. He shrugged. Most of it. I will admit my desire to see what you could become drove me to cause you more harm than intended. You tore my wings from my back and made me watch as they burned, I commented deprecatingly. Alas, I did, and I beg your forgiveness. All right, that was it. I had to be on something. This was not the Rudarius who tortured me in his dungeon. He couldn't be. An act, that's all this was. An act to make me feel drawn to him. Why? He closed the tiny bit of distance between us. Because you are nothing like anyone else in this world, Seneca. You are powerful, strong, and you deserve to have someone your equal by your side. Draven is nothing but a fool, and he will die a fool. By my hand. Or yours. I hissed fiercely at his words. I'll never hurt him. Won't you? Did you not nearly stake him? He will try to stop you. He should. No, he should not. You never caged the wild animal, for once it breaks free, it will kill all in its path. You belong with me. Deep down, you know it's true. Everything he said resonated deep within my mind. Macron had told me the history of the two Phi kingdoms, of the light and the dark. What if my people were truly guided by a malevolent force? What if the Sauron kingdom was justified in casting them out? Mind entangles over what he was saying. I nearly let myself be swept away by the notion maybe I was better off with Rudarius than I was with Draven. As his name whispered across my mind, warmth exploded inside me. Draven was the vampire I was destined to be with, not Rudarius. You're going to have to try a lot harder to win me to your side. I grinned smugly at the vampire holding me in his grip. You've got some tough competition. He bared his fangs as his eyes glowed red. He is nothing. You sure about that? I am. I merely hope you see the truth yourself before it's too late. I would even kill him for you so his blood would not stain your hands. He glanced around as if hearing someone calling for him. Alas, our time is over. Until our next meeting, my pet. He bent down and I braced for him to bite my neck, but instead he kissed my cheek. The move shocked me so badly, all I did was stand there like an idiot as he walked for the door. The room shimmered, then faded, and I was back in the garden looking into the far-off fields. Seneca? I jumped and uttered a curse, but it was only Draven. He hurried around to cup my face in his hands. Sorry, I was lost in thought is all. You've been out here for a while. You sure you're okay? My hand covered his on my cheek, where seconds ago Rudarius had kissed. I waited for the disgust to kick in, but just like before, there was no twist to my gut. No urge to scrub my face until I bled. He'd gotten inside my head somehow, badly. Seneca, look at me. I'm fine, I whispered, but Draven didn't let me go. Said I'm fine. The words came out harshly. He hissed quietly under his breath. You heard him again. It's nothing. I handled it. Clearly, he muttered sarcastically. You're cold as ice. And your eyes are black. What? I tore away from him and shook my head. It's nothing. I can't hear him anymore. It's over. I'm fine. He didn't move for a solid minute, didn't even shift. You're not going alone with Macron. That is not your decision to make. I squared off against him. Don't be an idiot. I'm not. The woman I love is in danger, and though she claims she's fine, she's not. I am not going to send you off with Macron, alone, while Rudarius is getting inside your head. What did he say this time? More threats? Did he hurt you again? My hand went to my cheek, and his eyes followed the movement. No, he didn't. Then what did he do? He talked. Draven scoffed. He talked to you, that's it. Was it a nice conversation then? Did he offer you a glass of blood to go with it? Actually, yeah. Wait, what? He grabbed hold of my arm so hard I winced, and he loosened his grip. Not that I blamed him. I was still trying to understand what I sat through. Tell me exactly what happened. What did he talk to you about? Nothing important. Just more of the usual, except he was playing nice this time. I don't believe you. It's true. He threatened you again, no surprise there, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, that was a total lie, but if I told him word for word what Rudarius said to me, he'd tie me to a damned chair until he convinced Macron he had to tag along with us. That couldn't happen. He needed to gather the vampires. However, this meeting with Rudarius did present an interesting opportunity. I think he somehow brought me to him in Otherworld. How? The veil still sealed. I don't know, but while he spoke to me, someone called for him. I didn't hear it, but maybe if I go again, I can pay more attention. Figure out what magic he's using. This could be our chance to get one up on him. His face went completely blank. That should have been my first hint that I'd crossed the threshold of whatever stress Draven could handle. He backed away, hands loose at his sides. You want to talk to him again? See him again? What if I have a chance to see what he's planning? I could trick him into revealing too much. He's the most manipulative bastard I've ever met, and you think you can convince him to tell you his plan? I nodded, and his face remained perfectly blank. My stomach finally twisted in knots, but it had nothing to do with Rudarius. You're not telling me the truth. What did he talk to you about? The question was asked so quietly and calmly, it was like we were talking about anything aside from the murderous psychopath bent on killing us. I took a step away this time. Nothing I'll ever listen to. Seneca, just tell me, he snarled so fiercely it stunned me into silence for a minute. When I found my voice again, the words came out garbled until I took a breath and cleared my throat. He thinks he can convince me to join him. Draven blurred and took me with him inside the cottage. My wrist was in his grip as he dragged me to the living room where Macron sat with Helena and Minnie. Tell them what you just told me. Do it, so you stop looking at me like I'm the crazy one. What's gotten into you, huh? I shouted back. I'm telling you, we have a chance to know what Rudarius is up to, and you don't want to take the risk. It's not worth it. Right. You can risk your life, but I can't risk mine. He threw his hands in the air as he hissed in my face. This is different, and you know it. It's no different than anything else we've done. I stood against him once. And barely survived, he shot back, losing what little control he had over his anger. You think now that I've finally found you, I'm just going to let you do something as reckless as this? As stupid? He wants me, I reminded him, and his lip lifted in disgust. I don't like it either, but it's the truth. If he thinks he's getting to me, then I could get close enough to end this. We might not have to march into war. We could save hundreds of lives. Thousands. I will not trade your life for theirs. I can do this, and you can't tell me not to. You're willing to throw yourself at him in a bloody war, but I'm not allowed to try and take him out without there being an actual battlefield? I laughed bitterly as I realized the other option. Or are you just pissed because you want to be the one to relieve Rudarius of his head? That's not it at all, and if you think so little of me, maybe he's already started to turn you against me. His eyes were filled with such rage and sorrow, I didn't have to ask to know what he was thinking about. The vision I had of him killing me. I'm begging you, don't do this. You survived against him for years, I pointed out, my voice quieter. He's not the one who turned me. He's not inside my head. You won't win against him. He yelled the last, and his words hovered in the air. It was as though he'd punched me in the stomach, knocking the air from my lungs. Minnie and Helena looked horrified, and Macron rose to his feet, moving between us. Seneca, take a breath. Calm down. Why are you telling me to calm down? I said as I pointed an accusing finger at Draven. After everything you told me, that you made me believe, in the end, you still don't actually think I'm enough to defeat him. Admit it. That's not what I meant. You sure about that? You think I want to end up with him? I went for Draven, glaring at Macron to make him move out of the way. I'm doing this for us. To give us a chance to end this with both our lives intact. It's too dangerous. You're unstable. And these rings, we don't even know if they'll help. He reached for my hands, but I drew back. Seneca, please, I can't lose you to him. I won't. I didn't understand. He wanted to risk the future I saw. How could he not see this was a better option? My power was unstable, I couldn't argue with that, but we nearly killed each other in that farmhouse just so he could prove a point, that I was strong. Strong enough even to beat Rudarius. Promise me you won't speak to him again, that you won't talk to him like you just did. Draven took my hands, and this time I didn't pull away. Promise, Seneca. The doorbell rang, but Draven kept hold of my hands. Praying this would not come back to bite me in the ass, that he'd forgive me eventually, I nodded. I promise. His narrowed gaze studied my face closely, but the doorbell rang again. That's probably Nathaniel. Draven reluctantly released my hands. You're sure you don't mind him knowing everything? Not if it helps us in the end. His eye twitched at my words, but he said he'd get the door. I took my place in a chair, avoiding Minnie. She was staring at me. Helena whispered to her, but then Draven answered the door and a vampire entered, with Shane behind him. I hadn't even realized Shane had been missing. From the scowl Draven gave him, it was clear he wasn't supposed to be. Introductions were made briefly, and I spoke only when asked a direct question. Draven pulled off an act that everything between us was perfectly fine. But it wasn't. Not by a long shot. This was going to be a long night, and an even longer morning. Chapter 6. Seneca. You sure you want to leave like this? I glanced over my shoulder at the cottage where Draven slept soundly. Dawn brought cooler weather with it, and bright rays of sunshine he would not be able to step into without burning himself. Yeah, let's get a move on. We have a lost kingdom to find, right? He's simply trying to protect you, after so many of us failed. Don't, I whispered as I checked my daggers to make sure they were firmly sheathed in my boots and my onyx blades at my hips. I said I wouldn't do anything stupid, and I won't. Are we going or what? Draven was under the impression Macron and I weren't heading out until this evening. But I woke up this morning and slipped out of the bedroom. Macron hadn't liked my moving up the timeline, but something in my eyes must have stopped him from arguing with me. The faster we found the kingdom and the forge, the faster I could return to Draven and assure him I was good to go. Besides, it was not like I knew the first thing about reaching out to Rudarius. If he came to me, however, no telling if I could tune him out or not. Macron finished whatever internal argument he was clearly having with himself, and knelt in the grass. As he had when we escaped from Otherworld, he used his finger to trace symbols into the ground. As each one was completed, it glowed with a life of its own. The power pulsed through the ground and hummed beneath my feet. You sure you know how to get to this realm? I asked when he was on the last symbol. Let's hope so. That's not very encouraging. He shrugged. I could be rusty. He finished the final symbol, and the ground within the symbols burst to life with a white glow. Hurry inside. I took Macron's hand, and he pulled me into the circle. The white light pulsed brighter, swallowing us within it. The cottage disappeared, but I heard Draven's yell all the same, shouting for me to wait. A sharp crack deafened me, and then my feet left the grass of my backyard to land on a slick rocky surface. The light faded, and I was left with white spots in my vision as my eyes adjusted to the gray world we landed in. You should have told him we were leaving, Macron commented as he snapped his fingers and a tall onyx staff appeared in his right hand. I drew both of my short swords as a horrible shrieking sounded behind us. How about you not get involved, I muttered. The trees surrounding us were all dead and dried. Fog covered the ground, and a light mist felt cold against my face. At least I thought to wear my long coat. I could hardly see a few yards in any direction. The ground was mostly rock, no sign of living vegetation anywhere. Even breathing was hard as the air was thick. It was not a sensation I enjoyed. We need to move. Macron nodded for me to follow as another shriek came through the fog, this one much closer. Do I want to know what that is? Macron picked up the pace, dodging around trees and boulders covered in blackened burnt moss. Probably not. Do you even know where we're going? I asked, after a solid 10 minutes of jogging through rocky, hilly terrain that appeared to be all the same to me. I was chilled to the bone from the damp there seemed to be no end to. The shrieking beast chasing us had been silent for the last couple of minutes, but it did nothing to make me feel better. Macron? Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? He stopped short, and I slipped in the slick mud and rocky ground, running into him. The only one who can find the kingdom and the forge is someone of that kingdom. That would be you, Seneca. Me? I've never been here before, remember? I argued, annoyed as I shoved past him. Let's find shelter and I'll explain. I gripped my swords harder, and was more than ready to stay where I was until he told me everything, but the shrieking came again, followed by thundering steps. Whatever monster chased us was massive and crashed through the trees easily enough. Macron urged me forward, and I sprinted ahead, ducking under low-hanging branches and jumping over fallen logs as the trees grew closer together. I skidded to a stop as the dead trunks gave way and the ground disappeared. Macron caught hold of my coat and yanked me back in time to stop me from tumbling down into more fog. This way. He shoved me to the right, and we raced along the top of the ridge, then down and around, the beast's pounding steps growing closer and closer. I glanced backward, but there was nothing there at all. Nothing I could see. I heard it though as it screamed at prey getting away. Us. The ridge slipped down lower, and Macron suddenly caught my elbow and yanked me to the right. There was an opening in the rock face, dank, stinking of mold and filled with cobwebs. There was a slight bend, but it dead-ended. We're trapped. Macron stood at the entrance, holding his staff before him. Did you hear me? There's no way out of this cave. The glare he shot me over his shoulder, eyes glowing white, was exactly as I'd seen him the day he rescued me from Rudarius's dungeon. I fell silent and took a step back to give him room. Old words heavy with power fell from his mouth, each one building on the other. Rocks and leaves scattered over the cave entrance as the beast crept closer and closer. I made ready, keeping my power close at hand in case I needed it. A hulking shadow appeared on the ground, and I held my breath, wondering if my heart beat too loudly. It'd find us and kill us. We'd never have a chance to find the forge. When the creature came into view, I bit back a curse at the sheer size of it. I'd call it a wolf, but it was more bear-shaped with sharp, pointed teeth hanging over its bottom lip. Its black and gray fur was mangy and slick from the mist. It rose on its back legs, sniffing the air. The claws on its front paws had to be a foot long easily. It swung its massive head around, yellow eyes looking at me. I froze. Only the attack never came. Its mouth opened wide and it screamed, the sound more human than animal. It was beyond unnerving. Then it turned and lumbered off, shrieking every so often. We should be safe here for a while, Macron announced once it was gone. Illusion enchantment. Amongst other things. I covered our scent, and made the cave entrance appear as solid stone. But it won't last long, not here. Why not? This place is a drain on my magic. I reached deep to find my own well of power ready to go without issue. But not mine. The lost kingdom is here somewhere in this God's forsaken realm. Your connection to it is what keeps you strong while it weakens me. And you didn't tell me this before because? He shrugged and gave me a wry smile I wanted to smack off his face. Didn't want you to worry. That's great. Not only are there giant crazed beasts roaming these woods, you think that somehow I can find the forge, and all the while you're going to be getting weaker. I'm going to have to carry your ass out of this place, aren't I? Only if it takes too long to find the forge. I have faith you'll find it quick enough. Funny, since you had no faith to tell me the truth all those years ago. He rested his staff against the cave wall once we moved as far back as we could. I thought you weren't mad at me for that anymore. I am. I'm mad at you for a lot of shit, but there's no point in bringing it up. Seneca, I kept you from the truth to keep you safe. And like so many others in your life, he went on when I huffed and turned my back on him, I was wrong to do so. You had every right to know what blood runs in your veins. I'm sorry I disappeared on that day, but I can't change the past. All I can do is be here to help ensure you fulfill your destiny. Yeah? And does that include being killed by the vampire I love, because I turn into an evil bitch? He spun me around and glared intently into my eyes. You are not going to turn. Rudarius has messed with powers far beyond his comprehension. He thinks because he turned you into a vampire, that he has a claim on you and your powers. That you belong to him. You don't. You are a royal in your own right. The last of your kind and the strongest. What Briar showed you is merely one of many possibilities. Don't take it to heart. Bit late for that, I whispered as I sheathed my short swords. Whatever. You're right. We don't have time to waste. The forge, how do I find it? Macron waited a couple of beats, then gave in. You need to clear your mind, get into a meditative state and simply feel. Feel? Really? Yes, really. Get as comfortable as you can. Nothing like trying to meditate on cold, hard ground while there was a monstrous beast ready to tear us to pieces roaming outside in the woods. I sank to the ground, crossed my legs, and rested my palms facing upward on my knees. Macron's feet shuffled as he moved back toward the entrance of the cave. I was going to ask him what I should be feeling for, but as soon as I closed my eyes and breathed in deep, the tinge of familiar magic whispered against my ear. The arms on my hair stood on end as I took another breath and let it out, reaching for a magic matching mine. It surrounded me, and I sensed it was woven throughout the very fabric of this realm. My physical body stayed where it was inside the cave, but my mind took a trip and wandered outside. I passed Macron, who was keeping watch over me, his brow bearing more worry lines than I remembered seeing there before. The magic called to me, and I moved easily through the trees, knowing I wouldn't be seen by whatever creatures lurked in the shadows. Eventually, the ground beneath me turned to cobblestones. There was a road running through the woods. I followed it a few more yards, then stopped and looked up. My vision became enhanced, and I was dragged onward without even moving. The road ended at a courtyard made of onyx stones, crumbling and covered in vines, brittle and blackened. Beyond that was what remained of a mighty castle. 3 of the 4 towers had fallen in, and most of the roof appeared to have rotted away. The iron gate that guarded its entrance lay bent and broken on the ground. In the heart of the ruins lay the forge. The fires had gone out long ago, but it was there, and from the looks of it, was perfectly intact. All we had to do was make the treacherous journey through the trees without getting eaten, and we'd make it. I blinked and found myself standing back on the road as if my feet had never moved. I turned, following my path to the cave in my body. Only this time, the trees shifted around me, and the forest shimmered in and out of view. Seneca. I told myself to keep walking. I didn't have time for a chat with Rudarius. I told Draven I wouldn't speak with him again. Yesterday, I thought I'd be willing to go back on that promise. Not now. Macron would get weaker the longer we were here, which meant there was no time to waste. Seneca, come to me, my sweet. We need to talk. Not happening, I muttered with a hiss. Back off. The trees shimmered again, and this time Rudarius's voice was behind me and not inside my head. Why must you always be so brash? His hands rested on my shoulders as he stood behind me. We were back in the same room as before. All right, maybe this wasn't just inside my head. Were we really inside his fortress? I can't see where you are. Curious. What is that old mage up to now? None of your concern. His hands should have had me pulling away, but just as the last time we spoke, their presence didn't bother me. What do you want? Merely to see if you considered my offer yet. You've hardly given me any time. What's the rush? Nervous? I teased, giving him a smile as I glanced over my shoulder. Those red eyes held confusion, then amusement. Perhaps not as much as I was before. Was it really going to be this easy to trick him? At least Draven would never see these conversations, and what I was doing in them. If he ever heard that I'd been flirting with Rudarius, playing along with his scheming, he'd lose it. I haven't decided anything yet. I'm still contemplating removing your head from your shoulders. This time I pulled away from his grasp, the sudden cold throwing me off, but I walked to the chairs and plopped down. His red gaze followed every move I made. You going to stand the whole time? Something has changed in you. I can't decide what it is though. Same simple tainted fi I've always been. His brow arched. I highly doubt that. You are many things, simple is far from one of them. A woman with your beauty, your strength and power could never be reduced to such a word. Thanks, I think. He took the other chair and sat, crossing his legs casually. I sense you have questions. You could say that, but what hope do I have of you answering them honestly? He bowed his head. You have a point, but something tells me you'll be able to tell if I'm lying. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. That is why I wish for us to speak, he said as he motioned his hands around the room. A place we won't be interrupted. A chance to get to know one another. You make it sound as though by the end of these talks, I'm not going to want to kill you. He shrugged. I would much rather have you on my side in this war, Seneca. Seeing you standing with the Phi angered me for many reasons. And they would be what? Because I was kicking your ass. His lip twitched and his smile faltered. Shit. I had meant to be playing nice, not pissing him off. If I recall, you fell to my attack. If not for Draven, you would already be by my side. You'd understand why this war must happen, and why you would do well to join me. Jealousy doesn't suit you well. He licked his lips slowly, eyes calculating. No, I suppose not. It is a bitter pill to swallow, knowing how much he's holding you back. Tell me, how did he react when you told him of our talk? I resituated myself in the chair, not saying a word, but Rudarius's chuckle said I didn't have to. Ah, I see. Keeping secrets from him. My, that does not sound like something you would do if you truly loved him. Sometimes we lie to protect those we love. Yes, if that's what you wish to tell yourself. How has that worked out for everyone who claims to love you? I imagined driving a stake through his heart to stop myself from lunging out of the chair. You can't say I was never honest with you. Oh yeah, you were quite clear what you were after. Until the night you turned me, of course. Sort of dropped the ball there. That was not a lie. You were gone before I recovered. Not part of my plan, I assure you. Then what is your plan, huh? You've destroyed the 5 kingdoms. What's next? He tapped his fingers lazily on the chair arm. That is the question, isn't it? One I would be more than happy to answer for you, if I knew you were to join me. Damn. I guess I figured it wouldn't be that easy. You should be fighting at my side. After all, it was the Phi who banished your people to a horrible, cold and dead world, never to be as they were again. I wiped them out for the sins they committed. And you're going to tell me you did all of that for little old me? I started laughing, but his serious look had me coughing to clear my throat. No. When we spoke on the battlefield in Otherworld, he said as he stood, I meant it when I said I wished to make you my next bride. And not just my next bride, the only one I desire to have by my side for the rest of eternity. Consider what I have done so far as a wedding present. I swallowed hard, unable to move from the chair as he rested his hands on the arms and leaned down, his eyes filling my view. You started this war to what? Impress me? Can you blame me? As I've said before, I pushed far too hard when you first came to me. He lifted a lock of my hair and breathed it in as if he'd missed the scent. But I know how strong you are. Look how much you endured where so many others died. I screamed at myself to stay on track. I was meant to be in control of this conversation, but the bastard turned it around on me. Confused me all over again. He messed with my mind. Nothing he said was right, not even close. You sought revenge, he went on quietly. All your life, you wanted revenge against those who wronged you. But you were held back by those in your life, telling you to deny your true self. That you weren't of the dark. His lips brushed across my forehead, and I gripped the arms of the chair hard enough to break them. That you could be fixed as if something was wrong with the raw fury burning inside your soul. The only one I want revenge against is you. As soon as I said the words, they sounded wrong. Rudarius leaned back far enough to study my face. You are the last of your kind, Seneca. That carries a great weight on your soul. It's not just who you want's revenge. It's your people, every last one who died at the hands of those righteous Sauron. No, I argued, but my voice was weak. The 5 kingdoms have fallen. You can't tell me you won't celebrate to hear your parents are dead? Along with so many others who spurned you, turned their back on you. A bellow of rage exploded outward as I shoved at his chest. He staggered away, and then I was on my feet, going after him. He dodged my hits, blocked others, not seeming concerned at all that I was attacking him. I screamed and cursed, finally landing a punch to his face. And all the bastard did was laugh, as if this was what he wanted all along. Show me who you truly are, Seneca. Show me. Draven will never understand. No one will, except for me. He caught my wrists. I headbutted him, and followed it with a kick to his gut. As I attacked, a voice in the back of my head said I wasn't even pissed at Rudarius. Oh no, I was ticked off at myself for relishing in the news that my parents were dead. After all they put me through in those few days, the news of their demise elated me. And that made me sick with anger. I was not like Rudarius. I wouldn't be. Too late for that, another voice whispered, and I bellowed to drown it out, charging Rudarius with renewed fight. This time, more of my hits landed and he struggled to beat me back. Too bad I had no stakes on me. His impressed smile turned into a snarl, as I punched him in the chest, then followed it up with another blow to his ribcage. I had him on the floor, wailing on him hit after hit with no care for myself or the plan I had formed in my head. Rudarius needed to die. End of story. If he died, all of this would be over. The confusion, the pain, the anger. I could go back to normal. I paused in my beating when Rudarius laughed quietly. One day soon you'll realize you're not the hero of this tale. He spat blood to the side. I'll never join you. I think you already have. It might take days, weeks, but you'll come to me. You won't have a choice. I found my place. With Draven? Tell me, what have you seen of your future with him? His words stopped me from hitting him again. What are you talking about? Briar took many hours to break. But break he did. Rudarius grinned wickedly, blood covering his teeth and lips as he spoke. He told me what he saw of yours and Draven's fate. I let Rudarius fall to the floor, as I scrambled to get away. Shut up. If you wish to avoid such a fate, you would do best to side with me now. Before it's too late. I rushed to the door, but just like last time, it was locked. I had to get away from him. He climbed to his feet and wiped the blood from his face, smoothed back his hair, and fixed his crumpled shirt. Stay away from me. Just leave me alone. Afraid I can't do that. You are mine after all. I screamed at the top of my lungs as my power exploded. I will never be yours, I seethed as shadows swirled around me. He reached for me, but I willed myself to return to my body. Seneca? I had a dagger in hand aimed at Macron's throat as I blinked, confused. Seneca, it's me. You're back in the cave, he said calmly. Mind putting that away? Breathing heavily through my nose, I lowered the blade. I wasn't with Rudarius anymore. My butt was numb and cold. As was the rest of me. I sheathed the dagger, and took the hand he offered to haul me to my feet. My legs were stiff and I groaned as I stretched. How long was I gone? Hours. Macron waved his hand over my face, eyes flashing white in the darkness of the cave. What did you see? I found the castle and the forge within it. What else? I hurried around him to the mouth of the cave, mostly so he wouldn't see my face as I lied. Nothing. Just took me a while to find my way is all. The trail was being interrupted by something. It sounded good enough to me, but when Macron joined me at the entrance to the cave, his intense stare said he was calling me on my bullshit. Let it go, all right? We have a long walk ahead of us. He grabbed my elbow as I made to leave the cave. You saw him again. Don't know what you're talking about. You said to Draven you wouldn't talk to him. What are you doing? I tried to pull away, but Macron's fingers dug in harder, not letting me loose. What has he told you? Nothing I haven't already heard. You're lying. There's something different about you. Tell me what he said. I hissed and I broke free, drawing my short swords and exiting the cave. Doesn't matter. We should get moving. Now. Macron could either stay in the cave or follow. His steps caught up to me fast enough as I searched for the path I found while meditating. The road, once we found the road, would be a straight shot to the castle. The trail I led us on zigzagged through the trees, but thankfully there were no shrieks following us, nor creatures bursting through the trees. Eventually, my boots hit the ground, and I brushed away the leaves to find the road. "We're here," I whispered. "Good. That's good." Macron's voice was weak. When I turned around, he leaned heavily on his staff, eyes drooping. "What's wrong?" "My magic, it's being drained far faster than I anticipated." I sheathed one sword and hoisted his arm over my shoulders. "Can't stand here all day." "Seneca," he uttered, wincing every few steps as if walking hurt him. "Whatever Rudarius tells you, you can't listen to him. Can you just stop talking? You'll make yourself weaker. Nothing he says is the truth." I wanted to believe Macron, but that was a lie. Rudarius had been right when he said he was the only one in my life, aside from Draven, who didn't lie to me. Draven, I sensed, was getting close to that point though, if he could think of something to say that would keep me safe. Sticks cracked behind us. I froze. "Seneca, run." I flinched to hear Rudarius's voice again inside my head. Then it came again louder, the same words repeatedly as more sticks cracked, the sound surrounding us. "Now, Seneca, you must run." Rumbling growls issued from the trees, and I turned slowly, following the noise. Hulking shapes separated from that of the trees and moved closer. 3, no, 4 now. All as large as the first monster who drove us to the cave. "Macron, we have to run," I whispered as we walked backward. "I can't." "Get your ass to the castle, that's an order." "Yeah, I don't take orders from you anymore, old man." I shoved him behind me, ignoring his protests, and drew my second sword. The 4 beasts stomped onto the road, sniffing the air, their claws scraping against the stones, sending up sparks. Rudarius whispered again, but I had no room for anyone else inside my head but me. As the beasts closed in, I shifted my mind toward Draven, hoping he was having a far better day than I was.
Chapter 7. Draven. "You going to hiss like that all the way there?" Shane muttered as we followed Nathaniel into the mountains, following an old gravel road. It had been twisting and turning for the last couple of miles, taking us higher and deeper into the pine trees. Draven, I'm sure she had her reasons. I hissed louder, snarling at him in the darkness. Not even the moon shone its face tonight. Nor did the stars. I sensed Seneca was gone from the bed, and made it to the back door just as Macron and she stepped through the portal he opened. She left without telling me. The only reason she'd do that was that she hadn't wanted to see me again. Hadn't wanted to face me again. She was going to go back on her word. She can handle herself. Shane tried again, but nothing he said would take away my anxiety. I stopped short, ready to tell him so, when a searing pain shot across my forehead. I sank to my knees in the gravel, growling at the pain as it intensified. Shane and Nathaniel called to me, but they sounded so far away. Seneca. She was in trouble. She had to be. I whispered her name as a flash of her face, covered in sweat and blood, appeared in my mind, then was gone a second later. "Seneca," I gasped. "She hurt." The answer was stuck on my tongue as another burst of pain exploded, and I collapsed to the ground. Before, I could sense when Seneca was in distress, knew when she was in pain. But then it had been an uneasiness in my gut. A prickle of my skin. It was 100 times worse than what I sensed when she'd been trapped with Rudarius in her dreams. Whatever these new pains meant, had me clawing at the ground to get my ass up and go to her. Only I couldn't, because she wasn't in this world anymore. Nathaniel and Shane were talking again, glancing around nervously. "Come on, my lord." Nathaniel took one arm and Shane the other, as they hauled me to my feet. "It's not safe out in the open." I was in no state to argue, and let them half carry me up the drive. A sharp stab to my side had me curling in on myself and seeing black spots. Vaguely, Seneca's battle cry echoed around me, as if she fought only yards away instead of a whole world away. Another harsher ache struck my back, and I was sure warmth spilled down it. Her scream drowned out everything else, but then fire coursed through my body, and when I shut my eyes against the throbbing agony inside my skull, I caught glimpses of Seneca in action tearing through bears. No, larger than bears, fiercer beasts. That was all I could think to call them. She fought with her hands, tearing them apart. Blood, she must have drained one. Seneca, I whispered, fearing what would happen after the monsters were dead. Would she turn on Macron? The last time she was in a blood rage like this, she'd been far from her usual self. The monsters shrieked as they died, drowning out whatever Shane was saying to me. I tried to tell him what I saw, but then the last monster fell, and that fire burned through me all the hotter. Sweat broke out on my skin, and as those eyes filled with darkness turned toward me, almost as if she could see me, a heavy hit to the back of the head sent her crashing to the ground and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I shot upright, fangs exposed, nails ready to tear someone's throat out. "Easy," Nathaniel said from my right, Shane beside him. "Easy, my lord. We made it. You're safe here. It's only us." I relaxed, rubbing my hands over my face. "Did you hit me over the head?" Shane and Nathaniel frowned worriedly. "No," Shane said, confused. "You just collapsed." Kept whispering for Seneca. "Did you see her?" I nodded slowly, unsure of how to explain it. Had it even been real? Or was it Roderius, messing with my head somehow? With the amount of magic he had access to, I couldn't rule out either option. Part of me willed it to be the second option. To see Seneca in such a state after only being gone a day had me up and storming around the small white room, anxious to find her. "She went into a blood rage," I whispered when I forced myself to a stop. "They were attacked by monstrous beasts. I think Macron must have knocked her out." There was no bloody wound at the back of my head, but it was sensitive to the touch all the same. As were my back and side. How hurt was she? I was halfway to the door, when I remembered there was no way for me to get to her. She was hurt, and I was stuck here. She could die, and there was no way for me to know. I spun around and bashed my fist into the white stones, punching a hole all the way through as my bellow of rage bounced back at me. When I pulled my hand back, my knuckles were split and bleeding, but it had done nothing to quell my growing rage at my current situation. I should have gone with them. I knew it, and I let them talk me out of it. She told me I could trust her, that she would be safe. "Draven," Shane said, his voice quiet and calm, "you can't do anything for her now. Don't you think I know that?" He held up his hands. "What you can do now is see to your coven. They need you. They need to see you're alive and well. I think they're all worried you're dead. They're here." The room we were in was small, with a single bed, one light hanging from the ceiling and nothing else. The floor beneath my feet looked like linoleum. The window was missing from the room, but there were iron bars over the opening. "What is this place?" "An old asylum we've claimed as our sanctuary. Come with me and I'll show you." Nathaniel moved toward the door. "And then you can see the rest of your coven as well. They're all very anxious to see their lord alive and freed from Roderius's hold." Shane brought up the rear of our small group. The hall we entered was dank and dim, with more rooms like the one I had been in on both sides. We passed through a set of steel double doors, then down another corridor. The building appeared to be in the shape of a square, mostly stone and concrete. It stunk of mold but was tolerable. The deeper into the building we went, the more sets of curious eyes I sensed watching us from rooms. A glance over my shoulder showed me we were being joined by other vampires, whispering to each other, pointing at me excitedly. Some confused, others appearing uncertain of my presence. Nathaniel led us down 3 flights of stairs, and when we went through another set of doors we spilled into a large room. From the looks of it, this had once been a cafeteria of sorts. Now it was filled with vampires. The conversation they'd been carrying on when we first entered disappeared. Every set of eyes turned to face me. Recognition hit many, and they stepped forward, reaching out toward me as a vice gripped my chest. So many more had lived than I'd anticipated. The sight of them all standing before me was almost too much. I shook hands with some, embraced others and laughed, as vampire after vampire stepped forward to greet me. How is this possible? I finally managed to ask, when I had finally shaken every hand in the room. The guard, Nathaniel explained. I frowned, not understanding. You don't remember your final order? Most of that night is a blur after what Rudarius put me through, I admitted. Several vampires hissed at the mention of his name. Good, I wanted them to be angry, but Nathaniel's warning that they might not being so willing to fight once they heard everything stayed with me. It might seem easy now, but I had to keep my hopes in check. Rudarius's forces breached the outer defenses, Nathaniel explained as a hush fell over the room. His army was greater than we anticipated, and he attacked without warning. You fought with us on the front line until we received word a smaller force pushed their way inside. Glimpses of that bloody night came to mind, the screams of the dying, the rage burning through me to not let our coven fall. But it had been a fool's hope to hold on to. You grabbed me by my shirt, and yelled at me to get the people to safety. All of them, as many as I could. The guard was going to follow you, but you made us swear to put the coven first. Then you blurred away, not even giving me a chance to argue, he ended with a quiet laugh. That was always your way though, putting the rest of us first. His shoulders sagged with a sudden heavy emotion that obviously weighed him down. A feeling he failed me that night. Failed my father, our leader. He wasn't the only one. As I scanned the gathered crowd, I spotted the rest of my guard carrying the same guilt. You endured for years at his hands, Nathaniel whispered. I would understand if you could never forgive us. Why wouldn't I? There's nothing to forgive. You followed my orders. And you were lost in the process, so was the coven. I spread my arms wide. Look around you, Nathaniel. You and the other guards saved our coven. You kept it alive and safe, away from Rudarius. I never dreamed so many remained alive. Now there's hope again, that we can finally put an end to that monster. We can destroy him for what he did to us. We have to. The anger I saw only seconds ago began to shift into hesitation and fear. They'd faced down Rudarius and lost, maybe not their lives but certainly their coven. Their family and friends were torn away. If they went up against him now, it could be the end of the Bleeding Crown coven for good. There's much we need to talk about, I announced. And I hope by the end of it, you'll stand beside me once again. Nathaniel had seemed more on board after he spoke with me and Seneca, learned how strong she was. But I'd seen the indecision lingering in his facial expressions. She was strong, but if she couldn't find rings, have a way to control that power, it could all backfire. Not to mention, Rudarius had turned her. That in itself was cause to worry. Nothing I said would convince them she would stand with us, no questions asked. Standing there surrounded by them all, my own doubts about her staying good rose ready to strangle me. Rudarius had his hooks in deep. The longer she acted like it wasn't an issue, the deeper they'd go until she'd be tearing herself in two. Draven? Shane nudged my arm. You all right? Yeah, I'm good. I stepped forward and motioned for everyone to take a seat. It's going to be a long night, I informed them. A very long night indeed. Silence filled the cafeteria as my last words faded away. I told them about my time with Rudarius, and all I had to do to survive under his watch. I told them about finding Seneca, and how our relationship came to be. The more I talked, unable to stop after a certain point, the more faces turned dour and solemn. Nathaniel appeared to be right, after all. Despite all Rudarius had done to me, to Otherworld and our coven, my people didn't seem ready to jump into battle. They looked more than ready to continue hiding here, where they'd been safe for decades. Why should we care about the Fey Kingdoms? A voice yelled from the back of the room. What have they ever done for us? He's right, another chimed in. When the vampires were first attacked, the Fey stood by. They did nothing. They could have joined us then. The complaints across the room picked up, and I had no argument. You're right, I finally shouted, and they quieted down. The Fey, the Shifters, the demons, they all told us Rudarius was our problem to deal with. He took over the covens in Otherworld, wiped out our numbers. You have every right to deny them aid now. The vampires nodded. But we can't, I said, and they froze. I will not stand by while that monster continues to draw strength from those he's captured. He won't stop with the Fae. He'll take over the rest of Otherworld, our rightful home. He'll go after Valesk and then he will come here. We can't stop him, someone cried out. He'll kill us all. I will not lie to you. I marched to an old table and climbed atop it. Rudarius is strong, far stronger than he was when we faced him the last time. He's found a way to use the Fae and mage power against us. Whispers erupted in the crowd and panic probably wasn't far behind. I raised my hands and they fell silent again. But we will not stand alone against him, not this time. Just as I am here with you, Prince Marley of the Fae is building an army of his own to join us in this fight. Will it be enough, us and them? No, but I'm going to do something we should have done a long time ago. I looked around, locking gazes with as many as I could, then said, I'm going to unite the vampire covens. I hadn't told Nathaniel that part of my plan. He seemed as shocked as everyone else, but if the other covens didn't stand with us, our chance of defeating Rudarius would be gone. His army was vast and his power growing stronger every day that he stood unchallenged. What of Seneca? Nathaniel asked. You said she's strong. She is, but she will not face Rudarius on her own. She's Fae, how can you trust her? A woman asked, arms crossed. From her arched brow, it was clear she did not enjoy the idea of her leader being with a half-Fae hybrid. I hadn't told them anything of Seneca's time with Rudarius yet, and hoped to avoid it. If it made them trust her motives, then I had no choice. She'd forgive me, maybe. Seneca has suffered at the hands of Rudarius as well. He tortured her and torments her even now. If there is anyone aside from us with a vendetta against that monster, it's her. She's still part Fae, the woman insisted. My hand cut through the air, shutting down whatever arguments she was about to make. Her people spurned her. Cast her out for who she is. It no longer matters if she is Fae or not, she stands by my side and I by hers. My loud proclamation had several more vampires mirroring the one who spoke out against Seneca. Look, I understand your hesitation, I do, but Seneca has saved my life on more than one occasion. And I hers. We share a bond I can't even begin to describe, nor will I try. She is Fae royalty of a different sort, and she is part vampire. She is one of us. Great. It seemed I was closer to turning my coven against me than I was for bringing them together to follow me into battle. They whispered and talked quietly to each other, some glaring openly at me. Why had I ever thought I could be a leader, as my father was? I changed too much. And Seneca wasn't the woman they wanted to see by my side. She wasn't like them. I spent years believing I was all that remained of my coven. Turned into a cold-hearted bastard until Seneca crashed into my life and nearly killed me. At the same time, those who had survived spent those years in fear, looking over their shoulders. Eventually, they realized they could have peace for the rest of their days if they simply stayed out of the way. Stayed quiet, kept their heads down. My coven might have survived, but their spirit was long gone. Rudarius had seen to that. Bitter laughter bubbled up within me, and all I could do was let it out. Shane and Nathaniel exchanged a worried glance, as the vampires behind them looked like they'd missed the joke. You all are right to want to stay safe and alive, I told them, stepping down from the table. Your location will remain safe with me. I am elated to see you all survived, but clearly the fight for you is over, and I won't drag you unwilling into another one. May you all stay safe. Draven? Where are you going? Nathaniel fell in step beside me as I exited the cafeteria. Onward to seek out the other covens. Thank you for bringing me here, but you're right, I'm asking too much of them. They won't trust Seneca, and they haven't even seen her in action. Shit, that would probably make it worse. I followed the old exit signs hanging from the ceiling, all from back when this place was a functioning asylum. Once we reached the front doors, I squeezed Nathaniel's shoulder. Rudarius is coming. You did it once before, and I ask as you do so again. Keep them safe as long as you can. I turned to go, but he caught my arm. Draven, I am sorry, he muttered. I wish they felt different. I do too, but it is what it is. Maybe I'm not meant to lead them anymore. I'm merely the broken and beaten version of my old self anyway. I didn't say aloud that I might not even survive this fight, but from the serious glimmer in my old guard's eyes, I didn't have to. It was good to see you again, old friend. Do as I said and keep them safe. Swear it. I can't do that, he called when I walked away. I left your side once. It won't happen again. Nathaniel. No, he interrupted me fiercely. If you're going to stand against Rudarius, then so am I. Used to. Behind Nathaniel, 7 more vampires strode out of the asylum. My old guard. All who lived. One by one they approached, crossing their arms over their chest and bowing in tribute to me. I can't ask you to fight with me, I said. I won't. You're not. We're joining you, whether you like it or not. Nathaniel took a firm hold of my arm as he whispered, eyes glowing red, You're right. It is high time that bastard paid for his crimes. We fight with you. No matter what anyone believes, you are our rightful leader. And we will follow you to whatever end. My guard nodded in agreement, and as we stood there, more vampires exited the asylum, some holding old swords and daggers, others with their fists clenched. It was a far cry from the whole coven, but it was a start. Their loyalty touched me, and I hissed loudly in approval of their decision. They joined me, and together, we followed the gravel drive away from the asylum into the night. We'd make our way to the nearest coven. I hadn't been able to convince my own coven. An inner voice mocked me, saying I wouldn't get the others to back me either. But I had to try. As we made ready to blur to the next state, pushing ever westward, I glanced toward the stars and thought of Seneca. You better make it back to me. And it better be you. Don't make me hunt you down, Seneca. Please, for the love of the gods, do not make me do that.
Chapter 8. Seneca. A cool hand touched my forehead. I turned toward it, straining to remember what caused me to be knocked out. The beasts on the road, they surrounded Macron and me, and then what? I shifted, and another cool hand touched my shoulder, pushing me back down gently. Draven? No, that wasn't right. He couldn't be here. Macron and I weren't home, were we? How hurt was I? The fight came back to me in snippets, but not enough to tell me how it went. I moved again. There was a bed beneath me, but it wasn't mine. My fingers spread out slowly. Definitely not mine. Pretty damn sure I'd never buy silk sheets. My body stilled as I opened my eyes tentatively, unsure of what I'd see. The second his face came into view, I groaned in annoyance. Really? Rudarius's brow was drawn together. What were you thinking? He countered. You first. I stayed on the bed, in the room we continued to come back to, with Rudarius sitting on the edge. His hand left my shoulder, but the one on my forehead stayed. I considered swatting it away, but never made an effort to do so. The coolness of his hand, unfortunately, felt nice. I was flushed, and the more I focused on the state I was in, I cringed. It was like someone replaced my blood with a slow-burning fire that smoldered just beneath my skin. Not sure I can reply to really, he commented wryly. You nearly got yourself killed. I told you to run. Why did you not listen? I smiled as that slow burn turned hotter. I'm surprised you even have to ask. I do not want to see you dead. No, you just want to kill the vampire I love, make me your bride, and take over the world. I tried to sit up, but the room spun, and I sank back to the pillows. Shit. What hit me? Rudarius' lip curled in anger. The mage. Macron? Why? Another glimpse of the fight burst to life inside my head. We were surrounded on the road. Marin was too weak to outrun them, so I turned to face them alone. They attacked and then... I slammed my fist on the bed in annoyance. Why couldn't I remember? How hard had he whacked me over the head and why? I licked my lips, and the strong taste of copper had me reaching up to feel. When I pulled my hand back, blood dotted my fingers. Was it mine? You don't recall the fight? No, I replied quietly, not really concerned anymore about Rudarius being here with me. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have done it by now. Or taken me captive. I was damned sure he couldn't. All he could do was annoy me to death by talking. I was more worried about the fight, and why Macron felt the need to hit me over the head. The beasts came at me. Dull pain started on my back and side. I was wounded. Severely, Rudarius muttered with a hiss. You could have died. How do you know? Did you see it? No, but I felt your pain, all of it. Sensed your fury as you clung to life, and your confusion in the end when Macron acted against you. This time I did shove his hand away and sat up. Why? I wiped at my face again, and he presented me with a wet cloth. I almost thanked him but swallowed it back just in time. What was wrong with me? This was the vampire who tortured me, and almost killed me, who turned me into a monster. Where was my rage? My urge to see him dead, then bring him back to life, just so I could have the pleasure of killing him again. I took my time wiping off my face, waiting for those emotions to make themselves known. Only they didn't. They stayed tucked away out of sight, and I chucked the cloth angrily across the room. I tried to swing my legs around on the bed, but Rudarius easily shoved them right back. Really? Again with the really. I'm not certain how you wish me to respond. How about by remembering that I am not your bride, and I never will be, and none of this makes up for what you did to me? Got it? I pushed against his hand, and he finally gave in. My feet touched the floor and I stood. Or thought I did. Somehow, I ended up back on the bed with Rudarius sighing as if he was dealing with a child. Honestly, you must rest. Just stop, all right. I glowered at him, but all he did was sit back on the edge of the bed. You're not Draven. Nor do I wish to be, as I've said. Then what are you doing? I'm not going to suddenly forget everything you did to me. I shoved at his chest, but he made no move to back away. You did it, you hear me? You turned me into this thing. Into a freaking monster. Who said you were a monster? Everyone, I seethed. What about you? What? He stood from the bed and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. How do you see yourself, Seneca? Do you see yourself as a monster? As a freak of nature? Or do you see yourself as something so much more? I cursed him out quite vividly in response, not that it fazed him at all. Another glimpse of the battle came back to me, and as I glanced down my front, my clothes seemed to shimmer in and out of view. Each time I blinked, they changed. 1 second they were clean. The next they were drenched in blood and gore. Seneca. Can you hear me? Macron? He sounded weak, very weak. I needed to get back to him. Rudarius faced me again, standing tall, his shoulders thrown back and his eyes filled with that look of concern. The urge to return to Macron disappeared in a shot. You are thinking quite hard about something, Rudarius mused. Yeah, and? Simply wondering if you wish to talk about it. Talk about what? Nothing to talk about. He shrugged as if it was of no consequence to him. He picked up a glass pitcher on the table filled with a thick, red liquid. Blood. I sucked in a breath, and my own vicious snarl came back to me, as did a vision of my tearing into those beasts with my bare hands. I held onto the bedpost as the images assaulted me. I downed one beast, but the other 3 moved in too fast. Macron was on the ground, his magic all but drained. They came at us slashing with those massive claws. I'd screamed, crawling to get to Macron and save him. The blood spilling from the dying beast called to me, and with what strength I had left, I buried my fangs in its neck, searching fervently for a vein. And I drained it dry. The room came back into focus, and I lowered my head between my knees, waiting to be sick. Shit, this was almost as bad as the first time with the shifters. Then I had Draven to keep me from falling apart. Now I only had Rudarius, who simply held out a goblet of blood to me. I don't want any more, not now. It'll help ease the blood rage. Trust me. Trust you, huh? Just like that. I cackled darkly. You're a real piece of work, you know that? My stomach roiled, and I slapped a hand over my mouth, waiting for the nausea to pass. Rudarius held out the goblet again, and instinct had me snatching it and drinking it all in several large gulps. Rudarius took the goblet away and waited. When I didn't vomit the blood back up, he smiled. Told you. I might not be the white knight you seem to believe Draven is, but I am not all that bad. I sat on that bed for a long minute, contemplating my next move. If ever I was going to try and convince Rudarius I was maybe falling for his game, it was now. Who said you aren't for real? I hissed at the voice inside my head. Rudarius's brow arched, and I acted like I was going to pass out again. He blurred to my side in an instant to catch me. I clung to his arms for support, keeping up the weak act. His eyes locked onto mine, and I froze at the heat rushing through me that had nothing to do with the blood rage. His cool lips brushed against my forehead. The second they made contact, Draven's furious snarl exploded in the room. Rudarius hissed and backed away from me. The room spun and then was gone. Seneca? Open your eyes. Macron. I did as he ordered, but it was hard. His face swam into view. Macron, my words turned into a grunt of pain that turned into a scream. No, this wasn't pain. This was agony unlike anything I'd experienced before. My nails dug into the soft ground beneath me, as Macron pressed his hand firmly to my forehead. What happened? I gasped. You should have left me behind, he snapped instead of answering me. I snatched his hand, not that I could hold it very well. Macron, tell me. His lips thinned and he hung his head. I failed you, that's what happened. I dragged you here without understanding the consequences. Those beasts, their touch is poisonous. Your wounds are festering. And you going into a blood rage doesn't help matters. His gaze wandered down my front and mine followed. To say I was covered in blood was an understatement. You knocked me out? Had to. You weren't calming down, and your power, I feared it was going to burst out of control. I held his hand fast, and he squeezed mine as another ripple of agony rushed over me. We have to get you stable. The potions I brought with me, they aren't enough. Then we have to keep moving. We need to return home. No. I shook my head, trying to get up, but the wounds at my side and back screamed in protest. I shuddered and collapsed to the ground. We hadn't moved far. I sucked a deep breath in. It told me the bodies of the dead beasts were only a few yards away. You're wounded. I cannot heal you, he emphasized. My magic is waning. I might have enough to get us home. We can't leave, not yet. I bit my lip to stop myself from crying out, as my body gave a spasm. I won't be able to fight him off. Please, Macron, you don't understand. Rudarius's red eyes filled my vision, and the feel of his lips on my forehead returned. I thrashed to the side. Draven. I needed to think of Draven and nothing else. Rings. Have to reach the forge. Macron? He hung his head, cursing under his breath, then squared his shoulders. There's one way I might be able to keep the poison at bay. It won't be easy, and it's going to hurt, worse than maybe anything before. We couldn't stay on the road. The fog was closing in around us, as though it wanted to swallow us whole. The dead trees of the woods disappeared, as did the bodies of the beasts I killed. Do it. Macron's eyes filled with guilt. He fumbled around on the ground and held up a stick. Bite this. Hard. I did it without question, and watched as he took a torch from the small fire he'd built nearby. He told me to lay on my side, and with some effort I managed, each shift of my weight tugging and tearing at the wounds. I had multiple slashes to my back, but it was impossible for me to tell how many from the massive throbbing aches. Macron told me to bite down again. Then, without so much as a warning, he shoved that torch into the wounds. My fangs dug into the stick as I screamed, burying my face in my arm. He moved the torch slowly down the first wound. The flame drew back, and I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. He rammed it right back for the next injury. I scrambled in the dirt, digging my nails into the cobbles until I broke them and my fingers bled. My bloody, dirty hair fell over my face, hiding my view of the fog-ridden realm. If there were any beasts close by, they'd be on us in no time with the noise I was making, but shit, this hurt almost as bad as the day Rudarius tore my wings out. When my back was finished, Macron hoisted me upright, then tugged up my shirt. I started to fight him, not sure I could endure any more of this pain. "It's working for now," he assured me. "The poison is holding steady. One more wound, Seneca. If we don't, it'll kill you before we reach the forge." I hissed viciously, the stick still between my teeth, but gingerly tugged up my shirt. He maneuvered the torch closer, shoved it into the deep gash. The sensation of it parting my skin was enough to make me bite down so hard the stick shattered into splinters. I threw my head back with an animal-like howl. "Finished." Macron tossed the torch back into the fire, holding me as I collapsed into his shoulder. "We can't linger." "No shit." I sucked in a deep, shaky breath, and we helped each other to a standing position. The fog had indeed moved in. I could hardly see a few yards in front of us. I glanced behind me to where the dead beasts were, I thought, then turned back the other direction. The path. We just had to follow the cobbles beneath our feet. The dim gray lighting of this world was starting to irritate me, and I snarled as we limped along, supporting each other the best we could. Macron used his staff to help, practically dragging us onward. When the cobbles slanted and the trees around us became less and less, I cursed the uphill route the road took us. Our steps dislodged the old stones creating the road, and we fell more than once, crashing to our knees, swearing and wincing at the new injuries befalling us. We just had to keep moving. Rudarius's voice came to me once, but I hissed loud enough to drown out his words, and he didn't attempt again. "Earlier, when you were unconscious," Macron said slowly, "you said a name. Please let it be Draven." But from the way the old mage's white brows drew together, I knew it had not been the name of the vampire I was in love with. "You were with him again, Rudarius?" "Not like I try to be," I muttered, cringing with every step. "You are meant to block him out." I yanked us to a stop, which as soon as I did, I knew it was a terrible idea, but it was too late now. Might take us a few minutes to get moving again. And how am I supposed to do that? He just appears there, all right? And when a certain someone knocks me over the head, not like I have any control over where my mind goes, or who might try to break into it. That answer didn't seem to be good enough, but this wasn't the time or place for a lecture. I removed my arm from under his, and staggered forward on my own. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Leaving your ass behind like I should have done earlier, if all you're going to do is give me shit." "You can't listen to him," he urged. Rocks clacked together behind me, and I glanced over my shoulder to see him struggling to catch up. "He will manipulate you in the end." "No, he won't." I meant for the words to sound stronger, full of conviction. Instead, they came out flat. Macron's eyes narrowed. Finding strength in his wearied body, he hauled himself forward with that staff and grabbed hold of my arm. "Look at me." I averted my gaze, not sure what he was looking for. He squeezed harder and I gasped, my gaze flickering to his. The second it did, I couldn't look away. His eyes glowed white, matching his loose long white hair, billowing suddenly around his face as he drew on his power. "Macron, stop," I warned. "You're going to make yourself weaker." "I'm fine." I sensed him trying to weasel his way into my head, to break through my memories and find the ones with Rudarius. He was getting close, so damn close. I had to stop him. I snarled and shoved hard at his chest, throwing him away from me. He tripped over the stones and went down hard. The glow faded from his eyes, and I hissed quietly. I'd been too late. He saw something, and whatever it was made him afraid. Very afraid. "You are comfortable around him." Not a question, pure statement of fact. I ground my teeth, wanting to deny it, but what was the point? I hated myself for how I felt these last couple of times around Rudarius. I remembered what he did to me. Remembered every freaking detail, and swore up and down I hated him for it. I'd beat him to a bloody pulp the time before last, right? My anger and drive to kill him were still there, they had to be. But somewhere deep in the back of my mind, I saw myself standing beside Rudarius. Saw myself turning toward the darkness, embracing it, and becoming a villain just like he was. I shut my eyes and stumbled away. As I fell to my knees, I curled in on myself. That image, I needed to burn it out of my mind for good. But I couldn't, because I'd seen myself turn evil. Seen it through the vision Briar showed me. What if it couldn't be changed? What if I only made it worse? Rudarius was trying to get to me, I knew that, but why did I suddenly want to talk to him again? Draven understood me, knew who I was. It was him I should long for at that moment, but my mind turned to that bastard. I hated myself all over again, my mind confused and messy. Nothing made sense. Not anymore. A hand rested on my shoulder, and as I wiped away the angry tears that had fallen down my cheeks, I glanced up to find Macron looking down at me. There was no anger there, no fear. Only an understanding that I'd had no idea he could have for me. "Come on," he said and helped me up again. "We have to keep moving." I followed his demand without question, supporting each other again as we walked. "We will find a way to get through this," he murmured, but to me or himself I wasn't sure. "You will defeat him. There is no other choice." But there was, and as much as I never thought I'd think it, I was. I cursed Rudarius for getting inside my head. I pushed aside all notions of him and focused on Draven, and only on Draven. On his voice and his laughter, his arms around me. Him holding me close, keeping me safe. The further we inched along the cobbled road, fog swirling endlessly around us, the more my heart lightened. I belonged with Draven and he with me. Nothing was going to come between us. I wouldn't let it. "Seneca, we are not finished yet, my pet." I hissed at the sound of that god's awful voice. Rudarius would die. Now I knew I had to be the one to do it. His cackling laughter mocked me, but one day soon enough I'd be the one laughing.
Chapter 9. Draven. We were a day out from the Blood Dragon's territory. They resided deep within the Rockies, far away from any human town, and even further from any point of access to the Vale. We traveled as far as we could, but as dawn threatened to rise over the peaks, we had no choice but to seek shelter. Nathaniel took us on a route many vampires used, and were thankfully void of humans. Several blacked-out cabins lined the long trail, all of them empty when we arrived a few moments before the first rays of pink light appeared on the horizon. The others let me have one to myself, and I told them all to get some much-needed rest. As soon as the sun was low enough, we'd set out again. As pleasant as the greeting from my own kin had been, I sensed that the moment I showed my face to another coven, I'd be hard-pressed to prove I was no longer Rudarius's dog. I turned over on the creaking cot and looked up at the ceiling. I should sleep, but I couldn't. Seneca was on my mind. I hadn't sensed anything from her since she'd been attacked. I shut my eyes, but all I saw was her lying wounded, dead. With a growl I sat up and held my face in my hands. A sign, all I needed was one sign that she was all right, and I could keep going. Even as I thought it, my eyelids grew heavy, and I fell back on the bed. I'd assumed I'd end up staring at the ceiling all day, but my body relaxed and I drifted off. A warm breeze blew across my face and I froze. That sensation, that heat on my skin, it had been over 200 years since I felt it. My eyes shot open, and I patted my hands down my body to put out the flames. Only there were no flames. I wasn't on fire, but that was definitely the sun high in the sky, and I was in it. I raised my hand to block the brightness and realized where I was. Seneca's garden. How had I gotten here? If I wasn't burning, then this couldn't be real. A dream, maybe? Draven? My eyes barely registered her when Seneca threw herself in my arms. She was solid, all right, and I hugged her back as hard as I could, kissing her. Dream or no dream, some part of this had to be real. I held her as close and as hard as I could, then stepped back, checking her over for wounds. I'm all right, she replied, but her eyes darkened as she said it. Her red hair blew lightly in the warm summer breeze of this dream world, and she caught my hands as they continued their search for injuries. Draven, I'm alive. I'm fine. Your pain, I've felt it, I told her. It hasn't been easy, but we're making it. Why not? What's happened? She shut me up with another kiss that had my hands fisting in her black t-shirt. It went on and on as she pulled me backward into the shade of the large oak tree in her backyard. She shoved me against it with a hungry snarl, and I let my worries for her safety be shoved aside, content to hold her in my arms again. The leaves rustled above us, and when I nuzzled her neck she laughed, a sound I'd missed these last few weeks. True laughter. Gods, I missed you, I whispered. Same. Macron's not been that great of company. How many lectures have you gotten? She rolled her eyes as I chuckled. Don't get me started. The carefree Seneca slipped away, the longer I looked at her. I tucked her hair behind her ears, then she turned around. Braid it for me, would you? It had become a routine for us most nights. She'd sit against me and I'd braid her hair. It calmed her, and me too, honestly. Such a simple thing, but it gave us both a moment of peace and quiet. I did as she asked, running my fingers through the tangles slowly, then working at the braid. Usually I didn't talk, but the questions I had about how things were really going in the other realm burned at me. You were attacked by something, I felt it. You said that before. How did you know? A hiss escaped my lips. Not sure, but I did. I thought you were dying. My hand stilled in her hair, and she reached around searching for me. I caught her fingers and kissed her palm. I saw glimpses of you covered in blood. The realm we're in has some shitty-ass monsters, she replied. I killed them though, don't worry. But you were hurt. Yeah, and? Why was she making it sound so casual? Something else was off, and it didn't take me long to realize what. Rodarius. You've talked to him. She didn't say yes, but she didn't deny it either. Hissing with frustration, I stormed away from her. Why? What are you trying to do, huh? You can't let him get inside your mind. You just can't. Why? Worried he'll turn me after all. You don't think I can handle him? You can't. I've been around his mind games longer than you have. Maybe, she replied, her casual tone making me want to shake some sense into her, but he wasn't the one who turned you. It's different. Different how? She bit her bottom lip so hard it bled. Wait, bled. She lifted a finger and wiped at it, as confused as I was. Huh, that's weird. This isn't a dream. Has to be. We're not back at my cottage. You'd be dead by now. I returned to her side, wiping the rest of the blood away. The consistency was right, as was the smell. Another drop bloomed, and I gently ran my thumb against the small puncture. I don't care what this is. What matters is we can talk. So you can tell me what you think you're doing with Rodarius. It's nothing, all right? You're as bad as Macron. I can't always keep him out. Are you even trying? Her hands fisted at her sides and her green gaze flickered away from me. Seneca, for God's sakes, you said you wouldn't speak to him again. I lied. Her tone changed again, and this time I was the one with my hands in fists as I backed away from her. What are you trying to say? Just tell me. What if you're wrong? The words were little more than a breath. About what? Us. No, about me. About this turning out with the two of us surviving. Whatever he's told you or shown you, it doesn't matter. All that does is you believing in us, got it? I gripped her hands in mine, but it wasn't enough. I wrapped her in my arms, and she buried her face in my neck. We'll find a way to make it through this. We will. And if I turn out to be a monster? She pressed herself harder against my chest. If Rodarius is right and I'm too far gone already. You're not. You are good, Seneca, you just have to fight it. The pain was excruciating, and I was left with my mouth gaping open, too confused by what she did to react right away. When I caught up to the moment, I wrenched Seneca free of my neck and threw her across the yard. Blood oozed from the gaping puncture wounds at my neck. "What the hell are you doing?" But it wasn't my Seneca looking back at me, eyes black and my blood dripping from her fangs. It was a beast, a monster. She snarled and made ready to charge me. "No," I whispered, then shouted it. "This isn't you. Seneca, look at me, damn it. Come back to me." If she could hear me, she didn't show it. I was still yelling when she lunged through the air, hands extended, and those fangs more than ready to plunge into my neck again and rip my throat out. I shouted as a hand fell on my chest, giving me a shake. My fist went flying and connected with someone's face. He cursed and fell backward, as the rest of the cabin came back into view. Shane held his face, blood dripping from his nose. "What were you dreaming about?" he muttered, pulling his hand away from his face, then cursed. "Damn, I think you broke my nose." "Sorry," I mumbled and shook my head hard. "Nightmare, just a bloody nightmare." "About?" "Seneca," I said, but stopped myself from going further. "Doesn't matter, wasn't real." He frowned and pointed at my neck. "You sure about that? You're bleeding." I rubbed my neck where Seneca had bitten me, and cringed when it hurt. My hand came away bloody. "Bite marks?" Shane leaned over and prodded around the 2 small holes. "Looks like." "Shit, man. Not a dream after all then. A nightmare with some weight to it." "Doesn't matter, I'm fine." "Are Nathaniel and the others ready to move out?" "You said you dreamt about Seneca." "Yeah, and? Did she bite you in this dream?" "Doesn't matter. We need to keep moving." I blurred out of the cabin, not giving Shane a chance to keep questioning me, and met up with the small number of followers I had. "We good to get going?" Nathaniel bowed. "We'll catch some food on the way. The Blood Dragon's territory starts about 100 miles or so southward. But we're going to have to climb. It's not easy to reach them," he warned. A hard climb was what I needed at that moment to get my mind off the hellish nightmare I just had. Shane joined us. Nathaniel gave him a questioning look after noticing his nose. He made up some excuse or other, and then we were off, blurring around the pine trees and through the snow that became deeper the further up in elevation we went. The stars shone brightly overhead, what I could catch through the thick overhang of branches above our heads. We moved like a silent unit for hours, taking down several large elk along the way to sate our thirst. Never as good as a human, but it'd have to do. When Nathaniel threw out his hand to halt us, dawn was only an hour away at best. My skin itched with the familiar warning to take cover. The timberline was only a few thousand feet away. He hadn't joked about how high we would have to climb to reach the other coven's territory. "You think they know we're coming?" I asked Nathaniel quietly. "We know." I held my hands up to show I was unarmed, as vampires blurred in a tight circle around our small group. They were dressed in all black, each armed with a sword at his back, and eyes narrowed suspiciously. The one who spoke approached me first. "You stink of the enemy." He spat at the ground near my feet. "Sorry about that. Haven't had a chance to shower yet," I replied. He punched me, and my head flew back, but I wasn't about to go down that easily. "I know your face. You are with Rudarius. What are you doing here, huh? Scoping out the place for an attack. You should have brought more men. Our coven will not fall as easily as yours did." My lip twitched. "Is that right?" "Yes, it is." I ask again. "What are you doing here, traitor?" Nathaniel started to move in closer. "He can't speak to you like that." I held up my hand, stopping him. "It's fine. It's deserved." The vampire in front of me blinked, not saying a word. "I am no longer with Rudarius, not like I wanted to be to begin with. I've left him behind, and have come here with several of the Bleeding Crown Coven, seeking an audience with your leader." Shit, I couldn't remember who it was anymore. Gareth? No, he died ages ago. Who had taken over after him? The vampire glanced at the others but said nothing. Were they going to keep us out here until we roasted alive? If we weren't outnumbered and I wasn't here seeking their aid, I would have hit him back. Starting a fight was not the best way to ask for help. Eventually, the vampire pressed a finger to his ear. He must have been getting orders from someone inside, but they were far too quiet for me to hear. His eye twitched in annoyance, then he nodded. I was about to ask what that was supposed to mean when he decked me again. A black cloth bag was thrown over my head. I made no attempt to fight back and ordered those with me to do the same. My hands were bound in heavy silver chains that burned enough to be annoying, but little else. If they stayed on too long, they'd eventually eat through my skin. I was shoved along the rocky ground by rough hands. The uneven ground changed to something flatter and solid. Our steps echoed in some sort of tunnel. The clanking of metal and the heavy hum of a generator grew closer. Elevator. I was shoved again and ran into a hard metal wall. Apologies, the vampire holding me said, amusement in his tone. I kept quiet as we descended deeper into the mountain. The elevator jerked to a sudden stop, and I was dragged off it down a sloping hall. The fortress hidden deep within the Rockies was crowded, judging from the number of voices coming I could hear, though muffled, through the cloth bag. Lights were all I could make out through the thick fabric. We rounded a corner and went down another sloping walkway. Hold them in the cages. This one, take him front and center. She wants to see him for herself. My only dealings with the blood dragons had been when my father was alive, and I'd been his second. Then Gareth had been in charge. He had no bride that I knew of and no female commanders. Who had taken over when he died? I might have been able to convince Gareth that I was no longer with Rudarius. But this woman was an unknown. Great, with my luck I'd be fighting my way out of this mountain or be dead in the next 5 minutes. My hands were unchained, only to be placed in much heavier manacles. Finally, the bag was removed from my head. I blinked at the bright lights. A hard tug on the chains told me I was attached to the floor and wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Above me, the ceiling reached high above, easily into the peak of the mountain we were in. Balconies and walkways had been carved into the stone and surrounded us. Strings of lights as well as braziers lit the circular space. Black stones made up the floor. Columns supporting the first-level balcony surrounded the space, while several tapestries in rich reds and blacks hung along the walls. And everywhere I looked there were vampires. The cages mentioned were to my right. Nathaniel and Shane glared at someone in front of me, but at least they were unharmed. Eventually I swung my gaze around and spotted a woman sitting in a massive, high-backed wooden throne. The same chair Gareth used to occupy. The vampire I met outside stood just to her right, and several more stood to the left and behind. I was flanked by 4 more. Either she was paranoid, or they really had trust issues when it came to visitors. The woman had one leg dangling over the arm of the chair, a silver goblet casually in her hand. Long black hair draped down her back, nearly touching the floor. She was dressed in red tight leather pants and a black corset, stiletto knee-high black boots, and her arms were littered with tattoos. Her cocoa skin was gorgeous to look at, and as she held my gaze, those dark chocolate eyes told me she knew damned well how good she looked. Her lips curled in a grin, and she straightened, handing over the goblet to another vampire. "Well now, if this doesn't just make my day," she purred, her voice strong and almost musical. "Rudarius's favored pet gracing my doorstep. Tell me, what does the old bastard want, eh? I'm not here for him." "So I've been told, but I find that very hard to believe, Draven. I'm afraid I don't know your name." "Lysa. Gareth appointed me as his successor, for various reasons that you do not need to know." She stood, and those heels clicked loudly on the stones as she approached. Her vampire guard moved with her like a shadow, but she held up her hand and they backed off. "You truly wish for me to believe you no longer serve him?" "It's the truth. If you want the whole story, I'll give it, but I'd much rather cut to the chase." She tilted her head curiously. "And what exactly would the chase be?" "Rudarius has destroyed the Fey kingdoms. His army has grown stronger than any of us anticipated, and he's recruiting more to his side every day. My voice carried, and gasps and whispers resounded on all levels of the mountain fortress. He is currently trapped in Otherworld, but he won't be forever. We have to find a way to stop him. Those with me are choosing to fight. The surviving Fae prince, his name is Marley, is building an army of Fae here in the human realm to join us. Lysa rested her hands on her hips as she burst out laughing. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to believe all of this? Any of this? It's the truth, I insisted. There's no time. If you don't wish to believe me or join me, then release us, and we'll be on our way. My lady, the vampire who appeared to be her main protector protested, we should kill him. Lysa seemed to be considering it. You were a fool to come here, Draven. What would drive you to think we would ever believe you, after what you've turned into? I'm not that vampire anymore. Not his pet, I spat angrily. Her hands fell to her sides as she slowly approached. Her guard hissed, but she shot him a glare. Easy, Vince, I'll be just fine. Vince didn't seem convinced and stepped closer all the same, eyeing me threateningly. There is something about you I can't quite put my finger on, she mused, circling me as she said it. I sense violence in you, the need for revenge for blood, but there is something else, something so much stronger. What is it? Lysa was clearly not only a vampire if she was sensing such things from me. I stayed quiet and let her play her game. Not much else I could do when I was outnumbered. Nor would I risk the lives of those who joined me on this journey. Instead, my thoughts shifted to Seneca and the nightmare. The wound at my neck healed during the run through the night, but I sensed her fangs digging into my skin all the same. Had I lost her? Is that what the nightmare meant? Did Rudarius have his hands on her already, and I was too late to save her? I'd tear his fortress down stone by stone if she was trapped in that dungeon again. I'd turn the place into an inferno before I let him take her from me. My, such hostility, Lysa was saying, and my eyes focused on her again. She was much closer, her hand reaching toward me as if she was going to lay it on my forehead. And a need to protect someone. You're wasting my time, I snarled, tugging at the chains holding me to the floor. If you won't join me, then I must go. You don't understand. My lady, Vince said again, moving as if to pull her away from me. But Lysa held up her hand sharply, and he stilled, grinding his teeth as he did so. Very well, then I suppose I need to understand. I wasn't sure what her plan was, but then she slashed at my shoulder with a dagger I hadn't even seen her draw. The wound stung, but I was more fascinated when she let my blood drip into her mouth. Vampires could pick up a few things from the blood of those they drained, but it was usually just vague glimpses of events, the ghost of past emotions, never anything definitive. Lysa rolled her head on her shoulders and her lips parted on a sigh. Apparently she was different. When her eyes opened, they had turned into swirling orbs of fog. She craned her neck, moving as if she was listening to someone calling to her. I'd witnessed enough seers get visions to know this was not that. Her hands curled into fists at her sides, and she curled in on herself with a pained hiss. Vince was at her side a second later, and she squeezed his hand. The fear in his eyes was familiar, and it took about 2 seconds for me to realize why he was so protective of her. It was the way I looked at Seneca, constantly worried she was going to get herself killed. I stopped hating him so much at that moment, and waited for Lysa to return to normal. It didn't take long. Then she was shaking, and Vince was the only reason she remained upright. You, she whispered harshly. And Seneca. You saw her? I asked, surprised. Lysa nodded, her head still resting against Vince's chest. You both have seen such hardships at the hands of that beast. The love you bear for one another, it's strong. So very strong. You fear for her even now when it's your life on the line. She's in more danger than I am, honestly. But I do fear for her every damn day we're apart. I fear what Rudarius will do if he manages to get his hands on her again, if we can't stop him. I looked around the room, meeting eyes with as many vampires as I could. He is coming, and he will kill all those who don't stand with him. You and Seneca. You are the two that will lead us. What? Vince stared at me in disbelief. Him? That's not right. It is, she corrected loudly, able to stand on her own now, though she kept her hand in his as she addressed her coven. I have seen them stand against the evil that is to come. Gareth told me a long time ago war was brewing, and it would take great power to resist it. To resist him. That power resides in you, she said as she pointed suddenly at me, and Seneca. You are a seer. I was a witch before I was turned. The goddess granted me insight, she explained. Release him and his people. We have much to discuss. One of the guards undid the manacles, and I rubbed my wrists. The cage was opened, and my people let go. That's an understatement, I told Lysa as I held out my hand for hers. She took it in a strong grip. Thanks for not killing me. She laughed lightly. I won't lie, it was tempting when Vince told me who showed up on our doorstep. I can't stay long. I need to seek out the rest of the covens, I said. She was already shaking her head. Undaunted, I continued. You don't understand. We need everyone to join together. Your coven and my tiny band here won't be enough, even with the Fey Prince Marley gathers. Rudarius is too strong, his army too large now. I have a better idea. Save you some running time. Vince? Send word to the coven leaders that I'm calling an emergency gathering. They all need to proceed here as quickly as they can. Vince bowed and strode away to carry out his orders. Don't worry about him, Lysa told me. He's overprotective like most male vampires. She winked as she said it, and I shrugged. You're such a hopeless lot sometimes, but we love you all the same. Now, she said, wrapping her arm around mine as she led me from the main hall and down a wide corridor made of more black stone, Seneca appears to be quite the intriguing woman. I would like to hear all about her and you. Why she isn't by your side now. Lights in the form of medieval torches lit our way. I wondered where to start. She tried to kill me the first time we met, I told Lysa, and she smiled. Nearly succeeded. And yet you're together. Interesting. As I said, it's a long story. We have nothing but time while we wait for the coven leaders to join us. Rest while you can. Share a bottle of blood with me and mine. Then we can get to planning how to stop this pestering plague called Rudarius. Lysa showed me to a room for the remainder of the day, and urged me to get some sleep. Vince was behind her, but he'd relaxed throughout the day and no longer looked at me like he was suddenly going to stake me through the heart just for the hell of it. I closed the door and spun around to face the nice accommodations. The room was carved into the mountain. No window, but plenty of furs on the floor, antlers decorating the walls, and a hearth with a fire already going in it. A large four-poster bed took up the whole wall, but I wasn't sure I could sleep. I rubbed absently at my back and sighed. It wasn't from any wounds I'd received, but Seneca had. She was in pain. I was tempted to find one of the mages hiding either here or in Valesque, and make him take me to the realm she was in. Find her and assure she was alive. Just come home to me, I whispered to the fire. I can't fight this war without you. A log in the fire popped sharply, and I jumped, watching the sparks burn until they reached too high and went out. I leaned against the mantel, watching those flames crackle until the logs were nothing more than embers. Only then did I back away and fall into bed, empty without Seneca. I should have been focusing on meeting the coven leaders, but as I drifted off to sleep, a pair of green eyes filled my vision, as red hair blew wildly on the breeze. But there was no smile on her lips. They moved as she spoke, but the words were lost to me. Then there was only fire and screaming. Rudarius's cackle boomed from a high perch atop a stone wall, as red lightning crackled around him. I bolted upright, reminding myself he was trapped in Otherworld. We still had time. We had time.
Chapter 10. Seneca. I awoke with Draven's name on my lips as my hand grabbed my chest, expecting to feel blood or a wound. Macron was passed out on the other side of our makeshift camp, in another little alcove we'd happened across. We didn't chance a fire, and the chill from the fog had settled into my bones as we slept. I half remembered making it this far before we collapsed, unable to go any further. I sat up all the way, hugging my arms close to try and get warm, when a sharp pain had me gasping and lifting my shirt. What the hell? There, looking back at me, was an ugly wound, as if someone had tried to stake me through the heart and barely missed. I touched it, hissing at the pain. I was sure it had been a nightmare, but somehow I was wounded. The dream had started out peaceful enough. I'd been with Draven, in the garden. The sun was shining. We were talking. Seeing him like that had lifted my spirits, given me a dose of strength to carry on. But then everything changed, and Draven was suddenly seeing me as the villain Rudarius constantly told me I was beneath the mask I wore. He attacked, but I hadn't wanted to hurt him. I tried to talk sense into him. Then he plunged a stake through my chest. The wound stung, oozing blood. I pressed a palm to it. That couldn't have been Draven. I wouldn't believe it. It had to be a trick of some kind, nothing more. Draven would never turn on me, not like that. Macron stirred and I lowered my shirt, making sure the wound had stopped bleeding so it wouldn't show through. Not that there wasn't enough blood on my shirt already, as it was. There was a reason I often wore black. Did you rest? Macron sat up slowly, each move a strain. Enough. You ready to keep moving? I stood, my wounds aching, but they remained closed. Macron wanted to check them all the same, and he cursed. The poison isn't gone as I hoped. How much time do I have, you think? He seemed put off by my blunt question, but there was no point in freaking out about it. We weren't leaving until we found the forge. A day, perhaps two. The symptoms may return in a few hours. Then let's get a move on, old man. I hefted his arm over my shoulder. He muttered under his breath about my old comment, and I smiled. I kept him talking most of the time, as we stumbled our way back to the cobbled road. The trees pressed in closer around us. Their blackened bark had turned ashen and in some places appeared almost brown, as if barely clinging to life. The sky overhead was a dull gray, never changing. No sun, no moon or stars. No real change in the light either. If we were in this place any longer, I might go crazy before the poison had a chance to kill me. We walked for a couple hours, maybe longer. There was no real way to tell how much time passed. Macron fell silent after a while, and his weight became heavier, until his legs finally gave out and we crashed into the stones. The fall jarred him awake, and he gripped his staff, eyes flickering with what little power he still had. Save your reserves, I told him after he calmed down. I can take care of us. I don't want you using your powers. Not until you have rings. Why not? Might be the only thing that saves us. Again. He shook his head. No, if you try, I'll knock you out, understand? It's too dangerous. What the hell are you going on about? I'd used my power plenty of times, more so since Rudarius showed his face and we'd been battling him. Macron seemed almost terrified at the notion of my using them at all, anymore. Here I was stronger. Here was where I should be able to use them, without fear of hurting myself. Especially since we weren't in Otherworld and I wasn't using 5 rings. Every time you pull on your power without the guidance of the rings, it's not normal, he finally spat out when I glared at him. It isn't all you. It's the taint of Rudarius showing through. He's the one guiding your actions then. That's bullshit. No, it's not, he argued harshly. You must listen to me. You cannot use them, not anymore. The rings will direct your power, force it to be true to who you are. It will prevent it from becoming something else. Evil, I corrected quietly. You are worried I'll turn. He hung his head, ashamed. I don't want to, but after what Draven told me of your fight at the farmhouse, what I've seen for myself, yes, I am worried. You don't trust me to know when I'm crossing a line? And how will you know? Are you thinking straight when you're in that state? I was about to say I was always in control, but wasn't in the mood to lie. Didn't have the strength for it to be convincing to myself or him. There was no way to even explain how I felt in that state, when the power took over. I was there, I knew what was happening around me, but a force stronger than my will guided my hand. And it was all rage and hate. All raw emotion like a beast let loose from its cage. Was that really all from the taint inside me, and not really me? Just me? One day soon you'll realize you're not the hero of this tale. Rudarius's words came back to me. I stilled. Draven worried about my turning, so did Macron. Neither of them seemed to trust me anymore. That cut deeper than the stake Draven tried to stab through my heart. I rubbed the wound absently, then told Macron we needed to get some sleep while we could. Seneca, he started, but then I turned my glare on him and something in my eyes had him shutting up. He laid on the hard ground, hands folded across his chest, and said nothing else. I was exhausted physically, but there was no rest for me, not after our discussion. I held my hand out in front of me once I'd made sure Macron was snoring quietly. Power rose within me so easily here. How could it all be evil as Macron assumed? Shadows grew from my fingers then swirled around my hand like a river flowing in midair. I expanded them, and a hiss started inside my mind. Draven? I glanced around, then told myself to stop being stupid. He wasn't here. I pulled on more power, and his hiss grew louder. Seriously? You don't get to complain. You tried to stake me through the heart. Right back at you, love. I was alone with Macron, but Draven's voice came through loud and clear. You deserved it, I muttered. You attacked me that night, remember? And you attacked me in my dream. What did you expect me to do? My mouth opened to reply, but I choked on the words. What the hell was I doing? Draven was not here, and neither of us had some psychic link to the other. We sensed each other, but that was what all vampires had with their fated significant other. No matter how much Draven pissed me off sometimes, he was mine and I was his. There was no getting away from that. I could tell when he was upset or in pain, or at least I had until I came here. Now I couldn't feel anything except my own jumbled whirlwind of emotions, and Rudarius breathing down my neck. Rudarius, I snapped to the empty air. You sick bastard. His laughter surrounded me. Do you truly believe your beloved Draven could reach you here? Please, he has no power. None worth mentioning. He is nothing. It's not him you should worry about. Ah yes, I've seen your desire to kill me. Do you think you'll be able to, when the moment arrives? Why don't you be a good vampire, and let me find you? Then we can see, I whispered viciously. Pretty sure you won't like the result. Macron is wrong, by the way. About your power. And why would I listen to you? As I've told you before, I've never lied to you. And I trust you with your power, with or without rings. All the rings do is put a leash on what you could accomplish. Rudarius didn't want me to get rings, huh? That made me want to get them even more now. The tone of his voice was shaky, as if he was truly worried about what I could do once I had them on my hand. They were meant to hone and enhance my power, guide it. Would they really leash it too? No, that wasn't the point of the rings. Even as I told myself this, crossing my arms firmly over my chest and shutting my eyes to try and get some rest, an annoyed voice hissed in the back of my mind. Control, that's all Macron wanted. I wasn't trusted to control my power without the rings, because he feared what I would do. Or could do. He wants to use you as a weapon against me, nothing more. Right, and you didn't want to use me. I snapped. Why am I even talking to you? Just go away. I never wanted to cage your abilities. You are powerful, Seneca, you don't even understand that yet. You are the last living Fae of the Sarin. All their power, their legacy, it lives inside of you, flows through you. You don't simply draw from a place. You draw from a people driven to extinction, out of jealousy and hate. And turned into a monster thanks to you. Not a monster, he argued vehemently. A queen in your own right. A goddess among her kind. I have no desire to be looked at in that way. All I want is to see you dead. You'd be a fool to kill me. The fog around me swirled in closer, shimmering in and out of focus, as he made to drag me back to that damned room. I dug my nails into my arms, drawing blood as I forced myself to remain firmly in reality. The room that had become our room, mine and Rudarius's, flickered in and out of view. I held strong and dug my nails in deeper, grunting from the pain. But I was done playing his game. Oh no, my pet, you are not getting away from me that easily. A sickening tug almost had me puking, and then I was in that damned room looking Rudarius in the face. Bastard, I muttered, holding a hand to my gut as the room spun around me. I did not plant those thoughts in your mind. Draven and Macron do not trust you. They never will. Because of you. I shoved him hard in the chest, but he didn't even budge. You're the one that filled me with your blood. You're the one that tainted me. I shoved harder, but all he did was take my anger as he looked down at me. I hate you, you hear me? I hate you. I hate everything about you. I shoved him again and again, then punched him, but it was like my blows weren't even making contact. He merely stood there, blinking as I ranted and beat at him, until there was no strength left in my arms and I sagged forward. Just take it back, I whispered as the fear I hid away from everyone overflowed. Fear and despair over what I was turning into. Take it back, you hear me? I didn't want this. I didn't want any of it. His arms wrapped around me in an embrace. He held me, and as much as I screamed at myself to push away from him, I couldn't. I did not turn you into a Sarin Phi, Seneca. Fate did that. You turned me into a freak, I whispered against his chest. You stole away my life. No, I turned you into so much more. You can't care for me. An act, that's all this was. He didn't want me for anything other than the power residing in my body. I could die tomorrow, and all he'd mourn was the loss of what he could have used me for. He gripped my shoulders hard, then set me back. The anger in his eyes was different from what I was accustomed to seeing, and my lips parted in shock. That is not true. There is something I must show you. Perhaps then you will see that I am the only one you can trust. The only one truly on your side. There was nothing he could show me to make me believe anything that came out of his mouth. Suddenly the room disappeared, and I stood atop a stone wall. The wind whipped through my hair, and I staggered into the wooden railing. Rudarius was at my side, taking in the view. Where are we? This is what we can have if you stand by my side, Seneca. Our dominion. The world you can help me shape and claim. A smile curled his lips. Our world. Below the wall were lines upon lines of soldiers readying for battle. A flag blowing in the breeze caught my eye, and I frowned when I saw it. The sigils, one of them was for Rudarius's coven, and the other was one I'd never seen before, but it was familiar all the same. A blood-red crescent moon with 3 stars around it. You and I are destined for greatness, he whispered in my ear, his hands resting on my shoulders then sliding down my arms. I found myself leaning back into him, without even thinking about it. We are the strongest, and we are meant to rule together. No, this can't be right. But it is. This is another possible future, one where no one orders you around. One where your power is unbound and free. He held up my hand as he spoke, and the shadows everyone else feared flowed down my arm and circled us both. Think of all you could do if you were with me. No limits, no rules. No good or evil. Just power. The feel of so much was intoxicating. To not be hindered by worries of anyone's expectations, of being told what I could or could not do was appealing. Why would I not want this? Rudarius stepped away from me, and a burst of warmth at my back had me glancing over my shoulder. I froze. Wings? I flexed and the wings made of shadows, nothing like the wings I had before, spread wide. Far better than what you were born with, Rudarius commented, watching me with a look of awe. You are meant to be by my side, Seneca. You are meant to be here. To rule. To be a fiery, passionate queen. This is the life I want for you. Uneasiness settled in my chest, and I rubbed at it. Draven, I had to hold on to him. I blinked furiously, and the wings disappeared. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, I can't want this. Why not? I tried to say his name, but it wouldn't come out. I choked and gagged as my power pulsed darker and stronger all around me. If I accepted this life, I'd be condemning Draven and everyone I knew to death and torment. I couldn't do that. I was not the villain. I couldn't be. Then again, to truly be free, to not have a care in the world about saving those who hadn't even cared enough to save me. Or to keep me safe. Those who betrayed me in the end. I rubbed the place where Draven had tried to kill me in my nightmare. I'd seen him do it in the future Briar had shown me. Rudarius's hand found mine again, and he raised it, moving it with the shadows as they took form into different beasts, waiting for their orders atop the wall. There is so much you have yet to discover about yourself, he murmured. Let me show you, Seneca. Let me be the one to guide you. A sliver of rage slipped through the illusion, and I whirled around, grabbing hold of Rudarius by the throat. The fortress and surrounding land fell away, and we were back in our room. He made no move to shove me off, and I squeezed harder for a second when my hand fell away. Gently he tucked my wild hair behind my ears and smiled. You will see I'm right, he promised. You will. Then the room faded, and I was back in the fog with Macron. What brought me back? I was anxious to keep speaking with Rudarius. Had he sent me here? I hissed in frustration, as I remembered the vision he showed me. Was that really what I wanted deep down? My true desire? A very big part of me said yes, but another screamed and ranted that it was all a lie. What about Draven? How could I betray him like that? If that future were to come true, he would have to be dead, which would mean I'd have been the one who killed him. My gut rebelled, and I threw myself to the side, dry heaving violently. Tremors started in my legs and arms. Macron whispered my name, then he was by my side. The poison, it's come back. It wasn't just the poison, but I couldn't stop heaving enough to get the words out to tell him. Don't tell him anything, a voice hissed, sounding like me but not all at the same time. Don't. He will lock us up. He already doesn't trust us. Keep it quiet. Seneca, Macron said quietly when I finally managed to stop. We have to move. Give me a minute. I can't. I glared at him, until I noticed the hulking shadow breaking away from the trees behind him. More of them. His eyes were glued to something behind me. His nod was subtle. 2 of them behind you. My eyes were fixed on the moving shadows that were morphing into more and more the longer I looked. 4 more behind you. I was too weak to take them all on. Shadows seeped from my palms, but Macron pinched me hard on the arm and they reeled back. What are you doing? It's the only way to get us out of this. I will draw their attention, and you are going to run. I'm not leaving you behind, Macron. One of the beasts lunged forward and snatched him by the ankle. Macron yelled as the beast shook him hard, flinging him around like a doll. I threw myself forward to grab hold of his hand, but his fingers slipped through mine. The ground shook as 2 more, fur matted and covered in dried blood, charged me down, tackling me to the ground. Their mouths yawned open, and horribly human-like screams issued out. Their breath was rank, and I was grateful I'd already thrown up. Otherwise I would have again. I grabbed hold of one's snout as it came in to bite my throat. As I wrenched its jaw open wider, bellowing with the effort, another one bit into my shoulder. My scream turned hoarse, and I yanked the jaw as hard as I could. The beast shrieked and collapsed atop me, pinning me down. Macron yelled my name, but I was trapped. So much for Rudarius's grand vision of our ruling together. I shut my eyes, gritting my teeth against the pain as the beast gnawed on my shoulder, and power rose within me. Seneca, don't. Sorry, old man, I whispered as shadows burst forth from my center and threw the dead beast on top of me. Its body flew back, taking down dead trees as it went. I squeezed my hand, and the shadows morphed into a massive fist that slammed into the other beast that was in the process of attempting to remove my arm. It snarled, letting go, but I was too weak to keep up the attack, and the shadows vanished almost as soon as they came. The beast snorted, annoyed, then closed in again. My vision darkened. Draven. Maybe it was for the best. My dying now meant he'd be safe from me. I waited for the end to come, but the beast suddenly backed away, then fled into the fog. The others growled and rushed to follow the other. When they were gone, I rolled over, searching for Macron. He was a couple yards away, breathing hard but not moving. Macron. I crawled toward him over the hard stones. Macron, answer me, you arrogant old bastard. Sticks cracked behind me. I froze. Something much larger must have scared off the beasts. With no strength left, all I could do was roll back over and frown. What? Sleep, Seneca, a soothing voice said as a masked face of red and black came into view. A cool hand touched my forehead and my eyes closed. Sleep. Chapter 11. Seneca. I tugged the heavy plaid blanket higher up my shoulders, watching the stars peek out, one after the other through the branches of the old oak tree. The orbs floating around the garden were various shades of blue and green, calming to watch, almost like waves against the beach. Or so I guessed. I'd never actually been to the ocean. What's with the frown? Draven asked, as he walked through the backyard to join me. I shifted over on the bench so he could sit down. He pulled me onto his lap and wrapped his arms around me, holding me close. I want to go on a vacation. Vacation, huh? He asked with a grin. To where exactly? The ocean. Never seen it. Never? Nope. Can we go, please? I mean, I know we'll have to see it at night, but sunsets over the water are supposed to be beautiful, right? Come on. You know it'd be fun. We could use the break. I traced the old scar along his jaw, until he caught my hand and kissed each fingertip in turn. Yeah, we could. Is that a yes then? You think I can say no to you? I wrapped an arm around his neck as we both laughed. When he kissed me, he crushed me to him as if afraid I'd suddenly disappear from his arm. All I wanted was to stay where we were for as long as possible, getting lost in each other. The blanket fell away, and his lips trailed along my jaw to my neck. His fangs barely touched my skin, and I shifted around on his lap, my insides twisting with hunger for this vampire. My vampire. I blinked, and I stood in the middle of the yard. And at the same time, I remained on that bench with Draven. As much as you seem to be enjoying this dream, I have much to show you. I spun around to find a masked figure standing in front of me. Her cloak was crimson, and her mask was black and red, with the same sigil I'd seen in Rudarius's vision. It had to be for the Siren. Her eyes were visible, dark gray eyes that said she was no threat to me. I'd seen her before, but where? I'd been with Macron and those beasts, they attacked us again. That mask, I saw it. Then someone put me to sleep. Who are you? Someone who has waited a very long time for you. Come, she said and held out a very pale hand, we haven't much time. I glanced longingly over my shoulder, but the bench was empty now. I sighed. I'd return to Draven, eventually. Why would you want to? My hand was almost to the woman's when I stopped short. Flashes of the world Rudarius showed me made me take a step back, but the woman called my name sternly and I shook my head. This time I placed my hand in hers without hesitation, and we were gone. When my feet hit the ground again, we stood atop a crumbling wall. A battle raged on all around us, as a full moon shone over the blood-soaked and body-littered fields. No, not the moon. That was the sun, but the sky was darkened and its light seemed to come through a filter of some kind. Where are we? Is this otherworld? It is. But do not worry, this is not the future. This is the past, one that has been forgotten. It's time it was remembered. She strode further down the wall and I followed. This is the final battle between the Sauron and the Siren. I leaned against the wall, unable to look away as the two Phi armies fought. Flashes of red and white erupted all around. Screams permeated the air of the dead and dying. The Siren lost. We did, the woman replied darkly. We were betrayed by our other half. By our brethren. We. She was one of them? Like me? Why did they turn on you? They became convinced we were plotting to take over their lands. That we were unhappy with what we currently ruled over. That we were evil. It was all lies. They had become frightened of us, of the darkness. What was once an understood balance became a threat to their existence. A large explosion in the center of the battlefield made me jump, and all the fighting came to a sudden halt. 2 male Phi faced each other down. One wore white armor, and the other black and gray. They held 2 swords each. The Saran man's was made of onyx. Avayan Blackroot, our king, stood against the man who started the war. King Lark of the Sauron. The 2 men fought hard, equally matched in skill and strength. But they weren't what drew my gaze. The masked woman's eyes never left Avayan, not once. Tears burned in her eyes, slipping out of sight behind her mask. You loved him, I murmured as Avayan disarmed Lark of both blades. I did, she replied. And I watched them kill him. From the looks of it, Avayan was going to win the duel, but then Lark shouted, and the rest of his army closed in, taking advantage of the distraction. Avayan fought, but he was surrounded, and those who rushed in to aid their king were cut down without mercy. Lark ran Avayan through, plunged his sword through the other king's back. A scream resounded across the battlefield, and a woman with vibrant red hair rushed out onto the field, shouting and cursing Lark. I didn't have to ask to know it was the woman who stood beside me. Why are you showing me this? You must understand your history if you are to claim your destiny, Seneca. And as much as I would like to spend months giving you a history lesson, we are very short on time. As it is, I have to show you through dreams. For when you wake, the true work begins. She was off again, and with one last look at the depressing battlefield, I hurried to catch up. Our kingdom was banished to a shadowy realm where monsters reside. The Sauron told us it was befitting our true nature. They sent us there to rot, never to know the light of the moon on our skin again or feel the warmth of the sun they claimed we despised. She whirled around suddenly, and I almost ran into her. We are Phi, all of us. That is what matters in the end. The Phi kingdoms have fallen, I told her. I know. It's why you've come. The rings. They've all been destroyed, yes? Yeah, but they didn't work for me anyway. They almost killed me. Those were not meant for you. It is time you forged your own. They were blind fools back then to believe we were evil, when there was something much worse waiting on the horizon. Rudarius? You knew he would come? I asked, confused. We sensed his rising. We tried time and again to warn the others, but they let themselves become infected with greed for power. She glared over the wall. They have reaped what they have sown, but the evil is still out there and it must be stopped. I turned my back on her, sensing Rudarius close at hand, trying to push back into my mind. But it wasn't only him. The freedom of not being tied down had such a pull. I wanted to run from whatever destiny she or anyone else believed I had. I wanted to be free of it all. Rudarius turned me, I heard myself admit. I'm no longer a dark Phi. I'm not pure. And you think this diminishes what's inside you? She stood before me again, without even seeing her move. He has planted evil inside you, yes, but that does not mean you will not overcome it. You are good, Seneca. You are strong in your own right. Do not let his voice influence you. Too late, I whispered, then clamped my lips shut. Gently she cupped my cheek in her hand and sighed. My child, you have much to learn of the world, of yourself. Alas, I cannot help you in that regard. You must find out on your own. And here I'd been hoping for her to say something like, hey, we can banish that evil inside you. No problem. Let's get Rudarius's taint out of you for good, make you some rings and send you off to kill him. She smiled as if reading my mind. I hung my head. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm the right person for this job. You are the last remaining of the Saran Phi. I'm afraid you don't have a choice. And if I can't beat him? I said belatedly, almost calling myself out for how my thoughts had been lately. If I can't win? She tilted her head. Then the world as you know it is over, and all will be lost. Great. No pressure. None of our people asked to be what they were, she informed me. Destiny did. Fate did. It handpicked us to be those who walked in the shadows, instead of always in the light. We were the ones chosen to keep the balance, and it must be restored. Rudarius has only been able to gain this much strength because of the sins committed on this day. She waved her hand toward the battlefield, where everyone had remained frozen in time. Darkness does not mean evil, Seneca, no matter what Draven or Macron fear. You know of Draven. I do. I know the love you hold for each other. You must hold onto it with everything you have. It is what will save you in the end. I was tempted to argue with her, but then the world around us shifted. What's happening? You are waking up. Close your eyes. I will see you soon. I did as she said, and when I opened them, I looked at what remained of a stone ceiling. Canvas covered the openings. Whatever I lay on was only made soft by a pile of furs. I was on a stone floor with walls around me, well, sort of. Most had fallen in. Fires burned in braziers, and as I sat up, I spotted Macron speaking quietly with 3 figures. All 3 wore masks covering everything but their eyes. Macron? My voice came out scratchy, and a second later the pain hit me. I muttered curses and sank back to the furs. Macron joined me at my side, the 3 figures directly behind him. One of them was the woman. I could tell by her eyes. Welcome back. We made it. What are you? I asked the Saran Phi over Macron's shoulder. There was no way they were living, not this long in this desolate place. Shades of our former selves, the woman told me. We have remained for one purpose. To see the forges restored, the man to her right said as he bowed his head. Welcome, Seneca, last of the Saran. No names, huh? The 3 Phi exchanged a solemn glance, then the woman replied, We have since lost our names. They are of no consequence now. That sounded horribly depressing. I sat up with Macron's help and checked the wound at my shoulder, then the ones at my side. There was no sign of poison, and the injuries appeared several days old, not like they were inflicted hours ago. You healed us? You were both very near to death. We used what little power remains within these walls, the woman explained. I'm afraid you cannot rest anymore. Come, we will take you to the forge. With much cursing and grunting, I was on my feet and limped along, next to Macron, as the 3 shades guided us through a maze of ruined corridors and rooms. The ceiling was missing in most cases, as were walls, but I knew what this was. The Sauron hadn't just banished the Saran. They removed the entire castle, as if to wipe its existence from Otherworld completely. Tapestries hung on the walls, decaying and shredded. Braziers of rusted metal lit our path, but here I noticed the trees that had grown through the floor, and vines were coming over the walls, through every crack they could find. Oddly, the vines were green with life. The only place in this entire realm where anything of worth could grow. But she said they were here for one purpose. Once the forge was restored, they would disappear for good. Nothing would remain of them. Nothing except me. Anything living, I assumed, would die away with them. The forge, I asked as we walked, how do I restore it? Forges, she corrected me. Carefully and with great focus and power, the woman replied, not slowing. Okay then. Forges. And they'll just what? Craft rings that control my power? A furious hiss threw me off, and I stumbled over my feet, until Macron righted me with a questioning look. I waved him off, muttering it was nothing. Something like that, yes. The woman sounded amused, obviously not realizing what just happened inside my head. Probably for the best. But what will they do exactly? My brother had a ring that could bring about the night. Why wasn't he like me? Before they banished us, the Sauron seized our rings and stole our power for their own. They took what they wanted, then saw the remainder destroyed. Here our power dwindled. To make new rings and bring ourselves back to Otherworld would have taken all we had left. It would have killed us in the end. The woman had stopped now, and waited for me to catch up to her. We knew we had to keep this place alive for another. One who would restore our line in Otherworld. You gave up your chance to escape, on the off chance I made it here? I asked, alarmed. Why would you risk it? And if that's true, then why have I felt strong here? The woman's eyes crinkled. Those of us who remained combined our power into a beacon of sorts, so when you came, you would be able to find us. That is what has made you feel stronger. But the longer you are here, the more this world will drain you too, as it has Macron. She leaned in closer as she added, and we risk it because despite what you believe, you are a queen in the making. You will lead a great army against Rudarius. And you will defeat him. The amount of faith she had in me was staggering. And I hated it. Macron asked again if I was all right, and I muttered something in reply. In my head, I raged at this woman who assumed I was their what? Hero. The one who would save everybody. I told her Rudarius turned me, and she brushed it off like it was nothing. We walked for another few minutes, then went under a large archway of stone. Though I was pissed off at the woman and destiny or fate, or whatever had decided to ruin my life, the sight before me silenced every angry voice inside my head. Shit, I whispered, unable to say anything else. I never grew up on stories of the 5 Forges, so had no idea what to expect. What stood before me was not even close to what I imagined. The forges were massive, 4 altogether. They stood at least 20 feet high with billows that had to be worked by pull chains and pulleys. There were channels for water to put the fires out, dry now, and a set of tracks overhead where carts would dump the metal into the top of the forge to be melted. I'm supposed to get that working again. I finally managed to ask. How? I'm not a blacksmith. You don't have to be. The rings are forged using our power. Clear your mind and concentrate, the woman said as if that was the easiest thing in the world to do. All I had to do was silence my own voice of dissent, which was getting louder by the second. Silence Rudarius, who taunted me with visions of a future almost in my grasp. And dampen my guilt and fear that I was letting down the only man I ever loved. Clear my mind, right? Macron backed away to give me space. I walked toward the forge and began to try the impossible.
Chapter 12. Draven. The arguing had been going on for hours. I drained another goblet of blood and slammed it down on the table to break through the shouting. Lysa was the only one to turn and stare at me. She looked as pissed off as I was. Once the 4 vampire leaders arrived, she gathered them together, then brought me in. They'd been yelling at first, but she could hold her own. That and they seemed to trust what she saw. We were able to have a civil conversation for the most part, as I filled them in on everything. My throat was raw from the many times I'd gone through the events in Otherworld, and how Seneca was involved in all of this. Then we got to the part where she'd been turned by Rudarius, and they'd been shouting ever since. How could they trust her? Why wasn't she here? Was she with Rudarius? On and on it went, and I was beyond whatever patience I might have had when this night started. To make matters worse, before they all arrived, I sensed Seneca was in danger. Those monsters had come back, and this time, her despair and her understanding that she might not make it crashed into me so hard I'd ended up on the floor shouting her name. Shane had fetched Lysa, but there was no way for her to reach Seneca for me. The realm Macron took her to was beyond Lysa's abilities. As the yelling grew louder, I snarled loudly and banged my fists on the table. Enough already. I've told you everything I can. If you can't find a way to pull your heads out of your asses, then I'm finished here. I glared at the 4 leaders, then nodded to Lysa. Thank you for your hospitality, but I must go. You know where to find me if you choose to join me, Lysa. Draven, wait, he ordered, and I stilled. You cannot face Rudarius without their aid. I don't have time to wait around as they argue like children. Children, are we? Petra, leader of the Night Lurkers Coven, pushed back from her chair and stood, tapping her long black nails on the table. Her white blonde hair was drawn back in 2 severe braids that left her face gaunt and fearsome at the same time. She bared her fangs at me. I have a solid 50 years on you. Well, really? I mocked. 50 years, huh? And tell me, what have you done in those 50 that I have not? What have you suffered through for the sake of your clan? I threw my chair into the wall behind me, and it shattered. I bellowed, nothing. And now, when Rudarius has an army on our doorstep, you continue to bicker. Petra huffed, but Lysa looked ready to slap her for being so ridiculous. We might not have been captured, Carson chimed in with a sneer, but we know well enough what he's capable of. Which is why we all should be running the opposite direction. As you did from Otherworld. His dark hand gripped the silver head of his cane, shaped in the form of a reaper. His coven was the Death Rogues. They were going to all be joining death soon enough, if he didn't make up his mind. Are you calling me and mine cowards, Draven? He tilted his head, and the firelight caught the tattoos on his bald head. I'm saying you can't outrun him, not again. I beg to differ. Besides, why would he want to wipe us all out? We're his kin. You think he gives a shit? He'll kill you if you don't stand with him. He's not just going to let you live. I glanced at the other end of the table. Wendell, the ruler of the Death Rejects, sat with one booted foot on the table while endlessly shuffling a deck of cards back and forth in his hands. He hardly said anything the whole time. Wendell, where do you stand? Ah, you know me, Draven, he said as he winked. I'm always looking for a good fight. You can't be serious, Petra snarled. He shrugged. Oh, come on, you can't tell me you all haven't been bored these last few decades? Not all of us have a death wish, Petra shot back. Wendell set the deck of cards down, then spread them out on the table. Pick a card, sweets. Petra's eyes narrowed to slits as she hissed. With one swipe of her arm the cards went flying, while Wendell picked casually at his teeth watching her. You never know when to take anything seriously, do you? He flattened his hands on the table and stood, staring her down. If I'd been in charge back then, I would have stayed and fought alongside the bleeding crowns. But I wasn't. Now that I am, it's about high time we deal with our own shit, don't you think? Rudarius is not our problem, Carson argued, smashing his cane into the floor. You're wrong. We turned as one to the last vampire leader at the end of the table. His long grey hair flowed over his shoulders, and his red eyes had faded over the years, tinging them a strange pinkish grey. His off-white suit was out of place in this mountain fortress, but he wore it well all the same. Nolan was one of the oldest vampires in the world. Older even than Rudarius. His coven, House of Night, was one of the originals to be formed in Otherworld. Over the years their numbers dwindled, and Nolan no longer sought to add to their numbers. When Rudarius first began assimilating weaker covens, Nolan's children pleaded with him to flee and take refuge in the human world. He did so, but as I studied the wrinkles on his aged face, all I saw now was an old man suffering from years of guilt. Nolan, Carson said, but the older vampire held up his hand and Carson ground his teeth. Rudarius is our problem. We created him. We, all the covens, we knew he was dangerous. Knew he hated the Fae. Nolan stood to his full height, towering over me even, and turned those greyish eyes toward the ceiling. We let him build an army behind his walls, and now that army is going to be our doom. You're saying there's no hope? Lysa asked, confused. I'm saying I will stand beside Draven and fight the bastard head-on, as we should have done all those years ago. Nolan walked around the table to where I stood and held out his hand. Whether we live or die, at least I can say this time I fought. I took his hand and gave him a firm shake. Thank you, Nolan. You can't be serious, Petra said, aghast. Draven doesn't even have a coven standing behind him. They all refused to come. That was their choice. I won't make them fight. I shrugged. Besides, I never claimed to be the leader of anything anymore. None of that matters. Stopping Rudarius does. I'm with ya, Wendell said, bowing dramatically. As is the rest of my coven. We've been itching for a good fight. Thank you, my friend. And mine, Lysa chimed in with a grin as Vince nodded solemnly over her shoulder. But you already knew that. Have you lost your minds? Petra looked at the four of us, dumbfounded. Rudarius will slaughter you all. You can't win this fight against him, not after everything he's told us. He's using the Fae for God's sakes. And the mages. Who knows what he's able to do now? No one's making you fight, Lysa pointed out. I stand with Petra. Carson pushed to his feet, his cane tapping loudly on the floor as he strode toward me. And I will not stand behind a covenless bastard whose own people won't even follow him in a time of need. I hissed quietly, closing the very small distance between us, but I never got the chance to say anything in reply. Maybe not all of us, Nathaniel announced as he entered the throne room, but we are here and we are a part of Draven. He is our leader, whether he wants to be or not. He bowed to me and stood to the side as the rest of those who came from the asylum walked in, one after the other. Shane walked alongside them. Yeah, not originally one of them, but I'll follow this jackass anywhere. He winked as he said it. I couldn't help but laugh. Looks like a coven to me, Nolan said calmly. You were saying, Carson? 20-odd vampires do not make a coven, he stormed. And it does not impress me at all. You will never be like the rest of us, you hear me? Never said I wanted to be. The air became thick as the tension rose with his anger. I do not trust you, a vampire branded by Rudarius, and I certainly do not trust this dark fae you speak of, Seneca. Perhaps it would be best if we sent her back to hell ourselves, and save us the trouble later, when this all falls on your heads and crushes you. I snatched his cane, smashed it over the end of the table, and aimed the sharp end at Carson's heart as I shoved him against the table without ever giving him a chance to protect himself. Every vampire in the room stilled, not daring to move as I held his life in my hands. If you touch Seneca, I said with a hiss, if I so much as hear a whisper you are planning to harm her, I will tear you to pieces. Rudarius will be the least of your worries. Carson worked his jaw, eyes dancing wildly around the room. You're mad, all of you. Never said I wasn't. She'll turn on you. She's one of his pets. She will be the death of you all. We should just join him, Petra said suddenly, and we all looked at her confused. If we go to him now, perhaps he will spare us. No one's joining him. Lysa approached and held out her hand for the stake, brow arched. I growled but handed it over and let Carson up. He tugged down his black suit jacket, too focused on Petra and her strange twitchy behavior to be pissed at me. Her guard even seemed confused and shrugged when I gave him a questioning look. Petra, you feeling all right? Her face scrunched as if she was in pain. You are pathetic. You know that. All of you are, in fact. I don't know why I bothered to come here. She turned as if to storm out of the room, but gagged and clawed at her throat as if someone held her there. No, she spat. No, please, I did what you asked. I did. Who are you talking to? I reached for the sword at my hip, already knowing the answer. It wasn't possible, though. Rudarius was trapped in Otherworld. No one had been able to sense the veil, Lysa made certain of it. She posted several vampires at the nearest one, so we'd have some warning. Lysa. We're under attack, a vampire warned as he blurred into the room. They've breached the tunnels. What, how? She demanded. Petra's choking pleas cut off abruptly, and she fell to the floor. Lysa started to go to her, but I yelled at her to wait. Then Petra screamed and her body was engulfed in flames, burning her to nothing but ash. As alarms wailed around the fortress, calling Lysa's warriors to fight, the air in the throne room turned thicker and heavier. What is this? Carson uttered, drawing his own set of daggers. Rudarius, I seethed, gripping the hilt of my sword and waiting. He's here, he is to be. You said the veil was sealed, Wendell argued, armed with two short swords. Red lightning crackled around the chamber, striking the balconies and sending vampires scurrying for cover as they yelled in panic. I was wrong, I whispered just as a crack appeared overhead. Vince dragged Lysa behind him, the rest of her guard forming a protective circle around her. You should leave, I told her and the others. Go. I can hold him off. We're not leaving, Lysa snapped. Vince's lips thinned, but she'd given her orders. We can't get out anyway, the vampire who'd run in earlier said. Vampires have swarmed the peak. We're cut off. The crack grew, and a cackling I'd never wanted to hear again echoed harshly in the room, making us wince and flinch. A figure broke through the rift between the worlds, landing on the table. We took him in as he straightened slowly, in a truly dramatic fashion. Damn bastard. When he stood upright and tall, and his red eyes focused on all of us, he offered a smile that said quite plainly he didn't plan on letting any of us live. "Ah, Draven, how predictable of you to seek out aid from the covens," Rudarius mused, hands clasped behind his back. "Tell me, did you truly believe they would all follow you after what you've done?" I said nothing. There was no point in talking to him anymore. He sighed as if disappointed in my lack of banter. "Seneca's more talkative than you are." "Seneca? What did you do to her?" His lips twitched. "Nothing yet. But we have had some interesting conversations of late. Very interesting indeed." "If you've come to kill us all, you won't succeed," Lysa warned. His gaze flickered to her for a heartbeat, then was back to me. "As I said, Draven, how dreadfully predictable you are. Gathering the coven leaders here in one place. So convenient. I suppose I should thank you for making this easy." Nolan pushed past me, and for the first time I could ever remember, Rudarius appeared uncertain. "Hello, Rudarius," Nolan said quietly. "Long time no see." "Can you still see, old man?" Rudarius asked, but the bravado was gone from his voice. "I can see well enough to take care of you. Come now. I don't want to drag this out. I have much to do. Many people to see," he added, throwing a glance my way. Seneca, he meant her. She hadn't been captured by him, had she? I started to charge forward to demand answers, but more shouts came from behind us, and the inner fortress was flooded with Rudarius's forces. Shane and Nathaniel were already engaged with shifters and a witch from the looks of it. More vampires were pouring into the room. "Deal with the rabble," Nolan told us over his shoulder. "I'll handle him." I had no idea how he was going to fight Rudarius. A vampire rushed me from behind, and I had no choice but to let them have at it. I hadn't noticed rings on Rudarius's fingers, at least. Then again, I had no way of knowing what he'd been up to while in Otherworld. He just created a crack between realms. With our luck, he'd found a different way to absorb power. The throne room turned into a bloody battlefield in seconds. I decapitated one vampire and met blades with another, pushing him into the recesses of the room. He snarled at me, but he was young, very young. I decked him hard, then ran him through his heart. He shuddered and collapsed to my feet. A quick glance over my shoulder showed Nolan was holding his own against Rudarius. They battled it out on the table, hand to hand, moving almost too fast for me to keep up with. A shifter howled, then threw himself at me, and I was back to fighting to keep myself alive, praying wherever Seneca was, it was not in Rudarius's dungeon.
Chapter 13. Seneca. This isn't working. You've barely been at it a couple of hours, Macron argued from behind me. Shut your eyes and try again. I refocused on clearing my mind and did as he said. Maybe 10 seconds passed when the cacophony of voices, Rudarius, Draven, myself, all fought to be heard, and I yelled, pushing off the ground to stalk around the forges. This isn't going to work. I can't do it. Macron's staff blocked my walking path, and he looked at me with the same look he used to get when I complained during training back in the day. Sit your ass down, close your eyes and focus. I've tried. Not hard enough. Do you want these new rings or not? When I said nothing, Macron removed his staff and stood in front of me, staring into my eyes. The correct answer is yes, Seneca. I know that. Do you? Because now the only reason the forge isn't working is you. You're holding back. Why? Help me understand. How could you possibly ever understand anything about what I'm going through? I hadn't meant to shout, but the words came out vicious and nothing like myself. The three dark Phi shades looked up from the far side of the room they'd been sitting in, talking quietly. Do you have any idea what's going on up here? I pointed to my head. Or in here. I pressed my hand to my chest as it ached again. I'm losing myself, and I don't know which way is up anymore. I don't know who to trust. There are too many voices. You can trust me. Can I? The man who lied to me, then lied again and clearly doesn't trust me now? We've been through this. Yeah, and? You don't trust me, Draven doesn't trust me, the only person who actually seems to have any understanding of who I am is. I bit back the name, as it started to tumble out of my mouth. My stomach felt like it had been flipped upside down and my head swam. Seneca? Please tell me you were not about to say Rudarius, Macron urged. Please? I shook my head, but he saw past it easily. I sank to the floor, holding my head as my world fell apart before my eyes. What had I just said? It wasn't possible. It shouldn't be. Macron knelt in front of me, but I shoved him away, disgusted with myself and how far I let myself fall. You can't lose sight of who you truly are. Of who loves you. Draven and you are meant to be together. He worries for you as I do, but that is not a reason to turn from him. And I was wrong to say what I did earlier. No, you weren't. Hot tears burned in my eyes and I swiped them away. I can't think straight anymore. I can't see a happy end to this fight. It's just gone. Macron reached for me again, and this time I let him hug me like he used to do when I was younger. But he didn't get to comfort me for long when the ground rumbled, and a shockwave spread throughout the gray realm. It threw us backward, and the shades shimmered in and out of view. A second one hit, and I was on my feet or tried to be. What is that? What's happening? The shades glanced around, shaking their heads. Rudarius is throwing the worlds out of balance even more. He created a crack between worlds. What? Macron shouted. That's not possible. It might not have been, but he's done it. Which meant I was out of time. I had to get the forges working. I shook out my hands and held them toward the lower half, where the flames needed to be. I looked until my eyes crossed and my hands shook, but nothing was happening. Not even shadows came to my call. Damn it. I kicked the forge and regretted it immediately as my toes throbbed. Macron approached, and I held up my hand, stopping him short. If you're going to tell me one more time to... A searing pain traveled down my back, cutting off the rest of my words. I fell to the floor. A harsher pain slashed across my side. Glimpses of a fight taking place far away appeared in front of me. Vampires, shifters, it was insane. And there in the middle of it all was Draven, fighting against Rudarius. No, I whispered as Rudarius struck him again, sending him flying back across a room or a cave. Where was he? Draven, I have to get to him. Behind me, Macron and the shades were talking, but I tuned them out and focused on the pain. Draven's pain. He was in trouble, and I had to get back to him. The rings were the only way I could save him. My desire to be back by his side, to keep him safe, overwhelmed me, drowning out everything else. Rudarius would not take anything else from me. Sweat broke out on my brow, but a third strike had me gasping from the agony. Draven was losing ground fast. I shook my hands out again, then pointed them at the base of the forge, willing every bit of strength and power I had to start the fires once more. Draven, I just had to remember all our times together. The first time he kissed me or braided my hair. How he held me when I slept, keeping the nightmares at bay. How, despite what Rudarius claimed, Draven accepted me for the broken woman I was, accepted the darkness inside me. We would stand against Rudarius together, that's the future I believed in. Power exploded from my hands. Blue and black flames brought the forge to life. I did it, I whispered in disbelief, then shouted in relief. I did it. The shades flanked me, and I waited for them to tell me what to do next. Only they didn't have to. The flames melted the metal already in the forge. The billows worked on their own, building the flames higher and hotter. As the melted metal bubbled, the shades turned to me as one. Concentrate one last time, the woman whispered. Concentrate on your desires, on what you need. Forge it in your mind, see the rings completed and on your hand. I closed my eyes, breathing slowly and steadily. 5 rings. That was what I wanted. Rings that would guide my power, help me control it and stop it from taking over. The power I could use to combat the evil Rudarius had wrought. My hand warmed, but I didn't open my eyes just yet. Who I truly was needed to be put into these rings. I focused on the qualities Draven pointed out to me, time and again, and focused on those. Is that all you are? I cursed and tried to tune out the creeping voice, but it cackled madly inside my head, sounding like an awful mix of my voice and Rudarius's. Don't worry. We'll all get to see who you truly are soon enough. My hand burned, and my eyes flew open as I jerked it against my chest. When the burning ceased, I held it out again to find 5 rings, nothing at all like the 5 ones Macron had given me all those years ago. The bands were all silver, curled around with harsh twists and turns, reaching up to my knuckle on every finger. An onyx stone was nestled in each one, but they weren't solid. I shifted my hand and the darkness moved with me, swirling like an abyss. They're beautiful, I whispered in awe. Yes, they are, and now you must go, the Shade Woman said. I glanced up to find all 3 of them slowly disappearing. The fire from the forge had gone out without my noticing. There was something I wanted to ask her, something important about the rings and the voice inside my head, but she raised her hand in farewell. Take care, Seneca of the Sarin, she said. Then they were gone. Just like that. A strange hollow sensation settled in my chest, but Draven's anger reached out to me again, and I grabbed hold of Macron's hand. Draven needs us. They're being attacked by Rudarius. What? How do you know this? Where? I don't know. Then, how are we going to find him? Seneca? I held up my hand, and the 5 rings glimmered, ready to be used. The second I called for my power, it was like I'd shoved my whole hand in a light socket. I jumped with a yelp but shook my hand out and tried again. The rings would focus the power, guide it, and at that moment I had to get to Draven. Macron was telling me forming portals wasn't going to be that easy, but I simply smiled. I didn't care how hard it was. I was not going to let Draven get killed. The rings hummed as the shadows and darkness that swirled around inside my very soul found the way out. The stones beneath our feet churned and broke apart. Macron cursed. I held fast to his arm. Shadows reached up through the cracks and created a dome around us. I whispered Draven's name over and over, until a familiar tugging started in my gut. Our feet left the ground, and by the time they landed again, shadows swarmed around my body, creating an extra layer of armor. I opened my eyes, as the din of battle shattered the dome that brought us to wherever the hell we were. Vampires, shifters, and witches all fought, but I couldn't make out who was winning or who they even were. Somewhere across the room, I spotted Shane facing off with 2 vampires. He caught my eye and frowned, but whatever he said was lost in the din of shouting and screaming. Seneca. I turned to find Macron's eyes glowing white, looking completely restored. How did you get us here? Doesn't matter. A vampire charged Macron, and I lost sight of him quickly as he turned to fight, his magic restored now that we were back in the human realm. Rudarius's army, that's who they were. I had no weapons left on me after facing down the beasts, but that was an easy problem to solve. I focused on my hand, and a short sword formed out of shadow. I had half a second to admire it, then summoned a second one, and scanned the area for Draven. The room we stood in had a ceiling that stretched high above us, surrounded by balconies. There was fighting on every level. Were we inside a mountain? A shifter snarled and threw himself at me. I worried the blades would disappear, and I'd get mauled, but I ducked under his arm and drove both sharp points up and under his ribs. He sagged on them, and I had to give his body a hard kick to get him off the blades. Nice to know you work, I muttered to the swords in constant shift and flow. Nolan, no. Draven. I spun around wildly and hissed when I saw Rudarius in the midst of the fighting. He held another vampire up in the air with his hand plunged through his chest. His heart was in his palm, which was jutting out of the dead vampire's back. Draven was on the floor beyond them, drenched in blood, and holding a broken sword in his hand. I'll kill you, he snarled. I'll kill you. You are weak. Pathetic, Rudarius shouted. I fought my way through more vampires. For a second I worried I might be killing the good guys, but when I raised my sword toward one I wasn't sure about, the blades jerked away, and we both frowned at each other. A witch flew at us both next, and I realized what the rings were doing for me. How they knew who was on our side, I hadn't a clue, but as long as I didn't decapitate the wrong vampire, I didn't care. Once Seneca is rid of you, she'll see I was right, Rudarius went on as he and Draven circled. She will join me and be my bride. You are merely a nuisance I must deal with on her behalf. Draven snarled like a wild beast. She'll never join you. Oh no? Funny, from our last few conversations she seemed to be leaning in that direction. The fury on Draven's face was nothing compared to what roared through my veins. A bellowing battle cry shot from my mouth without my even realizing I was the one making it. Warmth flowed over my back. Those near me gasped and jumped back in alarm. I didn't have to glance back to know what was behind me. My shadow was in full display on the floor. Wings. One's far better than those Rudarius tore from my back. He'd spun around at my shout, and the shock on his face was priceless. Draven's jaw dropped at the sight of me. I wanted to run to him and assure myself he was alive, but Rudarius stood between us. Touch him again and I'll chop you into pieces before I tear your heart from your chest, I warned. The wings lifted me into the air gracefully, and I flew toward him, landing with my swords at the ready. My pet. Don't you strike the hellish figure, Rudarius mocked, but there was a hint of fear slithering through his eyes. I must say those wings are quite impressive. What magic are you using, A parlor trick? I held up my hand and smiled darkly. Something like that, yeah. The fear I was sure I'd seen on him faded into sheer happiness. He cackled in my face and I stepped backward, not sure what was so funny. I see. So you have found a new way to forge rings. Very impressive indeed. Let's end this now. If you would simply give me a moment, pet, I need to finish what I came here to do. He turned away from me, and I yelled. A whip took the place of the short sword in my hand, and I flicked it toward Rudarius. It wrapped around his neck, and I pulled hard enough to yank him off his feet. He crashed to the floor in a heap. I warned you, I snapped through gritted teeth. That you did. I suppose I must teach you a lesson as always. He was on his feet in a blink, two swords in his hand that I hadn't noticed him grab. Draven yelled for me, but I told him to stay out of it. This was my fight. Unlike the last time we fought on a battlefield, we were far more evenly matched. I stood my ground against Rudarius's attacks, parrying every clash of his swords and ducking beneath his blows. We moved around the room, clearing a path as we went. I couldn't pay attention to anything but the monster hell-bent on beating me, so he could finish off Draven. Our blades crossed and he grabbed hold of my wrist, dragging me in closer. Did you grow so tired of our conversations, pet? He asked, on the verge of pouting. Not even close. I tugged on my arms and when he didn't let up, I headbutted him. He cursed, and I followed with a kick. All the times I beat him in whatever weird dream world he created for us, he had obviously let me do it. Here in the real world, my hits hardly seemed to do any damage to him, even with the rings. The harder I struck at him with the swords, he still managed to disarm me, and we were down to fists. It was like he absorbed my punches and kicks. A ripple went over his body, and then he had me wrapped in his arms, my shadow wings vanishing as if they'd never been there. I was stronger than this. I had to be. I didn't understand until he held up his hand. My blood went cold, and I shook my head in disbelief. No, that's not possible, I mumbled. I must thank you for the new gift. Rudarius held up his hand, then spun me around in his arms, crushing me to his chest. So thoughtful of you to think of me. See? I told you I would be enough to replace your precious Draven. How? I couldn't get anything else out, as I looked at 5 rings on his left hand. Identical to mine. That is a secret a good girl would get to know the answer to, but not you. You and I are going to have to start all over again. I bellowed. The shadows acting like my armor exploded outward. Rudarius was thrown away, and he slammed into a stone column. I held him there. My hand shook with the effort as he pushed back just as hard. My breathing grew ragged. Spots filled my vision, but I wasn't going to let him escape. Not this time. I had to stop him. I had to trap him here and now. The deep well of shadow inside me rose up like a wave and broke free, using the rings to flow outward. It bashed like a living being against Rudarius. He grunted with the effort to prevent the shadows from swallowing him. They strained, shrieking and reaching to find their target. To fulfill the will I instilled in them. Rudarius managed to step away from the column, 1 foot at a time. The pushback was immense. My feet slid across the stones and over fallen bodies. Warmth dripped from my nose, but there was more power within me. So much more I could call on. I had the entire line of the Saran inside me. And I was going to use all of it. Seeing a way to kill Rudarius once and for all, I raised my left hand and a swell of cold and heat mingled and rose inside me. When it reached its peak, I shouted, and the force of the power made me slide back even further as it reached Rudarius's shield. But he'd been getting ready to attack, and the two forces collided with an ear-splitting crack. A bright flash of white light filled the chamber, and it was like a bomb dropped in the middle of the room. The blast sent everyone soaring through the air, landing in heaps and hitting walls. I cracked my skull on the stones and lay there, ears ringing, wondering if luck was with me at all. If I'd managed to kill the bastard by chance. I wasn't sure how long I was motionless, but eventually, my hearing returned, muffled still, but enough that I heard voices calling for help. Someone shouted Rudarius's name, and his forces retreated. I rolled over, body numb. Draven was here somewhere. I crawled, my legs not wanting to work yet. The rings sparked each time my hand hit the floor, but they were intact. The stones were whole, and my hand wasn't burned. I spotted a head of white hair. Macron. Good, he lived at least. He was helping another vampire, upright. I crawled faster, shoving dead bodies aside, praying each one wouldn't be Draven. A hand appeared out of a pile of dead shifters. A hand I recognized. I made it to my knees, then to standing. I staggered toward that hand. I dragged the bodies off until Draven came free. We looked at each other for a solid second, then I threw myself into his arms. He caught me, holding me close. We couldn't kiss each other fast enough, hugging, then kissing again. I smoothed my fingers down his face, apologizing over and over again for the state he was in. There were so many wounds, but even as I worried over them, his skin stitched itself back together, and he caught my wandering hands so he could kiss me all over again. How? He finally asked. The rings, I said as I showed him my hand. He ran his fingers over them in awe. We found the forge, and I couldn't get it to start, but then I felt you in pain and saw bits of the fight. I felt you getting hurt, and then it just happened. And you were able to get here? Just like that? Yeah. I followed you. He cupped my cheek in the palm of his hand, and I leaned into it, not wanting to be parted from him for a long, long time. When he kissed me this time, it was filled with unspoken words and the urge to simply feel and make sure this was real. It gave me the sense I hadn't been the only one having nightmares while we were apart. Draven, where are we? I asked. Colorado. In the Rockies. This is the home of the Coven of the Blood Dragons. Or so it was. He looked around long and hard after we stood, helping other vampires we found on our way across the room. There were a few prominent-looking vampires gathered near a carved throne chair, miraculously still in one piece. The one Rudarius had killed when we first arrived lay with an almost peaceful smile on his face. Beside him sat a large bald man holding his shoulder. He nodded to Draven, but gave me a weird frown. Draven, another man said with a nod. Hell of a party, eh? You could call it that. Seneca, this is Wendell, and that's Carson, other coven leaders, Draven said by way of introduction. I returned their nods, but didn't look at them too long. Another vampire held a woman. Blood bloomed over her chest, and she wasn't moving. She never would again. A stake protruded from where her heart had been. Vince, Draven said quietly. The vampire held up his hand. Lisa's dead, killed by that piece of filth, Vince ranted. She's dead and He dropped to his knees and curled around the woman's body as tears seeped down his cheeks. When he straightened, a fire burned inside him, one I knew all too well. The blood dragons will join you, and we will destroy him for what he's done. You have my word on that. You already know we will, Wendell informed him. But this shit certainly solidifies my earlier promise. Carson stood as Wendell finished speaking. I don't know you, and I don't trust you yet, he said to me. To Draven he added, but you're right. Rudarius must be stopped. We are with you as well. As is the House of Night, another vampire said, stepping forward. Sorrow twisted what would have been a handsome face as he looked at the dead vampire before us. Nolan had already declared so, but now I too seek revenge. Looked like I missed a hell of a lot. I had 100 questions, but I was sure Draven had just as many for me. I squeezed his hand and rested my head on his shoulder. The last few days caught up with me all at once, and my body sagged, feeling so heavy. Seneca, you're bleeding. I'm sure I am after that fight, I replied as my eyes closed. Draven's thumb brushed under my nose. No, your nose. Are you all right? Seneca? My mouth stopped working and my legs gave out. Draven caught me in his arms, and we hit the floor together. Tired, I mumbled. Just tired. Need to sleep. He kissed my forehead. Sleep then, Seneca, I'll be here when you wake up. This I promise. Not leaving your side again, not for anything, love. His arms closed protectively around me. I let myself relax, finally. The last thing I heard before sleep took me was Draven saying, "Those wings, did you see them? Never seen anything like them." He kissed the top of my head, and that was all I recalled as I fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 14. Draven. Seneca hadn't budged in over a day. I watched her from the doorway, a peaceful look was on her face. Otherwise I would have tried to wake her up. Using so much power at one time must have drained her. That, and I had yet to get any straight answers from Macron of what the two of them went through. He'd been busy patching up the wounded and seeing to the dead. Nolan and Lysa. I still couldn't believe they were gone. Petra was dead too, but her death wasn't as tragic. It was damned clear somewhere along the way Rudarius reached out to her, and she let herself be taken in by whatever he offered, thinking he'd let her live. She got what she deserved. Better she turned on us now than later, in the middle of a real battle. Vince had been busy figuring out how Rudarius's forces managed to breach the outer perimeter so easily. I figured Vince needed the distraction mostly. He hardly said a word to anyone, unless it was to issue an order. I glanced at Seneca's sleeping form again, and was grateful she was alive. If she hadn't come back to me, I'm not sure I'd be able to keep it together as well as Vince was after losing someone he loved. I shut the door to Seneca's room, and walked along the corridor on the 3rd level. Below the throne room was a mess. Blood stained the walls and the floor. Tapestries were ruined. It would take forever to put right again. After the blast from the clash of Seneca's and Rudarius's power, Rudarius disappeared, taking whatever few soldiers remained alive with him. Carson. I leaned over the railing, watching the vampires below. How's the shoulder? Finally healed. Seneca sleeping? Still. But at least she seems to be peaceful. I hung my head. I sensed Petra was off days ago, but I simply believed she was frightened. This was my fault. No, if anything it was mine. Rudarius was right. I was predictable. How could you have known he'd be able to get to us here? Because that's how he is, I replied simply. Always 5 steps ahead of me. I should have done this differently. Reached out to you all some other way. He squeezed my shoulder. What's done is done. All that's left to do now is see he pays in kind for his crimes. I never wanted my coven to see war, but you're right. Doesn't matter where we go. He'll find us. We stayed at the railing watching the commotion below us, but not in any hurry to move away from our perch. Nathaniel, Shane, Wendell and Theo were working with Vince's new second. They needed to get everyone organized and make preparations to move out to Seneca's cottage. I'd been worried about where to put an entire army, but Macron had poked his head into our conversation long enough to say he'd take care of it, then bustled away again. Macron would have to take a break at some point, and then I could corner him. Carson said he was going to check in with Vince and see if there was anything he could do. I watched him walk away and noticed Macron leaving another room. "Macron," I called, and he paused, clearly trying to duck out of sight. "Just tell me, please. What happened over there?" He sighed but seemed to lose whatever internal struggle he was having. "As Seneca told you, we found the forge and rings were made. There's little else to tell, really. And all that shit Rudarius said about conversations with her. Was he lying? These are questions you should save for Seneca. You'll tell me the truth." I picked at the cracked stone railing as I spoke, not wanting him to see the growing doubt in my eyes. "She did talk to him, didn't she? At least tell me that much. The situation is complicated." My fingers froze and I glared. "How? Rudarius is evil. That's it. End of story." Macron's sharp intake of breath said otherwise, and this time I did look at him. The old mage seemed to have aged while they were gone. The wrinkles on his face appeared deeper. He held himself differently, a slight hunch to his back. "I wish I could say there's an easy answer," he said quietly. "I wish I could tell you the new rings can take away all our worries, but they can't. We were foolish to think they would. I'm afraid this situation is about to get even messier." I rested my forehead on the railing. The rings were supposed to save Seneca, but from the way Macron talked about them, it sounded like they only made her worse. "Are we losing her?" I whispered, hating I even had to ask such a question. "Do you want me to lie?" "Shit, you can't be serious?" "How?" "She overcame his influence before, I've seen it." Macron said nothing for a long couple of minutes. "We've all underestimated his influence on her mind. How deep he's been able to seep inside her very being. The betrayals, the losses, they left her vulnerable, and nothing any of us did helped." "You're saying it's our fault?" I snapped, baring my fangs, but Macron didn't flinch away. "Yes, in a way. We're certainly not blameless, but you have to have faith." "Right, faith?" I hissed as I heard my own words thrown back at me. "Have faith and stay optimistic that she won't let evil take over her mind. That she'll be able to stand against him in the end. Not by his side." "Tell me, Macron, how the hell am I supposed to do that?" My words echoed around the vast chamber of the fortress. The vampires below looked up at me. Macron shrugged. "I wish I knew, Draven. I truly do." I stormed away from him, not sure where I was headed, but I didn't stop. I had to keep moving to stop my anger from tearing a hole through me. Everything I passed became a blur. Voices fell to the background, and all I saw was Seneca's eyes turning black as she attacked me. Seneca, as she laughed evilly, standing beside Rudarius while they slaughtered the vampires and the Fae. Seneca, as she killed me. I found myself in a dead-end corridor, and completely alone. I paced from one end to the other as my hissing turned to a snarl, then a furious shout. I bashed my fist into the wall, kicking and hitting the stones as if they were Rudarius himself, and I could beat him to death with my bare hands. I'd been an idiot this whole time, thinking I was protecting Seneca. Had I damned her? Had I just gone and made it worse? When my strength gave out and my hands were numb, I fell to the floor. I leaned my back against the wall and looked at my bloody knuckles. I was losing Seneca because of that piece of shit vampire. He was never going to stop trying to take her from me. One way or another, I had to stop her from giving in to his call. But first I had to know the truth. I had to know what they talked about, so I could figure out a way to stop her from giving in to the evil growing worse within her. Chapter 15. Draven. We spent 2 more days at the mountain fortress before Seneca finally woke. We started the trek home. She hardly said anything to me but clung to my hand as if I was the only person keeping her alive. Questions burned to be asked, but I held my tongue until we reached home. Nathaniel and Shane stayed behind. They'd join us with the rest of the vampires in a week or so, once Macron had time to make room for them all at Seneca's cottage. I need to gather supplies, Macron told me, pulling me from darkening thoughts as I stood in the living room. Helena and Minnie should be back tomorrow. I nodded slowly, hearing him but not caring. The front door opened then closed, and I turned around to go look for Seneca. Neither one of us was going to like the conversation we were about to have, but there was no more putting it off. If we were about to go to war, we had to go into battle clear-headed, not ready to fall apart. She stood in the middle of the backyard. The air was cool, and she had a heavy black sweater on, though she was barefoot as always. I stepped outside but kept my distance. Her new rings glimmered in the light of the orbs hovering close by, which were shifting from blue to violet then back again, as if trying to decide to be calm or angry. Her fingers moved as if tapping the air, but there were no shadows surrounding her, no dark magic spewing from her hands. I circled around to her right, trying to figure out how to start this conversation when she did it for me. "I dreamt about you, while I was in that other world," she said quietly, looking intently at the ground in front of her. "We were here. It was so real." I froze. "Here? In your dream?" "Yeah, you tried to stake me through the heart. Said there was no saving me." "Half funny, in my version you tried to rip my throat out," I commented lightly. Her gaze shifted to me. I shrugged. "It's what happened. We were talking about your journey, and then you attacked me. Woke up with puncture wounds on my neck. And I had a stab wound really close to my heart." She rested her hand on the spot. "Shit, Draven, what was that? I thought it was a freaking nightmare." I walked further into the yard, aiming for the oak tree. It was times like this I wish I could be better with words, but blunt was so much easier to say, if not to hear. Rodarius. I'm sure he had something to do with it. Getting inside our heads somehow. She crossed her arms at the mention of his name, curling in on herself. "Seneca, how many times did you talk to him while you were gone? What did you even talk about? And please don't lie. As much as I hate Rodarius, he's usually telling the truth." I rested against the tree, waiting. "I'll stay out here all night and all day if I have to. Give me an answer." "I don't know," she blurted. "You don't know?" She shook her head, hair falling from the very loose braid she had it in. It happened all right. I was inside my own head 1 minute, and then we were in some room at a fortress. At first I thought it was at his place, but then thought it was all in my head." She rubbed her face hard, eyes wild and landing everywhere but on me. I wasn't even sure if it was real. Obviously it was. "Don't," she snapped, aiming a finger at me. "Don't you dare take that tone with me like I messed up. Like I did something stupid. You said you wouldn't talk to him again. Like I can control it," she ranted, throwing her arms in the air. "You and Macron are the same. You both think that everything that goes on up here is in my control. Well, it's not." She turned her back to me. The orbs in the yard burned bright red. I ground my teeth, not moving away from the tree as I worked to keep my temper in check. "What did he talk to you about? Did you learn anything useful?" "Draven, don't." Her pleading tone caught me off guard, as did the guilt that came with it. "Seneca. What did he do?" The orbs changed from red to blue, then black for the length of a heartbeat, then back to red. My imagination ran off with me, growling quietly as I imagined him hurting her. Torturing her all over again inside her mind. What she said next rooted me to the spot. "He tried to comfort me," she whispered. "He spoke about what he wanted for my future. What he saw me doing. He showed it to me." "Showed you what?" "Another possible outcome, and it was terrifying and glorious at the same time. I don't know how else to describe it." She sounded almost in awe, and slowly I approached her as she kept talking. He hugged me as if he loved me, she spat, and I bit back a curse, willing her to stop talking, but at the same time I had to know what was going on. He kissed me. I was comfortable around him, Draven. How, why? I don't understand what he did to me. But I was, and I wanted to go back. I wanted to see him. Gods, what's wrong with me? She spun around. Tears streamed down her cheeks as true terror filled her green eyes. For a long moment all I did was stare at her, dumbfounded, torn between disgust for her and fury with my own fear. Then she clapped a hand to her mouth, eyes wide, and sprinted to the fence. As she was sick over the side, my limbs finally stopped being numb, and I rushed to her, holding her hair and rubbing her back as she heaved. She trembled. I held her up, talking to her quietly, not even sure what I was saying. Rudarius had indeed messed with her mind, but not in the way I assumed he would. This was a low blow, and it was meant to hurt me more than Seneca. It was meant to tear us apart. And I nearly let it. Hearing Seneca admit she wanted to see the man who tortured her, who tainted her in the first place, sickened me. But she'd fought him in the Blood Dragon's fortress. She tried to kill him. Rudarius was going to have to try a lot harder to turn us against each other. When she finished heaving, I turned her around, but she kept pulling away. No, just don't, alright? You can be pissed. I'm pissed, and I'll understand if you don't want to, too. Shit, I hate him, she shouted the last, shoving away from me and stumbling across the yard. You hear me, you bastard? I hate you. Seneca, he tricked you, I told her, but she continued to slip from my grasp and I gave up for now. He got inside your head. Hate to say I told you so, but I knew this would happen. But she was shaking her head like an insane person. No, no, no. You don't understand. What don't I get? It's worse, so much worse. You're going to hate me. I hate me. Honestly, at that moment, my mind couldn't stop seeing Rudarius holding Seneca as I held her. Kissing her as I kissed her. My own stomach rebelled, but I swallowed hard and didn't lose it. Yet, I will never hate you. You should. She held up her rings. I'm confused, what about them? I messed up, she whispered. I was supposed to focus on who I am, on my power while I made the rings. And I was, but then this voice crept back into my mind. Rudarius? She went perfectly still, as if hearing that voice. It was me, but not me, she finally said, her lips barely moving as if she was afraid to say it aloud. And now, shit, I have to get away from here. He's going to use me against you. I can feel it. She made to bolt for the back door, but I blurred around and caught her in my arms. She kicked and punched wildly. No way was I about to let her go. I held her, taking her fears and her anger, until she calmed down enough for me to set her back on her feet and have her face me. The rings, Seneca, what happened with the rings? I asked, keeping a tight hold on her shoulders. The moment I created the rings, that voice was speaking to me, she said loudly. And when we were fighting, Rudarius showed me what I did. What I let happen. She held up her hand again as tears burned in her eyes. He has rings, Draven. Rings that match mine, and I basically gifted them to him. It's my fault. Whatever he does next, it's my fault. She repeated it over and over, attempting to break away from my arms again. You have to let me leave. Just let me go. He's mine, all right? I'm the only one who should face him. Let me go. No, just stop for a minute. You're not going off to get yourself killed. Why the hell not? Her shout was so loud it caught us both off guard. The rings were supposed to help me, and all they did was give him more power. What if I'm not enough? And this voice in my head, it's constantly whispering. Then find a way to drown it out. Don't you think I'm trying? She shot back. Leaving now means he wins, I said as she turned her back to me to walk away. You're letting him win. Is that what you want? I don't know what I want, not anymore. You're lying. You want the same thing I have all along. I know you do. You just have to remember it. She whirled around and marched toward me, shoving me, but I stayed put. I don't want to hurt you or anyone else. But I don't think I can stop it anymore. I don't want you to be there when I fail. Your disappointment will kill me. Don't you see that? You are not going to fail. Her laugh was harsh and filled with bitterness. You don't get it. He's up here. She tapped her forehead, and nothing I do is going to get rid of him, nothing aside from obliterating him. She looked at the rings on her fingers as she added quietly, to do that I might have to lose myself. No, I snarled and grabbed hold of her hand. I won't let you. What if there's no other choice? How can you say that so calmly? There's always a choice, and if I have to tie you to a damn chair until you see that, I will. Cage me. That's what you want to do. If you're going to run off and be an idiot, yes. We hissed at each other, close to starting another fight. This time, I wasn't sure I'd be able to hold off her attacks. We stood toe to toe, glaring at each other when the back door opened and a voice reached us. Hey, I just got back. What the hell is going on with you two? Marley asked. He moved to get in between us, but I took a step away from Seneca. I missed something? A lot, Seneca replied. You have news from Ash. The Fae are going to be arriving over the next couple of days, he said slowly. Good, the vampires will be joining us then too, I informed him, not looking away from Seneca. Macron said he'll find a way to accommodate everyone. That's good to hear. Anything else? Seneca asked, her voice strained. No, that's it. You sure you're all right? Seneca glowered at me, then stepped back as she said peachy, then stomped inside and slammed the door shut behind her. Running my hands through my hair, I paced around the garden, cursing under my breath every few steps. Rudarius had given up torturing her the old-fashioned way, and tried to seduce her instead. What had he shown her in this other possible future? She hadn't told me, and now I doubted she would say anything else on the matter. He ruined everything in my life, but I was not going to let him steal her from me. And now he had new rings just like hers. What the hell did that even mean for us? Draven? What's wrong with her? Damn, I forgot Marley was out here with me. You have an hour. Yes. She forged new rings, right? I thought you all would be celebrating, minus the dead vampire leaders, of course. I reached the bench and sat down heavily, clasping my hands between my knees as I hunched over. Rudarius admitted he wanted Seneca as a bride, I informed him as he joined me on the bench. It appears he's now trying to convince her that joining him is the right path to follow. Now she's terrified she's going to turn on us. That she won't be able to stop the evil taint inside her from taking over. Not going to happen. What I said, but she's changed. How was I supposed to fight him when he was inside her head? I said I'd be there for her, but this was her fight. She had to be the one to silence his voice for good. She had to be the one to show him she wouldn't be so easily taken. He almost had her, I whispered in disbelief, and Marley cursed. If she hadn't come back when she did. If Rudarius hadn't attacked us. I trailed off, hating where my thoughts went. It won't happen. Seneca loves you, Draven. I know. She'd rather leave me and face him alone than risk my life. You can't let her. Don't plan on it. What was already a complicated situation just became 100 times worse. As I looked at the cottage, I wondered how much time I had left with Seneca. How much time until we either succeeded in our mission, or one of us killed the other.
Chapter 16. Seneca. I spit the mouthwash out and sucked in a sharp breath. I was pale, and my eyes shifted from green to black in a constant dance as I fought to get control of my raging emotions. Why fight it? You heard him. He wants to lock you up. Shut up, I muttered through gritted teeth. Why should I? Join me now, my pet. Join me and see what I have planned for Draven and all the others who would dare stand in our way. I'm not like you. I won't be. Aren't you? Go away, just leave me alone, I pleaded. I can't do this. You can. Give in. Come to me as I know you want to. I shut my eyes, thinking of Draven and nothing else. Hands rested on my shoulders, and without even opening my eyes, I knew who it was. What are you doing here? Rudarius and I were back in that damned room. I wanted to see how you were after our spat. Spat? That wasn't a spat. That was me giving you my answer. I see, and what are you doing now? You and I both know if you wanted to keep me out, you would, especially with these now at your disposal. He lifted my hand, turning it gently so my rings caught the firelight. We are a match in every way. How else would I have the rings? None of this is real. You don't mean any of it. Don't I? If you hadn't interrupted me, you would have come home to find yourself free to choose your own path. What do you want, huh? What's the end game? The end game, my pet, is to ensure there is only one world to rule over and make it our own. He ran his hand through my hair, loosening the braid. Out in the garden, all my disgust at how I reacted had finally slammed into me. But here I was back in this damned room, and all I felt was comforted. A hiss sounded in the room, not coming from me or Rudarius. Draven. Even without realizing it, he worked to pull me back to his arms. Ignore him, Rudarius commented lightly. He is nothing to you. I reached around and caught Rudarius's hand, as Draven's blue eyes appeared in my mind, anchoring me. As I said before, you're going to have to try a lot harder. Seneca, wait. But I shut my eyes, and when I opened them, I was back in my bathroom at my cottage. And thankfully, I was alone. Draven was right and wrong at the same time. Standing against Rudarius would be stupid, but only because I already knew the outcome of the fight. I couldn't see myself living once the battle was over. Couldn't picture the happy life with Draven. Taking that trip to the ocean I dreamt about. All I saw was my demise alongside Rudarius's. Making Draven accept and understand that would be impossible. My cell went off in the bedroom, and I hurried to pick it up. When I saw Owen's name, I almost didn't answer, but he probably had news for Macron. Yeah? Seneca, he's here, he shouted into the phone. What, who? I cringed at the sound of screaming in the background. Owen. I ran through the house as the call broke up. I only caught snippets. Rudarius, army, then there was nothing. I shouted his name as I reached the back door and threw it open, but he was gone. Draven, I yelled. He blurred to me. Valesk is under attack. We can't stop a whole army, he said. My rings were already glowing as I concentrated on forming a portal to get us there. He took my arm. Are you sure that's a good idea? I'm not losing anyone else. He didn't argue. Marley joined us, stepping inside the dark dome just as I finished it. I focused on Owen, and we disappeared from my backyard. Probably should have left a note for Macron, but too late now. We landed outside the demon embassy, to find it on fire. Demons screamed and ran for cover as vampires attacked. Shit, I whispered, looking at the attacking army. We can't save them all. Then we find who we can and we get them out. Draven squeezed my hand. Weapons? I mentally drew a sword of shadow, and with a blink it appeared in Draven's waiting hand. I made a second for Marley, but didn't use any for myself. I'd been itching for a fight after Rudarius got away, and now was my chance to unleash some pent-up magic. I'll open a portal, I told them. Direct as many demons as you can to me. Draven hesitated, but nodded and took off, engaging 3 vampires charging toward 2 demonesses and their children. He shouted for them to run to me, and I motioned them through, telling them to get to the garden. Back home, Macron would get the idea once demons started popping out of nowhere. Using my right hand to hold open the portal, I formed a whip in my left and lashed out as vampires turned toward me. Snarling and growling as they came in for the kill. I took them down easily, one after another. These were young vampires. Rudarius hadn't even sent his best men to take over Valesk. Unless they had already taken out the necessary targets, and this was the cleanup crew. There'd been mages here. Plus the ambassador. He would have gone after them first. If any remained behind, I'd be surprised. The fleeing demons continued to sprint through the portal, but the amount of power was taking its toll on me, even with rings. My hand started to cramp and my whole arm went numb, losing control of the whip. 3 vampires sprinted toward me. I lost sight of Draven and Marley. A ferocious growl had me turning to find Owen throwing himself at the vampires. He tackled them to the ground. They rolled, but he easily bested them. When he righted, the vampires' heads rolling away, I saw his bloody clothes and the various wounds stretching across his chest and arms. "You came," he grunted. "You think I'd let you die? Dumbass." He managed a smile. More demons appeared at his side. Whatever was left of the fighting force, I presumed. Valesk was not a very large realm. I looked over the ones at Owen's side. His eyes darkened. We were caught off guard. Some magical bomb took out half our numbers. "Seneca," Draven yelled as he blurred over. "The vampires are retreating." "What? Why?" We were seriously outnumbered. Why wouldn't they push to wipe out everyone left? Unless we need to evacuate now. "Why?" Owen asked. "Just do it, find everyone you can. We don't have much time." His eyes widened, and he took off a dead sprint, the other demons with him. Marley stayed at the portal with me, as Draven blurred away to help find any demons he could and get them to safety. "Your nose," Marley said, worried. I wiped the blood away. "I'm fine." "What's happening?" "Rudarius." "Something he said," I told him quietly. The words hadn't meant anything when he first said them, but now they did. One world, he only wanted one world. Even as I thought it, the dark sky turned black and red lightning streaked through the thunderheads, but it didn't fade away. It stretched out further and further, creating a web in the sky. Marley and I tilted our heads back, trying to see how far it went. "They need to hurry." "Seneca, what is that?" "The end of Valesk." Marley's wide-eyed stare met mine. I didn't want to think it was possible, but with the totem Rudarius had in his control, it didn't seem too far outside the realm of possibilities. "Draven," I bellowed. "Hurry." More demons rushed toward the portal, and Marley waved them through, urging them on. Owen eventually appeared. Thankfully, his family was in tow and appearing unharmed. He sent them through first, and I yelled at him to get his ass through the portal next. "What is that?" he demanded, pointing to the sky. "Just go now." The lightning grew brighter, and a loud humming started. It sounded as if thousands of people were chanting the exact same words, in a never-ending loop. I shouted for Marley to leave, and once the demons were through, he jumped inside. Draven reached for my hand, and I took it, ready to go with him, when the humming grew louder and we were thrown through the portal. I closed it as soon as I hit the ground in my backyard, cutting off the horrific view of red flames consuming Valesk. Had we gotten everyone out? How many did Rudarius just kill? "Seneca!" Macron yelled, weaving his way through the demons crowding my backyard and the fields beyond. "What was that? Why are they all here?" "Valesk," Owen answered for me, standing protectively in front of his family. "It's gone?" He directed the question to me. I started to answer, but my vision swam and blood spilled from my nose. Draven had me in his arms, and we were inside, away from the commotion. "You can't keep doing that," he scolded once we were in my room with the door closed. Didn't have a choice. I wiped at my nose as I rested on the bed. Thought the rings were meant to help me. Must be doing something wrong. Or your power is split somehow. "What do you mean?" "If you have rings and Rudarius has the same," he mused, taking my hand in his, "are you two sharing the power? Is he drawing from you?" "Shit, I didn't even think of that." He ran his thumb over my knuckles, and I scooted closer. "Seneca, what I said earlier." I pressed my fingers to his lips as he frowned. "No. This is a shitty situation, and we're dealing with it the best we can. You have every right to be ticked off. But I need you to know I'm trying. I promise you I am. I can't lose you. He hugged me close, burying his face in my neck. I won't. I wrapped my arms around him, not about to let go anytime soon. We stayed like that for a long while, not moving, just holding each other close. When he lifted his head, he smoothed the loose strands of hair from my face and kissed me. It started as just a brush of his lips on mine, but I needed so much more. The kiss turned heated, his arms wrapped protectively around me as our lips moved in a dance we never seemed able to finish. And we wouldn't tonight either, it seemed. He drew back and sighed. "Rain check, love," he whispered, wiping more blood from my nose. I grunted in annoyance. "Guess I'll take care of this mess. And I'll go deal with the mess outside." He kissed my forehead, his lips lingering. In my mind, I saw Rudarius kissing me like that, and my stomach twisted painfully in knots. Being with Draven, this was true comfort, true love. I fisted my hands in his shirt, holding him to me until he pulled away. "I'll find you in a while." He squeezed my hand and then was gone. If only I could stop time long enough for us to have more than a few minutes here and there. It was petty for me to be grumpy about not having enough alone time with Draven when there was a war going on, but sometimes all a girl wanted was a night in the arms of the guy she was in love with. Was that too much to ask for? I grabbed fresh clothes, since mine were covered in vampire blood again, and headed into the bathroom. My nose had finally stopped bleeding. I washed my face, changed my clothes, and brushed my hair so I could pull it back. "He thinks he's so powerful," a voice whispered, and I paused. It wasn't Rudarius, no, this was the voice I heard before the rings were forged. "He thinks he's stronger than you." "He's not," I replied quietly. "Prove it. You have the rings now, and you're the one holding yourself back. The entire strength of the Saran people is at your disposal. Stop holding yourself back." "But the rings, he has them too." "And? Are you going to let him take what's rightfully yours? Are you going to let him use your power like he used you as a weapon? As he continues to use you now to tear your world apart? Are you weak after all, Seneca?" "No," I snapped, glaring at my reflection. A second face appeared next to mine, hardly visible, but there all the same. She looked just like me, but her face was harder and her eyes solid black. "Then prove it. Who are you going to be? A caged animal? A weapon? Or are you going to be the avenging warrior the Saran have waited for too many centuries for?" I grinned, as did the face beside mine. "What are you going to do, Seneca?" "I'm going to end Rudarius and his army," I said as I held up my hand, the ring stones shifting and swirling with my power. "I'll become the Phi I was always meant to be." "And? What else?" Closing my hand in a fist, I bared my fangs, then said, "I'll kill anyone who gets in my way." The face vanished with a satisfied smile on her lips. I fixed my hair, smoothed my fingers over my eyes to ensure the darkness wasn't visible at all, then left the bathroom, humming as I went. So many to kill and so little time.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.